Hello and welcome to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice. Thank you so much for joining us today as we are continuing our rewatch of Ohio versus Toby Madden. We did day one and half of or part of day two yesterday, and today we're going to continue on with day two. So let me just make sure. Joining us today. Audio sounds good. All right, let's get comfortable, settle in, and let's get started. All right, good morning. Welcome in, everybody. How's everybody doing today? We are continuing our rewatch of Ohio versus Toby Madden. If you guys missed it yesterday, we are in between live trials. We're waiting for Mario Fernandez to start. His jury selection is going on right now, and his trial will be starting on Monday, so another couple days. So in between Courtney and Mario, we're going to be watching a trial that we covered when it happened, which was September of 2024. But this was before I was on screen and giving recaps and all that stuff. And YouTube demonetized us, so we had to remove all of the previous videos. So we thought this would be a good one to rewatch. And if you guys were with us yesterday, you know it was pretty bombastic. Toby is not one to stay quiet or silent while he is in the courtroom. So we expect, we expect more of that today. All right, so we have Kimbers and Aussie Gardner, good vibes only. Good to see all of you. Sherry, good morning to you. Green-eyed cat, great to see you. Let's see, who do we have here? Debbie, good morning. Grizzly Grandma, welcome in. Good to see you. Let me see here. Camilla, good morning. Elaine, hello. William, happy Tuesday to you. Sweet Vampy, hope you're doing well. Joy, how are you? Good morning to you, and I hope you have a lovely day as well. Treasure Hog, good to see you. How are you? Another pause. Great to see you. Lori, Crystal, good morning. Mary, Snake Lady, great to see you guys. How are you guys doing today? Cindy, good morning. Welcome in. Got Manners, hope you're doing well. Hey, Rev Ben, good to see you. Hope your Tuesday is going well. Bama Green Eyes, good to see you. Grizzly Grandma, I'm catching up on trials that I haven't seen that Chris and Aaron put together. The Julio Fulio trial in particular is deep, amazing research and detail, very impressive. Thank you for that, Grizzly. We had Florida PI Sam helped us with that. Catherine, you do the crime, you do the time. Exactly. Hey, Grampy, how are you? Your girl's over here in her sling. She's sleeping all nice and comfortable. Cindy Davidson saying hello to everybody. Henrietta, good morning, listening from work. All right, thank you for that. All right, let's all take a moment and hit the like button if you guys have not done so. Please hit the like button and let's get started on this trial. All right, so yesterday we left off with it was the 4 utility workers, right, that came in and testified that there was a woman that let them in. She had a large dog. I think one finally said that it was a pit bull. and they went down to the basement. They were there to turn on their gas, and they saw some guy in a recliner just kind of waking up in and out. And the furnace wasn't working, so it was broken, so they couldn't turn on the gas. So that's where we left off. So let us get, oops, here, let me put myself on screen. All right, so let us continue on. And if you remember, Toby disrupted before even opening statements began, he was crying to his daughter and saying he was sorry he did this, he didn't mean to do it, or something to that effect. All right, so now we pick up morning of day 2.
This court count, please, is back in session.
Okay, we're back on the record in State versus Madden without the judge being present. Mr. Burris, Mr. Hahn, and Detective Horton are present on behalf of the State of Ohio, and Mr. Wilder and Mr. Madden are also present. Before the jurors come in, is there anything on behalf of the State of Ohio?
I don't believe so, Your Honor.
Anything on behalf of the defendant?
Nothing, Judge. Thank you.
Okay, let's bring in the jurors. Okay, please be seated. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I have to tell you, I'm impressed. You've really got this lineup down early on in this case. Before we continue, do you have any violations of the court's recess instructions that you need to report? Okay. All right, the next witness, please.
Steve, we call Ann Mayers.
Okay, you may proceed.
Thank you. Good morning, ma'am.
Morning.
Can you tell everybody your name, please?
Ann Mayers.
Okay. And I see by what you're wearing that you're currently an inmate at the Butler County Jail?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Am I correct in saying that you're there because you recently entered a guilty plea to aggravated robbery with a 1-year gun specification?
Yes.
Okay. And was that for robbing the Art Group Credit Union on Route 4 in Fairfield Township on April 19th of this year?
Yes, it is.
2024, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And are you still waiting for your sentencing date?
Yes.
Okay, so, all right. And have you received any consideration or promises from the state of Ohio for your testimony here today?
No.
No one's promised you that you're going to get a lighter sentence or anything like that? Did you
sir.
testify here today?
No, sir.
Okay. Why are you testifying here today then?
Because I should.
Okay. All right. Well, then I'm going to take you back to October 11th of 2022. Okay. Back at that time on October 11th of 2022, where were you living at?
1260 Parish Avenue.
Okay. And is that right next door to 1270?
Yes, it is.
So if I were standing on Parish Avenue and I were standing in front of 1270, would your house be to the left or to the
left.
right?
To the left.
To the left. Thank you. Now I'm going to show you what's been, may I approach with
You may.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 237. I know you,
That's right.
Okay, can you just explain to me what is this picture?
This is the picture where the neighbor was murdered, and this is where I live, and that right there is me.
Okay, all right. And would you say this is a true and fair representation of the way your house looked and the other house looked on
Exactly.
October 11th?
Exactly.
Okay. I would ask that State's Exhibit 237 be admitted and published.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, it'll be admitted and it may be published.
Okay. All right. So, if I may stand by the screen,
Sure.
I'll do. Is that all right if I do the pointing? Since
Sure.
She's okay. So, ma'am, is this 270 right here?
1270?
I'm sorry.
Yes.
1270.
Yes.
Okay. And this is 1260 right here.
Yes.
Mr. Hahn, there is an appointment.
Oh, yeah, I am short, so that might be of assistance. All right, so this is 1270 here?
Yes.
Okay. And you said this is 1260 your house, correct?
Yes.
All right. And are you sitting on the porch here?
I'm the taller head one.
This one?
This one's no, that's my sister.
That's
I'm
your
the
sister?
other one.
Okay, you're that one?
Yes.
Right there. Okay. All right. And you said that's your sister on the porch with you. Did you live with your sister?
My sister lived with me.
Your
That
sister
was my house.
That was yours. I'm sorry. Okay.
That's all right.
And how long did you live at 1260?
Well, I lived there since I was 5 years old.
Okay.
Until I moved away from home.
Okay. And then you moved back at
Well,
some
I
point?
moved back to take care of my parents
Okay.
before they died.
Okay. All right. And when did your sister move in with you?
Probably in
2019?
2019.
Okay. Now, on October 11th, at that time, did you know the people that lived next door to you at 1270?
I don't know when they moved in. There were so many people that moved in that house because it was a vacant home and it was a rental, and there were people and people and people, and then Rachelle and Toby.
Okay. So you knew Rachelle and Toby? You knew who they were?
Yeah,
Okay. Do you see Toby in the courtroom today?
yes I do. Sitting right there in the blue shirt.
Let the record reflect you identified Mr. Madden.
The record will so reflect.
And now, were you on your porch on the morning of, I know you were in this picture, but this is later in the afternoon. Were you, in the morning of October 11th, were you on your porch that
Yes.
morning? And
Almost every morning.
almost every morning you're on your porch? What's your routine? What do you do?
Well, Sissy's has raising her grandson.
I'm sorry, Sissy is...
Linda,
That's your
Mayer,
sister?
my sister,
Okay.
is raising her grandson. And we have him, and he, at that time, went to Crawfordwood School, which was down on the next block. And he would leave at 8:15, and we would try to be out there drinking coffee and checking the phone, and so he could wave to us every 5 or 6 steps by, you know, like a kid. And it was around 8:15. And he went to school, and I stayed on the porch drinking coffee, went in, got another cup, and my sister...
Is this where you're talking about October 11th?
Yes.
Yeah, right, okay.
My sister went in because she didn't feel good. And I stayed there and probably at least a couple hours.
Okay. Drinking your coffee?
Yeah,
Okay.
looking at the phone.
Okay. But you said he goes to school at 8:15?
He did then, yes.
He did then, okay. Back in 22, right?
Yeah.
Obviously, he's older now, right? And at some point that morning when you're on your porch, did you hear something out of
Yes,
the
I
ordinary?
did. I heard a scream.
You heard a scream, okay. What direction? Where
This
did you hear?
direction.
So you're pointing to your left, correct?
Yes.
Would that be towards 1270 then?
Yes.
All right. What time do you think you heard that?
Well, before I went in,
Sometime after he left?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Hours, a couple hours.
Okay, all right. Well, let me ask you this first. So how old are you right now?
I'm 75.
Okay, so you would have been
73.
73 on October 11th of 22? And do you have any hearing issues?
Yes, I wear hearing aids.
Okay. Do you have your hearing aids in now?
Yes, I do.
Okay, all right. Did you have your hearing aids in on that morning on October 11th?
See, I don't remember if I
Okay.
had them in or not. Usually I wear them
Okay.
as soon as I get up, but you know, if I'm just sitting on the porch, sometimes I don't wear them. So I can't say yes and I can't say no.
Okay, all right, fair enough. What'd you think when you heard that scream?
Well, I didn't know what it was. It was, can I give an example?
Sure.
It was like you opened a door and something flew at you. It was just a like that.
Okay,
Maybe 5-6 seconds.
okay.
But there's so many little kids in our neighborhood that I didn't know if it was a kid. I mean, you don't call the police because you hear a scream.
Mhm.
I mean, I don't.
Okay.
There'd be police in our neighborhood all the time.
Okay.
But that was what I heard.
Okay.
And it was from this direction.
You're pointing to your left.
Yeah, to my left.
Okay.
It wasn't from over here. It was from over here.
Towards Toby and Rochelle's
Yeah.
house.
Yeah.
Okay. And so you said, I think you said you went back inside.
I did in a little while because I went in to fix breakfast.
Okay. And then at some point, did you come back out?
Yeah, all hell had broke loose.
Okay. And what do you mean by that?
Well, there were tons of policemen
Mm-hmm.
and women, and Toby was running down the steps screaming, "She's dead, she's dead." There's 3 of them. There was 3 of them. And
Okay.
I didn't know. I never ever saw anybody until that moment come out of that house.
Okay.
That's all I saw and heard was a scream.
Okay. All right. Can I have 1 second?
You may.
Ma'am, I appreciate you testifying. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hahn. Cross-examination, Mr. Wilder.
Morning, ma'am. I got a few questions for you. If you don't hear those, or
That's fine.
if you're confused in any way, just let me know, okay? So we saw the picture there. So your front porch where you sat and you had your coffee, and where
Yes.
you were that morning, you heard that scream. And then we're talking, what, 25, 30 feet away from the front porch of the
Yep.
parish,
Yes.
where Toby and Rochelle were, right?
Yes?
You could throw your coffee cup and probably hit their porch or that close to them. Is
Oh,
that
yeah.
fair? Right? I think you identified this, but was your sister in the picture with you on the porch?
Yes.
You said you were the taller head person back
Yes.
with your sister, and your sister is Linda,
Yes.
and you referred to her as Sissy?
Yeah.
during your- okay. You mentioned during your testimony that police are in our neighborhood all the time. Did I get that correct?
Yeah, off and on. Yeah, a lot of kids in our neighborhood.
But your testimony wasn't the police are in your neighborhood a lot. Is that fair?
I said I didn't want the
Right.
police. Call the police. You don't call the
Okay.
police for everything.
All right, let's approach, please.
So yes, Ann Mayer's there. She's the neighbor. She heard a scream. She's aggravated robbery for a credit union. So I love a witness that gives an example. Can I give an example? Yeah. Sorry, because that's Rochelle. That's Rochelle that she was saying was screaming. So anyway. All right, so we're into day 2 of the Toby Madden trial, and I'm not going to fast forward through these sidebars because you never know if he's going to freak out. I wonder if he's got a shock vest on. See his vest? See his back there? I wonder if he's got a little shock thing going on there. Hey, Abe, how are you? Good morning.
Ma'am, you said you've lived at the residence we saw in the picture since you were 5 years old?
Until I left home when I was like 18 or 19.
Okay. 2 years ago, you said you were 73 years old, still living in that house?
Yes.
In the year or two prior to that, did police have to respond to your neighborhood often?
No more than any other neighborhood.
So would the police come out once a week or less?
Oh, no.
Was there a lot of drug activity near the residence you had on Parish?
Well, there were some, yes.
And when you say, when I ask you about drug activity, you're talking about people appearing on the influence of drugs, people selling drugs? What kind of drug stuff did you see?
I never saw anyone sell drugs.
So what kind of drug activity did you
I've
see?
seen people laying on the ground with syringes in their hand, but I've never seen actual buying and selling. I don't think I did. Of course, I don't know. I don't know anything about drugs. We never had drugs when I was growing up.
These people you would see with syringes in their arm, was this near your home? Mm-hmm. Is that yes?
Yes.
Sorry.
That's all right.
Is this something you would observe when you're out on the porch in your
Yes.
morning routine?
Morning, afternoon, early evening.
Were you pleased to see that Rachelle and Toby had moved in next door?
I was pleased to see Rachelle
Okay.
because she was very nice and sociable.
All right. Is it fair to say that the people who'd been in and out of that house before Rachelle were people that you weren't too fond of?
Yes.
Were there any people that may have been engaging in the drug activity you described going in and out of that house that
Yes.
Rachelle had occupied?
Before they came there.
All right.
Yes.
And isn't it true that 2 weeks before Rachelle moved in, there were people at 1270 Parish and they invited you in to look at the house?
Yeah, there were people fixing it up. I had been in there when I was a kid.
Okay. But did they invite you in the house to take a look at it?
Mm-hmm.
And those 2 weeks before Rachelle showed up at Parish, what kind of condition was the house in?
Well, they were renovating it, like putting in new cabinets and new flooring and...
I may have been confusing there. I'm talking about before you even know who Rachelle is. Did you enter the property 2 weeks
Yes,
before?
that's what I mean.
Oh, okay. Someone
was renovating inside,
Okay.
putting up new cabinets and counters and flooring.
Had you ever been in the house without these things you just described?
When I was a kid. But no, that's the only time I've been in that house since I was a child.
Did you notice the broken windows on 1270 Parish?
I never noticed anything like that, no.
Did you ever go inside the 1270 Parish residence with Rachelle at all?
No.
The workers who invited you into the house, was that Toby or Rachelle?
They weren't there yet. They didn't live there then.
So was this like a moving company, or do you remember who these movers
I guess
were?
the landlord or the real estate people hired them. I don't know who hired them.
You're outside every day on your porch. Did you see these movers carrying junk out of the house?
No.
Did you see them take anything out of 1270 Parish?
No.
You just know that they may have been working on this.
Yeah, they had cabinets sitting on the floor, and they were putting in new counters. It was two men.
Did you ever see Toby at the residence at 1270 Parish?
Not until they moved in.
Okay. Isn't it true that Rachelle was usually gone and Toby was there?
Yes.
So how many times did you think you saw Toby at Parish? Was it daily?
Probably, yes.
Did you ever tell anyone from law enforcement that you were finally going to have good neighbors?
Yes.
And did you say neighbors?
Yeah, I said, we had met Rachelle, and I said we were finally going to have a good neighbor.
Because you had not had very good experience with the people who had
No,
lived
it was a
close.
rental house.
Right, and there have been drug people in and out of that house. Is
Been
that
all
fair?
kinds of people in and out of that house.
I want to talk to you about the scream that you heard. Did you just hear one scream or did you hear multiple?
One scream, about 7 seconds maybe long.
And I know you described it as someone opened the door, someone screaming, your testimony is that scream or what you heard was 5, 6, 7 seconds long?
And I never heard another thing.
Could you describe it as a male-female voice?
No.
Could you, had you ever spoken to Rachelle out of the properties?
Yeah.
Yes. Were you able to decide if that was her scream?
No, I never thought about it. It was like a high-pitched scream. So I don't know if that would be a woman or a man. But it was a high-pitched scream.
Did you just hear the one scream or did you
One
hear
scream.
others? Did you hear any arguments?
Nope.
Did you hear anybody yelling at somebody
Nope.
else? Did you hear anything which would have sounded like furniture toppling over onto the floor?
No.
And again, the picture showed us you're pretty close to that
Yes.
residence, correct?
Yes.
When you've lived next door, were you ever able to hear other things from within the house, like music or tools?
Oh, yeah. You can hear that boom, boom, boom. You know, young kids, boom, boom, boom.
Did you ever hear tools being used on the inside when Mr. Madden was in? Mm-hmm. So yes.
Yeah.
To your knowledge, was he trying to help with the renovation at all?
I don't know. The renovation was finished when they moved in. I mean, as finished as it was, I hadn't been back in the house, so I don't know how much was finished.
You said you heard this scream. Now, how long did you were on the porch, correct?
Mm-hmm.
How long did you stay on the porch until you went inside?
I don't know, close to maybe 10:45, somewhere around there, 10:30ish, 11, 10:45. I don't remember exactly, but it was later than 10 o'clock.
Well, don't worry so much about the timing of it,
Okay.
as I'm trying to figure out how long, like how many minutes. Not did you look at
After
the
the
clock?
scream?
Yeah, after the
Oh, I don't
scream,
know.
did you immediately go in the house?
No.
Or you sit out there for 15 more
No,
minutes?
because I didn't know what it was. I didn't know. I didn't know if it was a kid over there screaming. I didn't know. I know it come from this side, and it was a high-pitched scream.
All right.
But I just went back to looking at the phone, and then I said, well, I'll go fix breakfast.
Okay, so just to be clear, you did hear the scream, and then you went back to your phone, went
Yeah.
back to your food.
I was outside for maybe
Okay.
15 minutes or so, I guess, and I went in and fixed breakfast.
All right. Where was your sister at when
She
you
went
heard the
in earlier because she didn't feel good.
scream? So when you heard the scream out on your porch, your sister was not next to you?
Right.
You said you stayed out there for approximately 15 minutes after the scream. Did you see anybody come into the residence or leave the residence?
No, I never saw anything.
At some point, you said Toby was running down the street screaming. Is that what you
No,
said?
I said down the stairs.
Upstairs. I'm
We're
sorry.
on the high side of the street.
Yes.
Our property's up, across the street is flat. And he was coming down the steps. I don't know, they probably have 10 or 15 steps to come down off the porch.
Yeah, your residences and porches are lit up off.
Yeah, it's up, yeah.
Up and out there. So you heard Toby screaming while going down these steps towards
Yeah.
the road? Mm-hmm. And when you observed this, were police already on the scene? Mm-hmm. Is that a yes? I'm sorry.
Yes, I'm sorry,
It's,
yes.
it's okay. I do it too.
That's
For the
all right.
record, we got to know if that's a yes. All right. So when you observed this, police were already there. Do you know how many police cars were out there? Did you know?
Oh, my. A lot.
Was there
a lot.
Was there an ambulance out there at the time you remember?
I don't remember.
So, you saw Toby go down the steps screaming. What did he say?
He said, she's dead, somebody killed her, there were 3 of them.
Where did he go to? He went down the steps. Where did he?
And he came over right in front of my property, right in front of where we were sitting. And there was a policeman that came on this side of him and a policeman that came on this side of him. Because I started to go down to find out what was wrong with him, because he was...
Was he hysterical?
Yeah, you could say that.
Was there any calmness to him at all?
No.
Did you notice anything on his hands? If his hands were bloody at all? Did he have any weapons or anything in
No.
his hands? Did he make any other statements other than what
That's
you...
all he said.
Did he try to run away from the police?
Nope.
Is that the only time that you saw Toby that day? Is when
Yes.
when he was going down the steps screaming?
Yes, sir.
What about Rachelle? Did you see her at any point that day?
No. I was wondering, because the dog was always there. She had a dog, he had a dog, a big old sloppy thing. Old,
Right.
2 steps, go to sleep. And I wondered where the dog was all day.
Yeah. So you didn't see the dog at all?
Not until much later
What when you say much later, this is after the police had...
in the afternoon.
Okay, I understand. Just give me 1 minute, Judge. That's all I have. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any redirect, Mr. Hahn?
Yes, Your Honor. And Mr. Wilder just asked you, I believe that you were pleased to see Toby and Rachelle move in, and I think you said you were glad to see Rachelle move in, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Were you not glad to see Toby move in?
Toby was strange.
What do you mean by that?
I don't really know, but he was always over at the house wanting something.
Whose house?
My house.
Come over to your house?
Yes.
What do we mean? He wanted something?
He wanted to use the Wi-Fi, he wanted to use the telephone, he wanted to, and no.
Okay.
Now, when I say this, he was like on something crazy. He wasn't normal.
Okay. Did he make you nervous?
Yeah, very.
Okay. Would you say you were scared of him?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a
Yeah,
yes?
yes.
Okay. All right. Hang on 1 second. Ma'am, thank you. That's all I have.
Anytime that you've met with anybody to discuss how you feel about Mr. Madden is after he'd been arrested and charged with murder. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. You said he was strange and you were scared around him. Did you ever tell Detective Botts that he didn't appear to be a mean person?
Well, he didn't appear to be mean. He was just different.
Okay. Isn't it true you also told Detective Botts that he didn't seem like a murderer?
No. I
You're
don't
denying?
remember saying that.
Are you denying that you told Detective Botts in an interview that you said Toby Madden did not appear to you to be a murderer?
I don't remember saying that.
Objection, Your Honor.
Approach, please.
All right, so that's Ann Mayer. She's a neighbor, and she's awaiting sentencing for robbing a credit union. But she heard the scream. She's the neighbor that heard the scream. She saw Toby come running down the steps saying, she's dead, she's dead. There was 3 of them. She wasn't sure if it was a female that screamed or not. She also thought it could be kids because there's, I guess, a school that's nearby. She says Toby was strange. And he was always over at her house using the Wi-Fi and the phone. He wasn't normal. He made her very nervous and she was afraid of him. Jane, I'd want her as my friend in jail. She seems pretty genuine. I like the one time where she's like, and he's like, is that a yes? And she's like, yes. And he says, sorry. And she says, that's okay. Hey, Tyler, she robbed a credit union. She robbed a credit union. And she's waiting sentencing. Crunchy Frog, how are you? Welcome in. Yes, Grampy, we did. We showed this September of 2024. It was we were only a few months old as a channel when we aired this originally, and we had to erase it because of YouTube, and we want to get it back into our library. So that's why we're re-showing it. But if you missed day one, right out of the gates, before even opening statement started, Toby was turned into the gallery, and he was going on about to his daughter, who testified initially or thereafter, and he was saying, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do it, all this stuff.
Maybe probably you remember the question.
Yes.
You do?
Yes.
What's your answer?
I don't remember saying that.
Okay. When you say you don't remember, does that mean you're denying that you ever made it, or you just don't recall if you told Detective
I don't
Fox that?
recall.
All right. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, ma'am, you may step down. Thank you.
Your Honor, we do. She's not subject to recall by us.
And thank you, Deputy Sergeant. Okay, next witness, please.
Statement called Detective Aaron Huckman.
State may proceed with its examination.
Sorry. Good morning.
Good morning.
Tell everybody your name and occupation, please.
Aaron Huckey. I'm a detective with the City of Hamilton Police Department.
And how long have you been with Hamilton Police Department?
21 years.
And how long have you been a detective?
8 years.
Okay. What are your duties as a Hamilton Police Department detective?
As a detective, I investigate crimes that happen and occur within the City of Hamilton.
Okay. And what is your training and education to be a police officer in general?
Yep. I went to the D. Russell Lee Police Academy. After graduation, was hired on after being promoted. I went to the multiple different OPATA courses for crime scene tech as well as photography.
Okay. And is that that training go to being a detective also then?
Yes.
Okay. Any other training you have, or is that
I have
formal or informal?
Also have training for the Faro 3D scanner,
Okay.
as well as bullet trajectory.
Okay. And were you requested on October 11th of 2022 to respond out to 1270 Parish Avenue?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And that's in the city of Hamilton, Butler County, Ohio?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And what purpose were you called out there for?
My Lieutenant Patrick Erb, called me and asked if I would process a scene at 1270 Parish.
Okay. And what does that mean to process a scene?
Overall, to photograph and then collect evidence.
Okay. So what time did you arrive there at 1270 Parish?
Approximately 1 p.m.
Okay. And other officers, they got there about an hour then before you?
Yes.
So what was the scene when you arrived there around 1?
Upon my arrival, the scene had already been taped off to include the street just west of the residence, as well as north and south of the residence, and the rear alley of the residence.
Okay. Officers everywhere doing different tasks, I assume?
Yes.
Okay. And what, why don't you explain to the jury what tasks were you there to perform then?
Upon my arrival, I met with Officer Katie Johnson. She described to me what actions she had taken. I knew that Detective Tony Keep had already been securing a search warrant for the residence. So while I waited for that search warrant to be signed and approved, I went ahead and started taking photographs of the exterior of the residence.
Okay. How long did it take before you got the search warrant and then you got to actually go into the residence?
I would say approximately 45 minutes or so.
Okay. So I'm going to ask you about all the pictures you took here in a second.
Sure.
So just trying to do it all at once. So you went around the entire exterior of the house and took photographs?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And once you got the search warrant and went in, did you then enter the residence at 1270?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Did you notice anything as soon as you went in the house?
Immediately upon entering the residence for an initial walkthrough, I smelled an overwhelming smell of rubbing alcohol within the residence, specifically within that first two rooms, right
Okay.
inside the front door.
And you took note of that?
Yes.
Okay. Does that indicate anything to you?
To me, it would be used as...
Approach, please.
So again, this trial is from September 2024. Let's see, I had it in day one. Let me go find that and put it in the description for you guys. September 23rd through the 27th. So we are rewatching it because we had to remove it from our library because this was before I was on screen. And we wanted to revisit it again because we want to get it back into our library.
I'm going to move on from that.
Sure.
But, so you said you smelled the rubbing alcohol. Then when you go in, what's the next thing you did once you entered the residence?
I began to just do an initial walkthrough of the residence. So that's going room by room and observing just the overall layout of the residence as well as possible items of evidence.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Bruce.
You may.
Mr. Wilder, is the 1 through 69. I'm going to have you look at, and then 209, I believe it is.
1 to 69, and then,
Yeah, and then 1 through 69 on there, and then 209.
all right, I got it, thanks.
All right, Detective, I'm going to have you just, can you briefly flip through 1 through 69, and then look at 209 when you get done with the first ones, and then once you've looked at all, but let me know once you've looked at all those. Take a look at the evidence real quick.
All right, well, while the good detective there looks through all these images, these photos, let's take a moment, and if you have not hit the like button, please do so. We're at 95 likes. Let's see if we can get up to 100 likes. If you are working and not in chat, just take a moment. If you can hear my voice, take a moment and make sure that you have hit the like button. And let's see if we can get ourselves up to, we're at 96 likes. We're going to get to 100 likes before the detective is finished flipping through all these crime scene photos. We have 150 of us watching and 97 likes. We're getting there. We're getting there, almost to 100 likes. Take a moment. Again, this trial is from September of 2024. We watched it previously, as Grampy there said that he met Tammy in this when we first watched this trial. So that's pretty cool. Oh, we're at 99 likes. Who's going to be number 100? 102 likes. Awesome. Thank you, guys. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. Fanny, Jenny G, welcome in. So good to see you guys today. Couldn't they just stipulate? Couldn't they just stipulate all these photos? I guess not. He has to look through them. 111 likes. Good job, guys. Thank you. Hey, 80s Music Man, welcome in. Thank you for joining us. So this trial took place in Hamilton, which is just north of Cincinnati, southwest of Dayton, Ohio. It's in the southwest corner of Ohio. Lots and lots of pictures. Northwest, yeah. Just wondering why he just didn't stipulate. Why didn't they just stipulate?
that one out of the sleeve.
Yep.
Can you please, exhibits 1 through 69, can you please identify what those are?
Photographs that I've taken of the scene.
Okay. And are those true and accurate and fair representation of the way the scene looked on October 11th of 2022 when you were there?
Yes, they are.
All right. And exhibit 209, can you please identify that one?
That's a diagram of the residence, the first floor as well as the second floor.
Okay. Did you create that?
Yes, I did.
And is that a fair representation of the floor plan of that the home at 1270 Parish and the way it looked on October 11th of 2022?
Yes, it is.
All right. I would ask that States Exhibit 1 through 69 and then 209 be admitted and permission to publish, Your Honor.
All right. Looks like 4, 6, 33, 45, 46, 47, 55, and 57 have already been admitted. So aside from those, do you have any objections to the other exhibits that are being offered at this time, Mr. Wilder?
No.
Okay, those will be admitted and they may be published.
All right. Let's start with number 1. All right, so we're going to go through these one by one, Detective. And there is, if you see here to your right down, if you step, there's a pointer on the outside of the witness box where you are if you want to, if you, here? Oh, can you might be able to, if you touch that screen in front of you, will it, can you draw circles on it or lines, or does it work with your finger?
Yeah, I'm just waiting for it done.
No. Okay, so we don't need the pointer then. It should be good. And I think if you go to the top left corner of the screen, or is it top right? Top right, you might be able to hit clear to get that, what you just put on there. Okay. All right, can you please describe to the jury what we're looking at here in State's Exhibit 1?
The exterior of the front to 1270 Parish Avenue.
Okay. And is that now Detective Johnson, I believe, standing on the front porch there?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Let's go to Exhibit 2. And again, please describe what we're looking at here.
Again, it's just a little bit altered view of the same front of 1270 Parish Avenue.
Okay. And are you aware of what is on the wall there in the bottom, I guess it's the bottom right corner of the picture?
Yes.
And what is, can you put a circle around it?
Yes.
And what did you just circle there?
I circled, it was a pack of cigarettes. Some of them are outside of the box.
Okay. All right. If you want to hit clear on that. All right. Let's go to State's Exhibit 3. And what are we looking at in State's Exhibit 3?
That's a closer view of the same pack of cigarettes with a few of them outside of the box.
Okay. State's Exhibit 4. And please describe this exhibit.
It's the front of 1270 Parish Avenue. It's an approach.
Okay. And the caution tape's up around the house?
Yes.
Let's go to State's Exhibit 5. What are we looking at here?
The steps leading up to the residence.
State's Exhibit 6. And what are we looking at in this one?
As we approach up the steps to the front door.
Okay. Doors open?
Yes.
Okay. Any damage to the door or any sign of a break-in that you saw?
No.
State's Exhibit 7. And again, I'm going to ask this question a lot. Please describe this to the jury.
This is the windows to the left as well as the left side of the front of the residence.
Okay. Now, is there anything of note in the window on the right there?
It would be a piece of board or something blocking the windows.
Okay. All right. And let's go on to State's Exhibit 8. I'm sorry, one second. Well, and I'm sorry, before we go to 8, is there you said there's a board inside. Can you just circle what you're talking about there?
Right here. in the residence, there's a board.
Okay.
Set
And
up
is there damage to the window itself?
No.
Okay. Down in the right corner of the right window, what am I seeing there? Is that
I believe that's to the screen, the window screen.
that's just damage to the window
screen.
Okay. No damage to the glass itself, though, correct?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Okay. Let's go on to number 8. And what are we looking at here?
Again, it's just an altered view of the same angle with showing the roof.
Okay. Number 9. And what is this picture of?
This is the area below that same set of windows showing the block windows for the basement.
And any damage to those block windows?
No.
Number 10. Again, what's this one?
The same windows again showing the board behind them.
Okay. Number 11. What are we looking at here?
A glimpse of both those windows, the top and the basement block windows, as well as the area just north of the residence showing the neighbor's house.
Okay. And that would be Ms. Mayer's house at 1260 on the left there?
Yes,
And this is still the front of the house, correct?
that's correct.
Okay. Let's go on to number 12.
This is an overview.
Okay.
This is an overview of the north side of the residence between the neighbor's house.
Okay. And how far would you say the houses are apart there, where the walls are?
Probably within 8 feet, 10 feet.
Okay. You still walk through there? You could fit through there?
Yes.
Okay. Any damage to the windows that we see on the pictures to 1270 there in the side of the house?
No.
Let's go on to number 13. And what are we looking at here?
An additional view showing down the north side of the 1270 Parish Avenue.
All right. And again, no damage to the windows there?
Correct.
It's the same windows we saw before.
Correct.
14. And what are we looking at in this picture?
This is one of the basement windows that's blocked with one of those vent screens, allowing you to open it up. That's on the north side of the residence.
Okay. And any damage to any of the glass blocks there?
No.
15? Or, well, hold on one second. What is the screen ripped out of that? Is that a window that you would crank open?
I believe so.
Okay. And is there any damage to that actual piece that moves itself, or are we just looking at the screen ripped?
Just the screen ripped.
Okay. 15, please. What are we looking at here?
That is a window from the north side of the residence.
Okay. These are the same 2 windows we've seen in the previous pictures, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And that, again, no damage?
Correct.
16.
Again, one of the same 2 windows, no damage.
17.
This is going to be the rear of the residence.
Okay, so that's the back door there?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know if that, when you went through the house and went through the outside, was that door locked or unlocked?
It was locked.
Any damage to that door?
Yes, there was.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yes, there was. Appeared to be It did have previous damage.
Previous damage, not. What do you mean by previous damage?
It was damaged, but it was still functioning as it should.
Okay. All right. And the screen door, are you talking about damage to the actual door itself, not that storm door on the, or which door are you, there's 2 doors?
Yeah, the actual, not the screen door.
Okay. All right. Where was that damage?
It was to the inside frame, the locking side of frame of the door, as well as dents to the door.
Okay. But again, that door was locked when you arrived on scene?
Yes.
Okay. Any damage to those windows that we see in the picture there?
No.
18, please.
Again, what are we looking at here?
Looking again at the rear of the residence, there's 3 windows, 2 of them for the first floor, and there are items stacked up or blocking the view into and out of the windows.
Okay, so those are items inside the house that you couldn't see out of the windows?
That's correct.
19, please. And please describe this one.
Just again, an overall of the back of the residence.
20. What are we looking at in this one?
Closer view of the back door.
Okay. And where did you see? Can you see the damage in this picture?
Yes.
Where can you circle it? Where you saw damage?
It would be off to the right of the 2 door handles.
Okay. And there are 2 deadbolts, though, correct? Or 2 locks? Is that fair to say?
2 locks, yes.
2 locks.
Yes.
And they were both functioning.
Yes.
If you want to get clear
Yep.
there. 21, please. And what are we looking at in State's Exhibit 21?
This is going to be an overview of the south side of the residence, leading back to the front of the house.
Okay, so if you were on the street, this would be the right side of the house if you were looking at the house from the street, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And air conditioning unit out there?
Yes.
And then 2, or I guess there's 3 windows, isn't there?
3 windows.
Okay. Any damage to those windows?
One of the windows does have damage to it.
What kind of damage?
Damage to the glass.
Okay. I believe we'll see that in a photo coming up here. Let's go to 22. What are we looking at in this picture?
This is a photo of the front bedroom glass window.
Okay. And is there damage to this window?
Yes.
Just circle where it is, please. Okay. Is the glass intact?
Partially.
Is it missing out of anywhere, or?
Yes, it's missing out of this area right here.
Okay. All right. And then there's some tape. Tape at the bottom there?
Yes, down here.
Okay. And you can clear that out there. Hang on 1 second, Ron. I'm sorry, I had you cleared out. I shouldn't have. Can you circle where the hole is in the glass again? Okay. Is that hole there, is that, could a person fit through that?
No.
Okay. Now you're clear. Thank you. 23. What are we looking at in 23?
This is an above view of the same window.
Okay.
An angle showing the top half of the window.
Okay. And is that glass intact on 23?
Yes.
Or, I'm sorry, at the top half that's intact?
Yes.
Okay. 24. Well, what do we have here?
Again, this is a block window for the basement with one of those vent openings.
Okay. And again, is there any damage to that?
No.
25. And what are we looking at in this one?
This is another basement vent window with the glass block.
Okay. Is this a different one than 24?
Yes, this is
Okay.
further down the residence, closer to the street.
Closer to the Parish Avenue?
Yes.
Okay. And any damage to that window?
No.
Thank you. 26. What do we have here?
These are the remaining 2 windows for the front room of the residence.
All right. And how high are those windows off the ground, would you say?
I'd estimate about 8 feet or so.
Okay. Could you, so fair to say you couldn't stand there on your feet and look in those windows?
Correct.
Okay. Any damage to those windows?
No.
27. And please describe this one.
And this is from looking back the way we just traveled, looking back towards the back of the residence.
Okay. Just a different view of those same photos, same windows we just looked at, correct?
Correct.
28. And what do we have here?
This is a GMC Terrain that was parked immediately in front of the residence.
Okay. And do we know whose vehicle that is?
Yes,
And whose vehicle is that?
it would be the victims.
Would that be Rachelle Brewsaugh's vehicle?
That's correct.
Any damage to that vehicle? Or that you saw or noticed of anything?
No.
29, please. And what are we looking at here?
This is the top of the front porch leading up to the front door of the residence with a partially burnt or smoked cigarette.
Okay. We'll come back to that then. Okay. And that's the doors open, correct?
Correct.
That's the front door, right?
Yes.
30?
This is a closer view of the same cigarette.
Okay. And did you collect that cigarette?
Yes.
Okay. I'll keep going through the pictures and then we'll come back to that later. 31, please. What do we have here?
It's getting entry into the front door of the residence, into the front room, immediately off the front door.
Any damage to the door there?
No.
Okay. And is that Ms. Brewsaugh on the floor in the back of the picture?
Yes.
And 32? What are we looking at in this picture?
This is the interior of that same front door with the door shut.
And was the door functioning?
Yes.
Door lock functioning?
Yes.
Okay. Both the deadbolt and the lock on the handle there?
Yes.
33? What do we have in this picture?
This is an overview of the victim lying face up immediately inside the front room of that residence.
Is this how she was found when Detective Johnson arrived, or Officer Johnson at the time? Or had she been moved at any point here?
I don't believe so.
Okay.
This is how she was when I arrived.
Okay. 34? What are we looking at in this picture?
Additional view showing down the wall, as well as some of the blood and some of the furniture within that room.
And what is that? May I approach the screen?
You may.
Thank you.
What are we looking at? What is this in the window here?
In the window, it is a floor sample. When you go to buy flooring, you can take some of the samples. And it's one of those boards to bring back to the residence, try to pick out flooring.
Okay. And I believe that at the bottom on the windowsill there's blood on either side of that floor sample board, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And approach again. This, I know we'll see other pictures of it, but what is this? What are we looking at right here?
It's a cabinet that's been knocked down.
Okay. And what is this piece of furniture here or wood?
The top of a table that's leaning up against the wall.
Okay. All right. Can I have 1 second?
Sure.
Detective down in the corner by Rachelle's foot here, is that, what do we have here?
That's a broken lamp.
Okay. And is it sitting on the floor?
Yes.
Okay. Is it, you say it's broken? Is that
Well, the top part of the lamp is broken.
the shading part?
Yes.
35? And what are we looking at in this State's Exhibit 35?
An additional overall view of the same corner.
Okay. Blood on the floor?
Blood on the floor.
Okay, just point out where the blood is, please.
As well as the trim board. And we have additional spatter back in this general area here. And then here on this frame.
Okay, and is this,
May I approach the screen again? Can I just go?
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
and Detective, is this also blood right here, or is that something else?
I would have to look at an additional view.
Okay, all right, fair enough. State's Exhibit, yeah, thank you. State's Exhibit 36. And what are we looking at in this photo?
These are the two windows from the inside for the front room.
Okay. Any blood up in those windows?
There will be some here. There's some here on this,
Okay.
as well as some in this general area here, and then on top of this ledge here, there will be some.
Okay, thank you. 37? What do we have in State's Exhibit 37?
This will be more of an interior shot showing that cabinet lying on the ground, as well as the victim's left arm and some additional blood.
Okay. You can see the wounds on Ms. Brewsaugh in this picture, in her arm, her torso.
Yes.
And that cabinet, is it on its? It's laying on the front side. That's the back of it that we're seeing up in the air, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Was there blood on that piece of furniture?
Yes.
Where do you, if you recall where it is, or if it's not in this picture, we can go to another.
It's not. It's.
And that's fine.
Yeah, I would need that additional view
Okay,
to
that's fine.
act.
All right.
Correct.
38. What are we looking at in this picture?
This is the couch with blankets and bedding that's within that same bedroom, or correction, within that same room.
Is this the front room as you enter the house?
Correct.
Okay. And this is the same room that her body's in?
Yes.
What is marked as number 3 there?
That would be a cell phone.
Okay. It's on 39. Hey, one second. Thirty. What are we looking at in this picture?
This is going to be, my back is immediately to the front door, looking left into the second front room that connects to where the victim is.
Fair to say this is the pathway that so the front door would be basically here, for lack, am I correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And is this the path that you would take to go to the basement then?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. And is there blood in this picture also?
Yes, there is.
Where?
There's going to be blood on the top of this box here. And then there, here, as well as, and it'll show on this piece of board.
Okay. It's 140. And what do we have in State's Exhibit 40?
This is immediately turning to the right of the last photo, showing an overview of the victim as well as the front door and the window.
Okay. And again, you can see the wounds on Rachelle in this picture.
Yes.
41. What do we have in this picture?
This is on the other side, so I've been standing between the cabinet and the couch, facing towards that second room at the front of the residence.
Okay, and where would her, I'll just have you circle, where would her body be in relation to this picture?
Over in that direction.
Okay. All right. 42, or, well, hold on a second one. Is there blood on this cabinet in this picture, or is this not the...
No, not on this picture. It would have been on this side over here.
Okay, all right, fair enough. Thank you. 42? What do we have in State's Exhibit 42?
This would have been to the left of the couch. We have a black bag as well as some clothing and drinks and a clear container.
Okay. And that black bag was collected by you or other detectives, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. 43. And what do we have in this view here?
This is going to be an overview of the second room, depicting the board that I previously stated had blood footprints on it, as well as a small couch with bedding material on it and additional items on a small table into the back.
Okay. And is there blood on any items there besides the board, or?
There was a small drop on this item here.
All right, and that looks like that would be the lid to that white container there, is that correct?
That's correct.
44. And what do we have in this one?
This is an approach angle into the kitchen of the residence.
Okay. Any blood splatter in this picture, or not in this one?
Not in this picture.
Okay. 45. What did we have in this picture?
This is an overview of the kitchen area in the process of being remodeled.
Okay, so this room is actually a kitchen. It just doesn't have the appliances. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And what are the other rooms in this picture?
In this direction is back towards the basement and that back door.
Okay.
Through this area will be the front bedroom, what we call the front bedroom. Yeah.
Sure.
And then through here, where that light's coming from, is the bathroom. But then back here, straight back, is a second back bedroom.
Okay.
To that.
46. And what do we have in State's Exhibit 46?
This is an additional interior view of the back door.
Okay. And what is of note in this photograph?
Of note is the two locking mechanisms here and here.
Okay. And what else is that? What is that board or dark object to the right of the locking, over on the other side of the door?
I believe it's just a large piece of plastic.
Okay, it was laying up there. And then is this the piece in the middle, that sawhorse-looking thing? Is that up against the door?
No, it's not. That's actually closer to us. There's going to be stairs, I believe, 2 or 3 right in this area.
Okay.
So that's on our level.
Okay. All right. Very good.
First floor level, I should say.
Okay. 47. And what are we looking at in State's Exhibit 47?
Again, an additional view of those locks.
Okay. Close up of both of those deadbolts are locked, correct?
Yes.
Okay. 48. What do we have in this picture?
This is an approach angle to the bathroom.
All right. Doors open. Is that what we see at the floor there? Is that dirt or something at that point, or you're not, or do you know? Or do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I know. Yeah, it's down here at the bottom. I believe it's just dirt.
Okay. All right. 49. And what do we have in State's Exhibit 49?
Immediately inside the bathroom to the right, there's the door with a small bag hanging off the handle, as well as the sink.
Okay. And anything of note in this picture?
Within the sink, I saw what appeared to be brown spots that had been washed or basically washed blood.
Okay. And where, can you just circle where that is?
Yeah.
Thank you. What is that? What are those items on the other items on the sink? Just can you tell us what those are?
Well, we have soap. We have, this is like a,
Which one are you pointing?
oh, I'm sorry. This is some soap. Additional, I believe these are deodorant. Toothbrush. I can't recall exactly what this is. I believe this may be a lighter of some sort.
Okay. All right. Thank you. It's on 50. And what do we have in State's Exhibit 50?
Additional view showing some of that same sink, as well as the toilet with cleaning supplies on the top and the tub.
Okay. And there's, looks like one, is that a toilet bowl cleaner?
Yes.
That works. And then what's the one behind it?
I believe it's an overall just bathroom cleaner, or surface cleaner.
Okay. And then also in this picture, again, can you see the blood that you pointed out in State's Exhibit 49? Thank you. Clear that out. 51. What do we have in this picture?
And this is going to be walking into the front bedroom.
Okay. And is that, those aren't stairs back there, are they?
No, it's not.
Okay. So that door's just open to that bedroom, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. 52. And what do we have in this picture?
This is a lower overall view of that front bedroom, what we call a front bedroom.
Okay. Any blood back here?
No.
And again, what do we have here?
We have items of clothing with 2 cell phones lying on the clothing.
All right. And is that that's a piece of furniture, correct?
Yes, it is.
Would that be a nightstand or something? Or I can't tell what that is. Or a small dresser or cabinets?
It's a cabinet. I don't remember exactly what type of cabinet it was.
54. What do we have in this picture?
This is coming down to the basement. I'm in the basement looking back up
Okay.
those stairs.
Do you recall if the basement was lit or dark when you went down there?
It was dark. There was no access to lighting down in the basement.
Okay, so no overhead lighting in the basement or no string to pull a
Correct.
light bulb or anything like that? No
Correct.
switches on the wall?
Correct.
How was this lit up then?
That would have been lit up with my camera,
Okay.
the camera flash.
Okay, all right. 55. And again, is this lit up from your camera flash, or did you put lighting down there to do this?
This is with my camera flash.
Okay. And what are we looking at in this picture?
The interior of the first room, when you come down the steps to the basement, my back is to the stairs leading down to the basement at this time.
Okay. And where does that door lead to?
An additional open room. This way is an additional open room underneath the front of the residence, and then there is a smaller room back to the left as well.
Okay. 56. And which room is this leading to?
Going to the right towards underneath the front of the residence.
Okay. So from State's Exhibit 55, this would be that door you just pointed out on the right, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And again, not lit up anywhere in the basement?
That's correct.
57. And what do we have here?
Looks like additional painting supplies, miscellaneous building supplies, a bucket with additional items, and the furnace.
Okay. And is there anything of note on the floor that you noticed?
I see items, looks like some sort of prints, but I'm not exactly certain what those are.
Okay, fair enough. 58. What do we have in State's Exhibit 58?
An additional view tilted up, showing more of that workbench area, the bucket, and the furnace.
What's in that bucket? What's the red handle?
Red handle is some sort of like a broom type handle.
Was there anything on the other end of that handle?
I don't know.
Okay, all right. Is that some plastic coming out of the bucket, or what is that?
Yes.
59. What do we have in State's Exhibit 59?
This is a large amount of clothing, as well as another broom off to the left, a toothbrush, and other items.
Okay. Yeah. 1 second, Your Honor.
Yes.
Sorry.
And this is, again, this is that room off to the right, the same one that you said, and when you came down the stairs, this would have been the other bedroom off to the right, or is this the smaller bedroom on the left?
No, we're still in the same room as the prior photo.
Okay.
Our back is now to that workbench.
Okay, all right. 60. And what do we have in State's Exhibit 60?
We're now standing from the previous photo angle, looking back towards the door to this room would have been over in this general area. Here's the furnace, and then additional clothing and miscellaneous items.
Okay.
The water heater.
61. And what do we have in State's Exhibit 61 here?
We have a cell phone as well as a wallet and a green fleece sleeveless jacket.
Okay. Vest?
Yes, vest.
Okay. All right. And
As well as a gray shirt to the right.
Okay. All right. And the 9 and the 10 are marking what?
9 is marking the cell phone, 10 is marking the wallet.
Okay. And again, these photographs were taken on the day of October 11th, correct?
That's correct.
62. And again, what do we have here on 62?
These are additional photos. This time the 11 is the green fleece vest. 12 is for a SIM card from a cell phone, and 13 is for a key with a red plastic portion to it.
63. And what do we have in State's Exhibit 63?
This is a view of that front window showing that floor sample.
Okay. And still blood on the window sill and the window frame?
Yes.
64. What did we have here in 64?
An additional view of that same window with that floor sample moved.
Okay. So this, you removed that floor sample to take this photograph?
Yes.
In order to show, I guess, the whole window?
Yes.
And then is there blood on the floor also?
Yes, there is.
Is that a dog bowl or
Yeah.
dog dish at the bottom?
Yes, it is.
65. Again, what do we have in 65?
Additional view showing the white patterns of the blood.
66. What do we have in State's Exhibit 66?
This is of that interior, right when we walked into the front door to the left. When you shut the door, this would be the wall immediately to your left, showing blood spatter.
Okay. And you just show us where the mark on there, where the blood splatter is, please?
Here. These are additional.
Okay. And are those in the middle one that you circled, are those tracks of where it was dripping down the wall?
Yes.
67? And what do we have in 67?
This is going to be on an adjacent wall of a close-up view.
Different wall than we just looked at in 66, correct?
Yes.
And with adjacent, when you say adjacent, what do you mean?
This one's-
Where's this in relation to 66?
This one's directly behind us.
Okay, from the other wall?
Yes.
All right. And that, I'll call it a ruler, or is that something that you put there?
Yes.
Okay, and what is that to you, that ruler? What do you use that for?
It's a scale to show the overall scale, so we would be able to pull that up and know that if this scale is at this, how many inches this is, then we could scale the rest of the...
Okay. And how many inches is that scale you're using?
It is, I believe it's 3 inches.
Okay. And that blood splatter is, can you just point out what all is blood splatter on there, please? Thank you. 68. And what do we have in State's Exhibit 68?
This is the blood on the cabinet. The cabinet is now standing upright.
Okay.
We lifted it up and stood it upright.
Okay. Members of the
Underneath.
Hamilton Police Department lifted that and stood it up.
Yes.
This is the one that we saw earlier that was lying face down, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And what are we looking at on in this picture on the side of it?
We have some blood here, as well as some right here.
Okay. And am I fair to say that to the left of this, this side here would be the front of the cabinet?
Yes.
And this is the side that was laying face down? Correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. 69, please. And what do we have in State's Exhibit 69?
This is an additional view of the front door, again with the scale and additional blood.
Okay. I'm sorry, you said this is the front door?
Yes.
Okay. And that, again, is that a 3-inch scale that you put on there?
Yes.
And please show us where the blood is here. Thank you.
Yep.
Now, okay. 1 second here. And I forgot to have you look at one. Can I approach the witness?
You may.
You still have a quote there?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to look at 238. If you could please flip through the exhibit book there and go to State's Exhibit 238 and identify that when you're trying to look please.
I've located it.
Okay, can you take a look at that and identify it, please?
Yes, it's a white folding knife located at the top of that cabinet that was originally laying down in the front room.
Okay, and is that a true and accurate representation of the way that knife was located when you were there on October 11th, 2022?
Yes.
All right. I would ask that State's Exhibit 238 be admitted and published.
Any objection?
No objection.
Okay, it'll be admitted and it may be published.
All right, so now please describe to the jury what we're looking at.
This is going to be like a crown molding feature of the cabinet that was face down on the floor.
This picture, this is while it's still face down on the floor, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yes. Within that, there was this folding knife here.
Okay. And is that what number 7 is signifying there?
Yes, it is.
All right. With that knife was collected, correct?
Yes.
And let's go to, actually, I think I have to switch to the other one. I have 209. It's 2 pages. Now, up on the big screen there, or I guess you said it on your screen. Can you please describe to the jury what we're looking at here in State's Exhibit 209?
Yeah, we're looking at a 2D view of a diagram of the residence.
Okay, and this would be the first floor of the house or the main floor?
Yes.
Okay, can you just point out each room and where the front door is? And
Front porch is going to be here.
I don't think, actually, I don't know if you can, is it drawn on there?
Might not be.
No, you might be.
Front porch? No, it's not letting me. But the
Okay, I'm
front.
going to have you flow up here. If you would, maybe step down. Sure. Just describe what you were going to do on the screen there.
So here's going to be the front porch where we made the original approach to the residence. Here's the front door. Here's the victim off to the right. That cabinet would have been laying here. The couch and those items would have been here with the phone. Additional items that evidence the additional front room, the kitchen, front bedroom, and the 2 cell phones, and the bathroom with the
Okay, and where is the, how do you get to the basement?
The basement would be, we would walk through here, walk through the back, and then this would be down to the basement. So you walk down 2 steps, there's a landing to that back door, take a left, there's an additional landing, or that's part of the same landing, and then you walk down those steps.
Okay, and let me go to the second page. And what are we looking at in the second page of 209?
Yep. Here we are walking down the steps through this door, through this room to the right, and then here is that open room in front, underneath the front of the residence, and this is the area that we located the jacket, the SIM card, wallet, and those items.
Where was that bucket that we saw, just to give a reference?
It was right here.
Okay, and the washing machine would have been where when you came down the steps, if you remember? Was that right by the steps, I believe?
Yeah, that was back over here.
Okay, all right. So, and then the other small room?
This is just like an empty additional storage type room.
Okay.
Back in that area. There was not much of anything back in that area.
All right, thank you. You can have seats. Detective, did you You said you collected that folding knife, correct?
Yes.
And did you also collect a cigarette?
Yes.
Which cigarette did you? Are you talking about the cigarette that was on the front porch?
Yes.
That we saw in the one picture of the up close right by the front door?
Yes.
Okay. May I approach the
You may.
So I'm going to hand you. I'll wait till you're ready there. Good. Yes. All right. I'm going to hand you. It's been marked as State's Exhibit 213, Mr. Wilder, and also 216. They're physical exhibits. Can you please take a look at 213 and 216 and identify both of these, please? And just for the record's sake, which one are you opening right now?
I'm opening 213.
Thank you. Okay.
The 213 is going to be the folding knife, the white handle that I collected from the top of that cabinet.
All right. And, Your Honor, I've asked that, and that is the same knife that you collected from the top of that cabinet on October 11th, 2022, correct?
That's correct.
I've asked that 213 be admitted into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, it'll be
And if I
admitted.
may, but can I just have him stand closer
Sure.
to the box and have him hold it up? Sure. Please just maybe walk down so that he can see it closer. Sorry, you get up. Thank you, Detective.
Yep.
Now, if you would open the other one, I believe it's 216, and identify 216 once you get it open now.
.216 is going to be the partially smoked, partially burnt end cigarette that I located on the front porch of the 1270 porch.
That's the same one that you found on October 11th,
Yes.
2022?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, I've asked that 216 be admitted.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, it'll be admitted.
Thank you. May I have 1 second?
Detective, I think that's all the questions I have for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, cross-examination?
Good afternoon, Detective.
Hello.
I may jump around a little bit here asking you questions, so if you get confused in any way, just let me know. I'll try to clarify for you. Is that fair?
That's fine. Thank you.
Mr. Wilder, can you put up your photos just on the ground?
Appreciate that. Were you involved with any search warrant executions on that property? Or executing search warrants? Were you involved at all with any of those?
Yes.
Was it just one occasion, or was there another occasion that you went out?
There was a second occasion as well.
The evidence that you said you collected, that you just testified to, was that during the first search warrant execution or the second one?
Would have been during the first.
Okay. But you did say there was a second occasion that you went out for a search warrant execution.
Yes, sir.
You know how long after the first time you went and then the second time you went, what was the time range? How many days between?
I believe it was 15 days.
During those 15 days between the first search and the second search, was the scene secured?
No.
And when you say no, meaning there's no tape up?
Correct. No tape or law enforcement.
Okay. So after officers respond to the scene, and you're there on the day, the night of the 911 call and finding Rachelle dead. When you left the property there, and the days between that and the next search, there's no crime tape up at all. Is that fair?
Correct.
And no officers on scene to monitor if anybody's going in and out of that.
That's correct.
That's correct. You said that when you walked in, it was an overwhelming smell of, did you say rubbing alcohol or just alcohol? I'm sorry.
Rubbing alcohol.
Were there containers inside the house?
Yes.
How many containers?
2.
Do you know the approximate size of them?
I don't know how many ounces. It's a typical size that you can find at a grocery store.
Okay. If you would just show with your hands about how big the bottle.
Yeah, just a typical size that you would have.
Okay. Stuff that can fit easily into like a medicine cabinet.
Yes.
And you said there was 2 of those.
Yes.
Were they empty?
Yes.
When you were in the bathroom, did you smell that rubbing alcohol?
No.
But you said you smelled it as soon as you walked into the front door?
Yes.
Was that the only room in the house that you smelled that?
It would also have been into that second front room, but after that, no, not as much.
Where did you find the 2 bottles that you described? Where did you find those within the house?
In the front room.
Were those collected?
No.
Did you swab those for fingerprints?
No.
Did you have any interaction with Toby Madden the day that you were out there at the residence the first time?
No.
Did you even pass him at all? Was there any, like you're walking up, he's walking out?
No.
No interaction at all? So you wouldn't know whether or not Mr. Madden smelled of rubbing alcohol when he was arrested and taken away from the scene?
Correct.
Was there a knife collected from Rachelle's purse?
Yes.
Is that something you collected, or is that someone else collected that?
Detective Horton did.
Okay. The only reason I ask is it appears to be in your section of the report, but were you present when that was collected from the purse?
He notified me of what he had found.
Okay.
And asked me to respond to him.
Okay. Were you? So if I had a question about whether that knife that was in her purse was deformed or warped, is that a question for you, or should I ask him?
Probably Detective Horton.
Okay. And I apologize. I'm just looking at the
fine.
sequence of the report, wasn't for sure who that was. So you weren't involved with that. Okay. Were you involved with the search of Rachelle's vehicle?
No, I was not.
Are you aware whether or not any rifles were found in her vehicle?
No, I'm not.
All right, that would be a question for someone else, I'm supposing.
Correct.
We went through a lot of pictures of this house. Clearly, they're doing work on the house. Is that fair?
Yes.
And there were tools. There were several different types of tools within that house that could have caused injury to someone. Is that fair?
Yes.
I mean, we even have like a rubber mallet hammer, correct?
Yes.
I think there was even something that looks like wire cutters.
Possibly.
But there were items in there. If you wanted to hurt someone, you could have done that with some of the items you saw in the house.
Possibly, yes.
Right. And I'm not suggesting that someone did. I'm just saying there were things within that house if someone wanted to threaten or to act like they wanted to hurt someone. There were things in there that could cause bodily harm.
Yes.
The back door, when you were there, you're saying the deadbolts were locked, correct?
That's correct.
You said they were still functioning. Did you go to the door and check them to see if they locked and unlocked?
It wasn't until I observed Detective Horton actually use them did I know that for sure that they were functioning.
Okay. And you did note the day that you went out there, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, there was damage to the frame, and you said dents in the door?
Yes.
And in the back door, specifically?
Yes.
Okay. Give me 1 second, I'm trying to keep all this stuff. Judge, can I have a minute to confer with my client?
Sure.
Judge, that's all I have. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any redirect?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay. All right, thank you, Detective. You may step down.
Thank you.
Okay, so I think this is a good time for us to take our lunch break, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to give you an hour for that. It's about 20 after 12, so we'll come back at 1:20. Please remember my recess instructions, okay? We'll see you in an hour. The jurors have been excused from the courtroom before we recess. Is there anything on behalf of the state of Ohio?
No, there's a-
Anything on behalf of the defendant?
Nothing, Judge. Thank you.
All right, we'll stand in recess until 1:20. Thank you.
Thank you.
Does Toby have anything to say? He likes to look back. He's saying thank you to someone. So I found a document on his appeal. So this is his appeal. This is dated July. Let's see, hold on. This was for his Yeah. Okay. So this is for July of 2024. This is for his substance appeal. So Toby Madden appeals from his conviction of for aggravated possession of substances in the Butler County Court of Common Pleas. For the reasons discussed below, we affirm Madden's conviction. One, factual and procedural background. In November 2022, a Butler County grand jury indicted Madden on one count of aggravated possession of substances, a first-degree felony. The indictment arose after Madden entered the public library of the Butler County Jail with 2 suitcases and told deputies that he knew where a large quantity of substances were located. So he walks into the jail with 2 suitcases? However, Madden would not reveal the location of those substances. Eventually, the deputies asked for Madden's consent to search one of the suitcases, which he granted. In that suitcase, the deputies recovered over 300 grams of methamphetamine. The detectives confiscated the substance but did not arrest Madden in the hopes that he would work with them as a confidential informant and eventually tell them how he obtained those substances. However, he never contacted them again, and they eventually charged him with possessing the substances. The matter proceeded to a jury trial. We will summarize the key trial testimony below. So, Specialist Donald Shackelford's testimony. Specialist Donald Shackelford testified that he worked for the Butler County Sheriff's Office and that on September 23rd, 2021, he was at the Butler County Jail. He was leaving for the day when a man, Madden, approached him in the jail's public library. Madden had 2 rolling carry-on suitcases with him. Madden started talking excitedly to Specialist Shackelford. He was rambling, quote-unquote rambling. Madden told Specialist Shackelford that there were people out to get him and that he had been walking around for several hours and decided to come to jail. Madden told Specialist Shackelford that he wanted to talk to someone at the sheriff's office because he had information on big-time players involved in trafficking. After speaking with Madden, Specialist Shackelford placed a call to the Sheriff's Office Burn Unit, B-U-R-N, which oversees these kind of investigations. A Burn Unit employee informed him that the unit would send someone over. 10 minutes later, 2 officers from the Burn Unit, Deputy Rhodes and Detective McGuire, appeared and took over the investigation. Specialist Shackelford stated that his conversation with Madden lasted 5 to 10 minutes and that Madden was 100 miles an hour rambling about a bunch of different stuff. He was talking really fast, was fidgety and paranoid. Shackelford stated that he had observed this kind of behavior throughout his law enforcement career and that it appeared to him that Madden was under the influence of methamphetamine. So could this have been a substance-induced rage fit, situation with Rachel? Rachelle. Detective Michael McGuire's testimony. Detective Michael McGuire testified that he worked for the Butler County Sheriff's Office Burn Unit, which is the Regional Undercover Narcotics Task Force. Detective McGuire explained that the Burn Unit uses confidential informants, CIs, to help in their trafficking investigations. Detective McGuire explained that they would sometimes not charge a person with lower-level offenses. Instead, they would offer that person an opportunity to become a CI and work off the charge by making controlled purchases from traffickers. But if the potential CI refused to cooperate with the Burn Unit, then they would charge the person. Detective McGuire testified that he was working on September 23rd, 2021, when Deputy Rhodes was informed that there was someone in the jail lobby who claimed to have information on substances and a possible dealer. So he literally walked right into jail. He literally walked right into the jail, into the police station, and then right into jail. Detective McGuire and Deputy Rhodes then met with Madden in the lobby and observed that he had 2 suitcases with him. Madden told them that people were out to get him and that he was scared for his life. Madden was very paranoid. Madden told them that he knew where a large amount of substances were located. However, he would not answer their questions about the location of the substances. He would only say, "I can't tell you." Now, this was his defense. He said that these people that's his defense, that these people it was like a grudge, or they were trying to get back at him. What was his words? What's his words? Retaliation. So he says he told authorities that someone else did this to Rachelle in retaliation after the couple confiscated substances, claiming that there was a bounty on his head. All right, several times while telling the deputies that he could not tell them where the substances were located, he simultaneously looked down toward one of the suitcases and then back at the investigators. So he's saying, I don't have anything. Nope, I don't have anything. Nothing to see here, as he's looking down at the suitcases. He would also grab the handle of that suitcase or take his hand off the handle while denying he knew the location of the substances. It was very apparent to the deputies that there was something in the suitcase, and Madden's body language was a big tell. Eventually, the deputies asked Madden to come with them to a secure room within the jail and continued answering questions. He agreed. While in the secure room, Madden continued to talk to them in a rambling manner, jumping from one subject to another and never answering their questions about why he claimed his life was in danger or where these substances were located. After some time, Deputy Rhodes asked Madden if he would consent to a search of the suitcase he had been gesturing towards. Madden agreed. After opening the suitcase, the deputies observed a heat-sealed plastic bag containing a crystal substance. Without testing the substance, Detective McGuire was certain the bag contained methamphetamine. The bag had also been partially opened. The investigators conducted a field test on the contents of the package, and it returned positive. Then they were later tested by a chemist at a forensic laboratory, and it was also confirmed. The chemist testified at trial. Detective McGuire noted that the suitcase also contained clothing and various items that Madden indicated he would be selling on eBay. Detective McGuire testified that the amount of substances contained in the package was 315.8 grams, or about 11 ounces. The package containing this was one that typically would contain 1 pound of meth. Thus, the fact that the package was open indicated to Detective McGuire that a portion of this had been removed. Detective McGuire believed that in September of 2021, the meth remaining in the package would have been worth about $2,000 to $2,500. Detective Madden stated that he and Deputy Rhodes tried to recruit Madden to work for them as a CI. However, the conversations with Madden were so far all over the place, they decided to give Madden a couple days to come down, possibly off of his high, so that they could obtain more accurate answers to their questions about where these substances came from. And so they decided against arresting Madden. Their hope was they would later meet with him, find out where the substances came from, and see if he would be willing to work off the possession charge. Oh no, does he go then? Does he go and then take out Rachelle? Oh no. Oh, no. Did they let him go and then he does this? All right, it's October 11th is when that happened. This is September. Wait a minute. This is September 2021. So this happened, what was it? October of 2022. Okay, so it was a year later. All right. Seems like it was a year later. I thought, oh my gosh, they could have arrested him in September and then October he does this to Rachelle, but it was a year later. All right, they exchanged contact information with Madden. Then Deputy Rhodes gave Madden a ride to a location of his choosing, which was a hotel in Fairfield, Ohio. After dropping off Madden in Fairfield, they never heard from him again. Madden testified in his defense, stating that in June of 2021, two and a half months prior to his appearance in the Butler County Jail, he was living in Covington, Kentucky. One day he entered his home and was shot by an unknown home intruder. He survived, and after he was released from the hospital, he and his quote-unquote wife, Rachelle, discussed their mutual concerns about him being in danger. Madden referred to Rachelle as his wife, but also as his girlfriend. He claimed they were together for 27 years. Now, this is his appeal. This is his appeal on the substance charge. They agreed he should go into hiding, quote-unquote hiding, after a vehicle with tinted windows pulled up in front of their home and a firearm barrel was stuck outside the window. Madden never explained why he was in danger or who was trying to cause him harm. Interesting. Madden testified that he left their home in Covington carrying only a gym bag. Subsequently, he called Rachelle and asked her to let him borrow her 2 travel suitcases. He asked her to pack some of his clothing. All right. He, oh, no. Oh, come on, stop it. Doggone it, I just lost that. Okay. Madden explained that when he eventually retrieved the suitcases, oh, hold on a second. He was carrying, okay, he testified that he left their home in Covington carrying only a gym bag. Subsequently, he called Rachelle and asked her to let him borrow her 2 travel suitcases. He asked her to pack some of his clothing in the suitcase and bring those suitcases to his, stop it. Go to. He asked her to pack some of his clothing in the suitcases. Oh my God. All right, I'm just going to let that go through. He asked her to pack some of the clothing in the suitcases and bring those suitcases to his quote unquote friend's place. She packed the suitcases and delivered them to his cousin's porch. The cousin lived in Hamilton, Ohio. The suitcases remained on the porch overnight. Madden explained that when he eventually retrieved the suitcases, wow, this person's really annoying me. You're going to get blocked. Stop calling. Good grief. All right. He asked her to pack some of the clothing in his suitcases and bring those suitcases to his friend's place. All right. She packed the suitcases and delivered them to his I've got a situation developing here. All right. Sorry, there's something going on that's really weird here. This contractor is starting to harass me now. Starting to get harassed by a contractor who I told we are no longer working on this project. All right. Maybe this will stop him. All right. Madden testified that he left their home in Covington carrying only a gym bag. Subsequently, he called Rachelle and asked him to let him borrow her 2 travel suitcases. He asked her to pack some of his clothing in the suitcases and bring those suitcases to his friend's place. She packed the suitcases and delivered them to his cousin's porch. The cousin lived in Hamilton, Ohio. The suitcases remained on the porch overnight. Madden explained that when he eventually retrieved the suitcases, he opened one so that he could change clothes. He then saw a bag that had been wrapped in a shirt. He did not recognize the bag. From the looks of the bag, something wasn't right. His immediate thought was that he should contact the Butler County Task Force because he had seen them on the news. He thought that the safest thing to do would be to involve the experts, referring to the Butler County Task Force. So Madden placed a call to the Butler County Jail. Someone there gave him Deputy Rhodes' number. He called that number and spoke with Deputy Rhodes and explained that he was in danger and had found this bag, which he thought might contain substances. Deputy Rhodes told him to bring these substances to the jail and to contact him once he arrived. All right. Madden stated that when he got to the jail, he spoke with an officer who tried to get him to explain the situation. Madden admitted that he might have appeared to be rambling, but this was because he was nervous He was in a nervous condition that was maybe caused by post-traumatic stress disorder. He denied that he was under the influence of substances and asserted that it was this nervous condition that the officer observed. Madden stated that he then met with Detective McGuire and Deputy Rhodes in the jail lobby and told them there that there were there was substances in the suitcase. He testified that he showed them the substances in the suitcase while still in the lobby. Then they took him to the secure room. He told the officers how the suitcases had sat on a porch overnight. They congratulated him on turning in the substances and then drove him to Fairfield, Ohio. Deputy Rhodes gave him a card, and he gave Deputy Rhodes his brother's address and a phone number, but they never contacted him again. Madden denied that he ever agreed to work as a CI for the burn unit. On cross-examination, Madden denied knowing that the bag contained methamphetamine, but admitted he suspected the bag might contain substances. Madden also clarified that he did not pick up the suitcases from his cousin's porch in Hamilton. Instead, he stated that Rachelle first left the suitcases there overnight. Then the next day, she picked up the suitcases and brought them to him. He could not state with certain where he was located when Rachelle allegedly delivered the suitcases. He thought it might be at 7 Mile at his aunt and uncle's house, or it could have been in New Miami. As to his claim that Deputy Rhodes told him to bring the substances to the jail, Madden was adamant that Deputy Rhodes refused to come to him to retrieve the substances. He explained that Deputy Rhodes didn't seem like he believed that I had this big amount of substances and that I was wanting to turn them in. Madden also denied that Deputy Shackelford was the first deputy he met when he got to the jail. He said he spoke to a different deputy and told that person to contact Deputy Rhodes. Madden confirmed that the suitcase had been packed by Rachelle, his girlfriend of 27 years. He stated that some of the clothes in the suitcase were his, but some were not. He did not clarify which clothes were not or why some of the clothes would not have been his. All right, so the jury found Madden guilty of aggravated possession of substances. The court accepted and entered the verdict. So basically, they knocked down his appeal. So I'm just trying to see who testified. I don't know if Rachelle testified or not. It's not really saying anything that she testified. So interesting, right? All right, so let's move forward here. All right, Lily Dog Poo, how are you? Hey, Pammy, good to see you. Rubber hoses and baseball bats. I don't know. I don't know what this guy's deal is. He does have my address, unfortunately, but the project's been canceled, so I'm not sure. He's like looking for his money. Look, man, I just want my money. I'm going to come to the job and show my fucking ass if you don't answer me. Dude, I said this project's not on anymore. I think you have the wrong person and or thread. What's up, man? Can I get that money today? I'll come get it from you. I don't know what's going on with this guy, but this project is no longer... I'm getting swerved. I'm getting somebody swearing at me via text. And I said, we're going to pause the project. It's not on anymore. This guy never even came over to my house. Great. All right. Well, if we hear a knock on the door, I'm calling police. All right. Let's move forward through this.
And Mr. Wilder. And Mr. Wilder and Mr. Madden are also present. And I should note for the record that the victim's representative is also present and has been during the morning proceedings as well. Okay, before we bring in the jury, is there anything on behalf of the state of Ohio?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay, anything on behalf of the defendant?
Nothing.
Okay, please bring the jury in.
I don't know. Please still come.
Okay, please be seated. Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Does anyone have any violations of the court's recess instructions that they need to report? Okay, the state may continue with the presentation of evidence.
State will call David Conlon.
You just not wishing to.
Yes, he doesn't want to. Yeah.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Tell everyone your name, please.
My name's David Conley,
And how you spell your last name?
C-O-N-L-E-Y.
Where are you employed at?
The Kroger at 1540 South Erie Boulevard.
And that's here in the city of Hamilton?
Yes.
And I know it's on South Erie, but that's also kind of where Grand comes
Grand
into
Avenue,
South Erie,
yes.
is that right? Okay.
Correct.
All right. And what's your position at that Kroger?
I'm an assistant store leader.
Okay. And what are your duties in that position?
Pretty much generally oversee all the operations of the store, shipping and receiving, customer service. I mean,
Pretty much anything to do with the store that you're involved in, is
Yes.
that right? Okay. And is that Kroger store there on, that's Route 4, right? South Erie's Route 4?
yes, Route 4.
On Route 4 is, they have cameras there?
Yes, they do.
Okay. And did they have cameras back in October of 2022?
Yes, they do.
Inside and outside?
Yes.
And so is it correct if I say that you got a new system now?
Yeah, we just upgraded like 6 months ago.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I just want to talk to you about the system you had in 2022.
Okay.
We're back in 22. Were they operating and recording 24 hours a day?
Yes, they were.
Okay. And they saved to a computer or server in your store?
Yes.
And at some point in October, or at some point in October of 2022, did the Hamilton Police Department come and request some video from you guys?
Yes, they did.
From Kroger's? Okay.
Yes.
And was that video provided to the Hamilton Police Department?
Yes, it was.
And all of those videos that are kept and the videos that were provided to the Hamilton Police Department, are they kept in the ordinary course of business, of Kroger's business?
Yes.
Okay. And that video that was given to, excuse me, that video that was given to the Hamilton Police Department, was it altered or edited in any way when it was given to them or before it was given to them?
No.
May I proceed?
You may.
This is 89. That's wild. It's just the flash drive itself. Okay. I'm going to hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 89. Do you recognize that writing on that envelope?
Yes, that's my initial and the date.
Okay. And that flash drive that's inside of there, does that contain the video that was provided to Hamilton Police Department?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And to the best of your knowledge, that's a true and accurate representation of the video from October 10th of 2022 that was provided to the Hamilton Police Department.
Yes.
Okay. Can I have 1 second? And I'm sorry, I can't remember if I asked you this or not. Are those your initials that are on the envelope there?
Yes, they are.
Okay, and that's today's date
Yes.
that you put on there? Okay.
Yeah.
And you viewed that video to make sure that that's the correct video, correct?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. I would ask that State's Exhibit 89 be admitted.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, it'll be admitted.
Thank you. And I have no further questions.
Okay, cross-examination?
No cross, thank you.
Okay. All right, thank you, sir. You may step down.
Thank you.
Okay, next witness, please.
Detective Keith? Sergeant, I'm sorry.
I do.
All right, so I called this guy. It's fine. He was looking for somebody else. So we can put that to bed. He was looking for somebody else, and everything's fine. So let's get back to the trial.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Hello.
Tell everyone your name and occupation, please.
Anthony Keep, Police Sergeant for the City of Hamilton Police Department.
And how long have you been with the Hamilton Police Department?
26 years.
All right. And you're currently a sergeant, right?
Yes.
Back in October of 2022, what rank were you?
I was a detective assigned to the Investigations Division.
Okay. And how long had you been how long were you a detective?
Approximately 4 years.
Okay. And when did you become sergeant?
January 1st of this year.
All right. Back in 22, what were your duties as a police detective?
Follow up on crimes that occurred within the City of Hamilton.
Okay. And what education or training do you have in order to be a police officer and a detective?
Went through the basic police training back in 1996, became a police officer, and then continued my education throughout. When I became an investigator, I attended homicide investigations, several other classes that are job related to becoming a detective investigator.
Okay. And as I said, on October 11th, 22, you were a detective at that time. Were you called out to assist at 1270 Parish Avenue in the city of Hamilton?
Yes.
And what were you called out there to assist with?
I was called out there to assist with a homicide that occurred.
Okay. What time did you arrive?
I initially got the call from Lieutenant Irby, the investigations commander, at around 12:15 in the afternoon. He asked me to go out there to assist. I arrived out at the scene, just did a quick walk around of the house, went back to the police department, typed up a search warrant, took it up here to the courthouse to get it signed. After it was signed, I responded back to the scene with Detective Horton, Huckey, and Trenham. I think there was several officers there as well, and we conducted a search of the house.
Okay. And your participation in the search, I'm going to ask that we put Exhibit 61 and 62 back on the screen. I believe they were already
They've been admitted, yes.
This is Exhibit 61. What are we looking at in this picture?
We are looking at a olive green, like a vest, almost like a real lightweight jacket vest type, that was located in the basement of 1270 Parish Avenue.
Okay. And did you find this green vest and the cell phone and the wallet there?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And once you located that, what did you do?
Just back up a second. The officer, the detective, the lead detective would have someone assigned to take photographs. So we basically photographed the entire scene inside, outside of the house, and then would begin searching each room by room, looking for anything that would be significant or considered evidence or possible evidence. So when I was beginning my search in the basement, I located this jacket with the cell phone, the wallet. I believe it had a few dollars in it. So it was further documented before we collected it as evidence.
Okay. So it was photographed and then you collected the evidence, or did you alert someone else to it?
I'm not sure which officer collected it at the time. I'd have to look at the property tag.
Okay. But you alerted, it was fair to say you alerted someone else to, or directed someone else to collect it then?
Yes.
Okay. This is State's Exhibit 62 that's previously been admitted. Can you please tell us what we're looking at in this picture?
Yes, this is the vest, the way it was found initially. And next to that, item 12 is an SD card, and item 13 is a key, and then 11 is the jacket. Inside the jacket was the wallet and the cell phone.
Okay. So in State's Exhibit 62, is this the actual original way you found it?
Yes.
Okay. And then State's Exhibit 61 that we just saw, was that, had you opened it to find those other items?
Yes.
Okay. So this is the actual way you found State's Exhibit 62, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And this, again, this is in the basement?
Yes.
Okay, 1 second. Sergeant, that's all I have. Thank you.
Sure.
Okay, cross-examination, please.
Good afternoon, Sergeant.
Hello.
Did you have any interaction with Toby Madden at the scene that day?
No, I did not.
Did you even see him at all that day?
No, I did not.
So by the time you got there, is it your understanding he'd already been taken away from the scene?
When I arrived there, I had very little information about the actual crime.
Okay. We know for sure you didn't see Mr. Madden.
I did not.
You went into the residence that day,
Yes.
and that's after you had a search warrant that you went and had signed and then you brought back to the property?
Yes.
When you went into the property, did you smell alcohol?
I don't recall.
You don't recall any smell of alcohol, rubbing alcohol, anything at all?
I don't recall.
If you had, with the experience, background, training that you have from your first year all the way up until you're a sergeant now, including being a detective, would that be something that you would put in a report if you were to go to a crime scene and smell? Would that be something you'd put in a report?
Normally, yes.
Thank you.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Sergeant.
Thank you.
Let me see if my next witness is out here. Your Honor, State of Ohio would call Detective Robert Gordon.
Very well.
I did.
You may proceed.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Pretty good afternoon, sir. Would you please state your name for the record and spell your first and last name?
My name is Detective Robert Horton, Horton, with the City of Hamilton Police Department.
Okay, and how long have you been employed by the City of Hamilton Police Department?
It'll be 29 years this Saturday.
Okay. Long time. If you would kind of tell us, why don't you go from the beginning when you first started and kind of take us through your different job descriptions and job duties, the different assignments that you've had.
When I initially started, I was assigned to a patrol shift, which the responsibilities of that, you would respond to 911 calls or maybe actively investigate any crimes that you witnessed. And then I would move to the community-oriented policing section, which means myself and a partner were assigned to a specific area of town, and we were just responsible for that area, whether it was calls for service or citizen complaints or whatever specific details or jobs might happen in that area. From there, I did that for about the first 11 and a half years I was on the department, and then I was promoted in December of 2006. And then I was assigned to the general investigation section. The way the Hamilton Police Department works is they have, at the time, they had two sections. They had general assignment detectives, and then they had vice detectives. I was assigned to the general assignment detectives. Those detectives, they receive reports anywhere from misdemeanors, might be a theft, or annoying calls, any kind of reports that are made based on solvability, whether they're assigned, all the way up to serious crimes, felonious assaults, murders, anything to that effect. I worked in that capacity for approximately 3 years, yes. And then I was moved to the vice narcotics section. Worked there for 9.5 years, working, which was responsible for drugs, prostitution, illegal gambling, anything that would fall under those specific realms. Then after that, I was moved back to the general assignment section, which is where I was at the time when this occurred.
Okay. And then at some point, you got moved back to the vice section?
Well, it's now referred to the neighborhood policing section is where I am now. Our responsibilities are to target gangs, guns, and drugs, and any violence associated with those.
Okay. I assume you still do undercover work as well in that job assignment?
Occasionally, yes.
Okay. I guess when you come in your current assignment, when you come into work, do you dress in a uniform or do you dress quote plain clothes?
I dress in plain clothes presently.
Okay. All right. So directing your attention back to October 11th of 2022, you said at that time you were in the general division section of the investigation for the City of Hamilton Police Department?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And obviously you've been sitting here for the last day and a half, so tell us how it is that you got involved in this case that happened at 1270 Parish Avenue involving the death of Rachelle Brewsaugh?
I was driving back to the police department when I received a phone call from my supervisor, Lieutenant Patrick Erb, who is the lieutenant over the investigation section, the general, actually technically all investigations. He called and advised me that there was a deceased female at 1270 Parish, and there was a male party there, and there were officers heading out at the scene presently. He wanted me initially to respond to the scene. So I was driving to headquarters. I advised that I was going to go pick up my notebook and a camera to go out there. However, once I got to the department, he called and advised that Detective Huckey had already gone out to the scene, and Detective Keep was out there as well, or going out there, and asked me to stay at headquarters because patrol was going to bring in the male party that was at the residence.
Okay. And who did that male party that was at the residence, who did that turn out to be?
Toby Madden.
Did you ultimately have contact with the male that was at the residence that was being brought back to headquarters?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. And did you see that individual in court today?
Yes, sir. He's seated to my left. He's seated at the defense table next to Mr. Wilder. He's wearing a blue shirt and khaki pants.
All right, that's the record to reflect the witness has identified the defendant, Toby Madden.
The record will so reflect.
Okay. And I assume there's another police officer brought him to the police department?
That's correct.
And do you remember who the officer was that brought him?
I believe it was Officer Volchkov, but I don't recall if it was in fact him.
Okay. Where did you first make contact with Toby Madden?
When I first saw Mr. Madden, he was actually in an interview room across the hall from where our office was.
Okay. So you did not see the defendant actually being brought into the police department?
No, sir.
The first contact you had with him was inside the police department in the interview room?
Yes, sir.
Okay. When you first made contact with Toby Madden, tell us about your observations that you made about him.
Mr. Madden was distraught. He was crying. He was wearing a bright colored green shirt. I observed that it had some what appeared to be blood on the shirt, as well as a pair of black shorts, I believe, and he had white high-top basketball shoes.
Okay. So you observed what you thought was maybe some dry blood on the shirt?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you notice anything on the shoes?
There seemed to be some blood on the shoes as well.
Okay. But you said he was visibly distraught?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Obviously, you attempted to interview him. Can you tell us what sort of information were you able to get from Mr. Madden?
When I initially went into the room, I spoke with Mr. Madden, introduced myself, and advised him that I was trying to figure out what happened on Parish Avenue. I advised him I needed his help in trying to determine what had transpired, and so I tried speaking with him. He was very upset. He did tell me, he would say certain things. He told me that there were 3 guys there. They were supposed to be from the city. I needed to find them and find out what happened to Rachelle. We did go through, and he did advise me that it was Rachelle Brewsaugh was the female that was at the scene. I did show him a photo to verify that we were talking about the same person. He just kept repeating about, said that he was sleeping and he's not sure what happened. He just woke up and found her and then started yelling for help. So based on, but he did repeatedly say that there were parties in the residence and that I needed to find out who they were and that they supposedly worked for the city.
And did he tell you at first or initially where he was sleeping when these individuals from the city were in the house?
He said he was in the chair in the room next to where Miss Brewsaugh's body was recovered.
43. Your Honor, I ask permission to publish State's Exhibit 43.
Permission is granted.
At some point, I'm jumping ahead a little bit, but State's Exhibit 43, does that appear to be what's kind of in pink? Does that appear to be the chair that he was referring to, that he was initially sleeping in that front room?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. All right, and at some point, did you have an opportunity to take some photographs of the defendant, Toby Madden?
Yes, I did.
Okay. If I may approach the witness, Your Honor.
You may.
Mr. Wilder wrote the 79 through 80 exhibits.
All right, thanks.
Detective, if I can have you look at State's Exhibits 79 through 88.
Yes, sir.
All right, and generally speaking, what are State's Exhibits 79 through 88?
They're the photos that I took of Mr. Madden on October 11th of 2022.
And what areas of the body were these photographs the focus of?
Initially, it was just how he appeared when he came in the interview room. So it shows the shirt, the shorts, and the shoes. And then I took photos of his arms due to the fact that he had appeared to be scratch marks on an arm, and then I think he had an abrasion on his right arm. And then towards the end, there's also photos of his chest area, appear to be scratches across his chest and along his back.
And Detective, are all those photographs, I'll ask you a question about them all in one. Do those photos truly, fairly, and accurately depict how you saw the defendant Toby Madden that day at the police department, the clothing and the injuries you saw on his body?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Your Honor, I would ask that 79 through 88 be admitted and permission to publish.
Any objection? No objection. They'll be admitted and they may be published.
All right, so Detective, it's ever easier for you, with the court's permission, if you'd rather step down and point, or if you can circle on the screen, whatever.
This the Brad, the pointer's being
Yes, you probably can. Someone said you're a big guy. We've heard about that. Yes, please, what are we looking at here in State's Exhibit 79?
This is Mr. Madden inside our interview room where I first met him. This is the shirt and shorts and shoes that he was wearing. This is obviously was the first part that I noticed would appear to be the dried blood on the shirt, and there's also, I believe, some on the tops of the shoes.
Okay, and you heard Detective Catherine Johnson, Katie Johnson, but then Officer Katie Johnson. Had you received information that when she initially made contact with Mr. Madden that he was on top of the victim, Rachelle Brewsaugh, doing chest compressions and giving life-saving measures?
Yes, sir. And Mr. Madden also told me that as well, that he was trying to breathe life in, or breathe air into her.
Okay. And then State's Exhibit 8. And tell us what it is that you were seeing and why it is that you, or was it Detective Trennan that actually took these photos?
I took the photos.
Okay.
This is Mr. Madden's forearm, this area here. And there's a red scratch along, going down the arm.
And that's his right forearm?
I believe it's
Oh, sorry, that's left form, sorry. Okay. Does that show up, if you would, go ahead and trace again what it is that you're seeing?
It's this area here. There's like a smaller mark there.
Okay. Is it safe to say it was easier to see in person than on this photograph?
Yes.
Okay. But you took this photograph because you're saying that you saw a scratch in that area that State's Exhibit 80.
Yes, sir.
All right. State's Exhibit 81, please. And what are we looking at here?
That's the same forearm, but with a measuring device placed for scale. And you can see the red mark going down here and here on the photo.
So you actually visibly saw two red scratch mark lines?
Yes, sir.
Okay. State's Exhibit 82. So I don't want to mess things up. Now we're looking at his right line.
Yes, sir.
Okay. What are we looking at in State's Exhibit 82?
It's a red abrasion on the same the forearm area. This area right through here.
State's Exhibit 83.
It's the same abrasion area with the scale. As you see, it's right in that area there.
And the abrasion, are you talking about just what's in the middle there? Or
No, it's a red where I'm circling. This whole area is red all around that area.
State's Exhibit 84. And I'll let you explain which arm this is and what it is you're seeing.
Well, there's a scratch mark going along there.
And which arm is that?
I think that's the back of his leg.
Was that the back of his leg?
I believe so. I believe this is this calf.
Okay. So you say State's Exhibit 84 is actually a leg one?
I believe so.
Okay. State's Exhibit 85.
This is Mr. Madden without his shirt. There are multiple scratches going horizontally across his chest.
How many lines or how many different scratch lines were you visibly able to see?
There's multiple. The darker one here, here, and a couple smaller ones.
State's Exhibit 86.
This is a close-up of the scratches. So there's the darker one, and there's another one there. The area is red.
State's Exhibit 87.
It's the scratches again on the chest, but with the scale.
That's a little more close up here.
Yes, sir.
And then State's Exhibit 88.
Those are multiple scratches that were on the defendant's lower left side on his back.
How many different scratch lines do you see here?
Well, it's almost they run parallel. There's three darker ones, but each one has a lighter one running parallel to it.
All right, thank you, Detective. And if I may approach the witness, Your Honor.
You may.
Yes, sir. I'd make it work. If they don't fit, you're going to have to quit. There you go.
If I may approach the witness, Your Honor. Detective, I'm handing you what's marked State's Exhibit 217.
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us what State's Exhibit 217 is?
It is the green shirt that Mr. Madden was wearing and the photos that we subsequently took from him.
Okay. Did you collect that from him on the day that you talked with him, October 11, 2022?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. And with the court's permission, I'd like to ask you to open that. Do you recognize that as the shirt that you'd like from Mr. Toby Madden?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I guess I would officially ask the 217 be admitted and permission to publish to the jury and have the detective step down and show the ladies and gentlemen.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, it'll be admitted, and the detective may show the jurors.
Thank you.
What is it that we're looking at here, detective?
This is the green shirt that Mr. Madden was wearing when he came to the police department. There's blood on the front of the shirt. There's one little spot on the back as well.
And detective, during this interview or your interaction with the defendant, Toby Madden, did you attempt to take or did you take a DNA standard?
Yes, sir, I did.
If you could educate the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what is a DNA standard?
A DNA standard is typically performed by taking a buccal swab, which is basically a Q-tip, a cotton swab, and you swab the inside of the mouth region, and then that is then subsequently placed in initially in a cardboard box, typically, and then inside a paper envelope.
Okay. And what is the investigative use for obtaining a DNA standard from an individual?
The DNA can be sent to, we send ours to BCI, the Bureau of Criminal Investigations, and they can use that. From the buccal swab, they can get a DNA profile of the party and then use that to compare against other items of DNA evidence.
Okay. And if I may approach your Honor.
You may.
And I forgot to show you the shirt, I'm sorry. I'm handing you, it's been marked as State's Exhibit 223, and let me ask you, would you like separate gloves because the other one, or you think you're okay?
No, sir.
I'm eventually going to ask you to open that.
Yes, sir.
Okay. What are we looking at in State's Exhibit 223?
This is the buccal swab that was taken from Mr. Madden by Detective Trenham and I inside the investigations interview room.
Okay. And with the court's permission, I'd ask you to open it and we can show the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what this is.
Permission is granted.
Actually, one moment, Your Honor. I think it's another witness. All right, what are we looking at in State's Exhibit 223, please?
These are the envelopes that the swab was placed in. I wrote on the outside buccal swab, Toby Madden, on the envelopes, and then they were subsequently sealed.
Okay.
You want me to open this up as well? Or no.
Let me, hang on one second. If I could use the envelope, Mr. Butler.
Elmo.
And if I could have permission to publish 223 and the contents of what are inside 223.
Any objection? All right.
Which one?
All right, so you said that you wrote a buccal swab, Toby Madden, is that your handwriting?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay. And you wrote that on there, obviously, to, obviously, to label it, to let everybody know what that is.
Yes.
And I'll take the other one. Likewise?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So would you have taken two different swabs or two different, like you said, Q-tip swabs from the mouth of Mr. Toby Madden?
Yes, typically, you need to get a certain amount, so typically we take two. There's two in the packet, and try to do both cheeks inside the mouth.
And I think it's sufficient if you just go ahead and open one of them.
Yes.
Does that appear to be the swab that you would have taken from the defendant?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would ask permission for the detective to step down and show the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what the swab looks like.
Any objection?
No.
All right. Permission is granted.
So they come packaged this way, and then you can open up the plastic, and once you take the swab, you're inside their cheek, then you can place it back in the plastic, and then just close it.
If you want to go ahead and put that back in the envelope. I'll hand this one back to you.
Yes, sir.
Put this back into 223. And I assume at some point either you or other detectives that were assisting you had that item sent off to BCI for testing, is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And I assume before you would swab an individual for DNA, I assume you do measures like wash your hands and make sure that your hands are free of anything that might damage the DNA sample?
Yes, but we also wear gloves.
Okay. All right, so after you take the photographs and get the swabs from the defendant, do you guys have any other brief conversation about where you ultimately wound up sleeping or anything like that in the room or in the house?
Yes, I continued to talk to Mr. Madden. He advised that he was really tired and that he had initially been in the adjacent room to the front room on that couch, and then at some point in time he got up and went into the room that Detective Huckey referred to as the front room. I verified that we were talking about the same room when I spoke with Mr. Madden. Said there was a room that didn't have furniture in it. It was just a flat floor. And he said, but there's no bedding there, so he said he was just sleeping on the ground. So he advised that at some point in time he did hear some screaming, but he wasn't sure if it was just in his dream or whether that was in fact the case. He said that's the room he was in when he woke up, walked out, and then found Miss Brewsaugh on the ground.
Did he tell you how many days it had been since he had slept?
He said that he hadn't slept in a couple days.
Did you ask him if he knew anybody that wanted to harm Miss Brewsaugh?
I did. He said he didn't know anybody that would want to hurt her.
At some point, did he tell you that there were some people that were after him?
Yes, sir. As we continued that conversation.
I assume at some point you get some updates, since you're at the police department. Are you the lead detective that's assigned to this case?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I assume that you're getting updates from other detectives that are at the residence at 1270 Parish Avenue?
Yes, sir. I spoke with Detective Huckey after I'd gone in and out speaking with Mr. Madden a couple times. I walked out, contacted Detective Huckey. He advised me that Ms. Brewsaugh had multiple stab wounds, and she appeared to have defensive wounds on her arms and wrist area.
I assume that you or other members of the police department would have gotten a search warrant probably before Huckey went in. Did he get a search warrant, or did he make some observations and then get a warrant?
That was in the process of them, I believe that was after the warrant had been typed.
Okay. At some point, did you wind up going to the scene at 1270 Parish Avenue?
Yes, sir, I did.
Is that located in the city of Hamilton, Butler County, Ohio?
Yes, it is.
And when you got there, take us through some of the observations that you made. And let me ask you this. Do you remember about what time you got out there?
I believe I got out there around maybe 3:30 or 4 o'clock.
Okay. And if you don't remember, that's fine. Do you know about what time the 911 call was?
I don't recall.
Tell us, if you would, what observations were made when you got to the residence.
I pulled up. The scene was still secured, roped off. I walked up, met with Detective Huckey. He walked me into the front of the residence. At that point in time, I saw Ms. Brewsaugh on the ground. She was still there. She had a black Planet Fitness shirt. She had multiple holes in it, cuts. And then there was a couch. There was an overturned cabinet of some sort next to her on the ground. There was blood on the walls and on the floor. And then the area that Mr. Madden had described where he was sleeping, I could see that bedding that I'd identified before.
Okay. And I assume at some point during this time, you also probably tried to track down or figure out who these 3 city workers are and who had been at the residence that day?
Yes, sir.
Tell us what it is you did or how it is that you got that done.
I contacted the city utilities department, and they did advise me that they had a work order and that they were at that residence in the morning. I asked Detective Botts and Detective Nickteen to go talk to the city workers, and eventually I did have them send me the city send me a copy of the work order for that residence.
And those would have been the city workers that were in here earlier that testified?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I assume at some point, I know sounds like you've gone back and forth between the house and the police department, the house and the police department.
Yes, sir.
Tell us how it is, or did you eventually aid and assist in the search warrant that was undertaken at the residence at 1270 Parish Avenue?
I did.
Okay. And did you go into the basement area of 1270 Parish Avenue?
I did.
Okay. And why did you go down there?
Detective Keep was searching that area. He called up, typically yelling for the camera. I walked down to the area. He advised that he had found this green vest, and inside it was a phone and Mr. Madden's wallet, but it was down in the basement.
And, Your Honor, with the court's permission, State's Exhibit 61, I think, has already been admitted. I would ask permission to publish that.
Permission is granted.
Yeah. Sorry, I keep jumping back. I'm going to give you All right, and what are we looking at here in State's Exhibit 61? And with the court's permission, if you would like to step down to point different things, please do.
Permission is granted.
This is the green vest that Detective Keith had found down in the basement. That is the cell phone that was in the vest, and that's the wallet that contained Mr. Madden's, some of his credit cards, EBT card, and his ID.
All right, in State's Exhibit 62.
This is the underside of the vest, the key with the red top, and then a SIM card to a cell phone.
Okay. And the key that's in State's Exhibit 13, do we ever figure out where that key went to?
No.
Okay. The SIM card that's in State's Exhibit 12, was that ever analyzed or gone through?
Yes, it was sent to BCI, their phone analyst.
And anything of evidentiary value that you found pertinent to this case?
It was registered to Mr. Madden.
I believe you can go ahead and have a seat. Thank you, please, sir. If I may approach the witness, Your Honor.
You may.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Sworn defense counsel what's remarked to State's Exhibit 211. Said you needed bigger ones. And what is State's Exhibit 211, please?
This is the jacket that was found in the basement.
And with the court's permission, I ask if you would please open that up so we can take a look at it.
Permission is granted.
Yes, sir.
We'll hear about some of those flags that are falling off.
Yes.
All right, what are we looking at here in State's Exhibit 211?
This is the green vest that was recovered in the basement.
That's what would have been in State's Exhibits 61 and 62?
Yes, sir.
And what observations did you make as you collected that vest and have looked at it?
By looking at it, it has several spots which appear to have contained blood. And then one of the things about it was also there's a cut in the front of it. And then there was also blood on the back portion of it too, as well.
With the court's permission, I'd ask the detective to be allowed to step down and show the ladies and gentlemen what it is that he's referring to.
Permission is granted.
I'll collect it. Yeah, I'll collect the stickers.
This is. Yes. There's the code.
And the little flags were marking where the blood spots were.
And were those tags applied by you or a different detective?
Detective Trent.
Okay. We will hear from him at some point in this trial.
Yes, sir.
approach, Your Honor?
You may.
State's Exhibit 212. What are we looking at here in State's Exhibit 12?
This is the wallet that I showed you in the photo that was found with the green jacket.
If you put up State's Exhibit 61 again with the close permission.
Permission is granted.
Is that the wallet that we see here in State's Exhibit 10?
Yes.
Okay. When the green vest was found, was the wallet laying on top of that, or was that in the pocket of some kind?
I believe it was in the, there's a zipper pocket in the front part of the vest, and it was inside of there.
And I apologize.
Yeah.
I'll re-approach you. But I should have asked you that.
Yeah. You're gonna fall right over. So the zipper is up here on the upper left side by the zipper, the pocket here. I said there was blood next to it. It was inside here.
Okay.
Yeah, I get it.
And then State's Exhibit 212.
The wallet.
Yes.
Shall I open it?
With the court's permission, yes.
Granted.
All right, and what is contained in State's Exhibit 212, if you would, please? What are the different items that are inside this wallet?
So there's two items in there. One is a wallet with miscellaneous cards inside and maybe a dollar bill inside. And this is it's a USB, it's a reader, I think, or like, so we can, if you have I think it's a mini SD card or something to that, you can plug it into a computer.
Okay. Was there anything of evidentiary value that was on that?
No, there's nothing stored on it.
Okay. And what are the miscellaneous cards that were inside the wallet for State's Exhibit 212?
I pulled the cards out, and then I eventually photographed all of them. It's Toby Madden's U.S. bank card and a couple prepaid cards to Toby Madden, a state ID for Wilma Durman, and Department of Human Services ID for Wilma Durman, and then Mr. Madden's driver's license or state ID, driver's license, and then just a blank gift card, Toby Madden's Ohio direction card with his name on it, and then a Skyline gift card and a Chick-fil-A card of some sort.
Okay, so there's about 5 or 6 cards that are inside the wallet that have Toby Madden's name on it.
Yes, sir.
And I believe you mentioned a female's name.
Wilma Durman.
All right, do we know who that is?
I believe it's a relative of Mr. Madden's. His mother. She's passed away.
And when items such as these, like the jacking, we're going to get into a few more of the items, when they are collected from a scene like 1270 Parrish Avenue, where would those items be taken to?
They'd be brought back to the Hamilton Police Department. Then once they're tagged, sealed, secured, and documented, they're placed into our property room.
Okay. And when items are collected by the City of Hamilton Police Department and placed into a property room, I assume that not just everybody has access to the property room. If you can kind of explain how your property room works and how access can be gained to items inside the property?
So whenever we take evidence in, the evidence, like I said, it's there's a log sheet where we'll write down everything that we have, especially when it's multiple items. From then, we'll take those items and place them into a locker. Once you place it in the locker and turn the key, you're no longer able to, actually, I'm sorry, it's a button you press that locks the locker. You're no longer able to gain access to it, and nobody else can use that locker. The only person that can get to the items is the property room officer. She's the only one that has access to the property room, and she can remove the items from the other side. And then she takes the log, compares to make sure that everything that's on the log is the same as what she has item-wise. She places that into the computer, and from then she places these items on a shelf or wherever she has them kept and stored.
Okay. Thank you, sir. I will collect that as well. And with the court's permission, if I can, put the State's Exhibit 42 up on the overhead.
Permission is granted.
All right, Detective, what are we looking at here in State's Exhibit 42?
It's a black zip-up bag that was located in the front room, the same room where Miss Brewsaugh was found.
Okay. And is this a bag that you wound up going through?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay. And if I may approach, Your Honor?
Permission is granted.
Showing defense counsel what's regarded to State's Exhibit 214. Have you identify what's in State's Exhibit 214, please? Or what's, I'm sorry, strike that. Have you identify what State's Exhibit 214 is?
It's a black bag, purse, and the contents of the purse.
Okay. And I assume that you have gone through the contents of the black bag or the purse?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Generally speaking, I know there's one item that I want to go into detail with, but what sort of items were inside of this bag?
There were miscellaneous papers belonging to Miss Brewsaugh, and I think there might have been a couple with Mr. Madden's name on it. There were multiple keys. Some of the keys were actually similar to the red-topped key that was found in the basement.
Was there any sort of purse or something that contained the ID of Miss Brewsaugh in there?
I believe her wallet was in here. I have to verify. There were cards, and I believe her ID from her employment was inside here as well.
Okay. As you went through the black bag or the purse,
yes, sir,
or whatever you'd like to call it, did you find any sort of knife in there?
Yes, sir, I did.
If you would, first of all, point, with court's permission, if you'd like to stand up and point to where it is in the bag that you found the knife that we're going to talk about.
While searching the bag in this front zipper compartment in here, I opened it up, and in it was a red Swiss Army knife.
Okay. And if you don't remember, that's fine. Was there anything else that was found inside of that particular pouch?
There was just miscellaneous items.
Okay. Madam Chair, Defense Counsel, with regard to State's Exhibit 215. I may approach, Your Honor.
You may.
State's Exhibit 215. What does that appear to you to be?
This is a box that contains the Swiss Army knife multi-tool that I removed from that black bag.
And with the court's permission, I'd ask the detective to open it.
Permission is granted.
All right, what are we looking at here that's in State's Exhibit 215?
This is the Swiss Army multi-tool that I found in the black bag.
Okay. When you initially found the Swiss Army knife or utility knife, what observations did you make about this knife?
I was opening up, since it appeared to be a stabbing, I was opening up to check the various blades in the knife. When I opened this one here, I could see that there was water inside the knife, which was strange because it was sitting in a bag. However, based on the fact at this point in time, we knew there to have been blood in the sink in the bathroom. That's what really caught my attention to it. And then I had Detective Huckey come over to it, and I showed him.
Okay. I assume when you were handling this knife there at the scene that you would have had gloves on?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And with the court's permission, I would ask that 215 be admitted into evidence, and if permission for the detective to show the ladies and gentlemen of the jury where it is that you visually saw the water.
Any objection? All right, it'll be admitted, and the detective may show the jurors.
So this is the blade. The water was down inside here. When I opened it up, it was down in between where it folds down. Wash
Thank you. Did you visually notice anything else on the blade?
There also appeared to be some dark specks on it, which I thought could possibly be blood.
I think it turned out that that was not blood. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. I assume this is another item, 215, that would have been packaged up by you or other detectives and taken to the property room?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, so is everything back in?
Yes, sir.
So I believe everything that we have talked about so far is from October the 11th of 2022. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. That is correct.
Okay. Now, I'm going to take you into, actually, give me one moment, Your Honor. I'm not sure. Okay, I'm going to take you back, or I'm going to take you to the following day on October 12th, 2022. Did you go to the autopsy of Rachelle Brewsaugh?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. And I assume that's standard practice for a detective or one of the detectives from the Hamilton Police Department to go to an autopsy where it very well might be ruled a homicide of some kind?
Yes, sir. Typically, they want the investigating officers or detectives to be there in case the examiners have any questions for you about anything at the scene or something like that. Plus, we also exchange the photos that we took from the scene as well as photos they took when they showed up to remove the body.
Okay. And I would assume that at the autopsy, you along with the coroner's investigators would have taken several items of evidentiary value. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Rachelle, Defense Counsel, what's been marked as State's Exhibit 222? And sir, can I have you identify what the State's Exhibit 222?
It's what's referred to as a blood ID card. The coroner's office, when they are examining a body, will take the blood from the victim, and we use that to take the BCI for comparison for DNA.
Okay, so similar to the swab that you have taken from the defendant, it's just it's an evidentiary item that you're able to take to the lab to test at a later point. Is that correct?
That is correct. Yes, sir.
I'm showing Defense Counsel what's been marked as State's Exhibits 224, 225, 226, and 227. I may approach the witness, Your Honor. I don't think I asked last time. I apologize. Detective 224, 225, 226, and 227. What are those items?
These are fingernail clippings from the left hand and the right hand of Rachelle Brewsaugh that the coroner's office collected as part of their investigation and part of their autopsy.
And what would those, I think some of them are labeled like clippings and some are labeled like scrapings?
Yes.
Okay.
So the clippings are when they actually clip the nails. The scrapings are all the items found underneath the nails.
Okay. And what is the purpose or the reason or why would the City of Hamilton Police Department ask for these items to be collected?
Due to the fact that it appeared that she was involved in a struggle based on the defense wounds she had, we requested that these be collected in case we needed DNA.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And why don't we do this for the record? 224, why don't you go ahead and read what these are specifically from and of?
Okay. This is the left hand fingernail clippings.
All right, so that's 224?
Yes, sir.
225?
This will be the left hand fingernail scrapings.
226?
This is the right hand fingernail clippings.
And 227?
And this will be the right hand fingernail scrapings. These are all gone. Yes.
This one goes. defense counsel has remarked the state's exhibit 210. Okay. Detective, can I have you identify what state's exhibit 210 is?
Yes, this is the black T-shirt that Miss Brewsaugh had on at the time when we found her deceased with the multiple stab wounds.
Okay. Is that an item that was collected at the coroner's office?
Yes, it was.
And with the court's permission, if I could have you take that out.
Yes, sir.
Permission is granted.
And Detective Whitson's state's exhibit 210, is that the shirt that was collected at the coroner's office?
It is.
Okay. That's a shirt that was worn by the victim in this case, Rachelle Brewsaugh.
It is.
I would ask that 210 be admitted in permission to publish to the jury, please.
Any objection?
No.
All right, it'll be admitted and it may be published.
And tell us about some of the observations, if you want me to help you hold it.
Oh, no, that's fine. The shirt is obviously saturated in blood. It's actually kind of stiff now. You see the blood up here up top. That's dried. And there's multiple holes in it, jagged cuts in the shirt. But they even go around to the side of the shirt. And some of them, they're various sizes. You can see jagged cuts along the bottom, the shirt, middle.
Yep. I got one of them on my foot.
And I think I neglected to have you identify these. Did you also collect the white Reebok shoes from Mr. Madden today on October the 11th, 2022?
I did inside in the interview room.
Number of the grade.
If I may approach, 242 and 243. So 243 is the left, and 242 is the right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Put the left one in here for now. Yes, sir. All right, Detective, I'm going to eventually ask you about some things that happened a couple of weeks later on October 26th of 2022. So obviously we have the time from you went to the autopsy, collected some of the items that you talked about. That was on October the 12th. So in between October the 12th, the autopsy, the items that you collected, and October 26th, where we're going to talk about a search warrant that was done in contact with Kroger. Educate the ladies and gentlemen of the jury about some of the other things that you were doing during those couple of weeks.
During that time, I also, between doing follow-up interviews with for background information, other parties that came forward when they heard about what happened on the from what they saw on the news, I also made a trip to BCI to take evidence up there, and then mostly supplemental background information. I did a search warrant on the GMC, Ms. Brewsaugh's vehicle that Detective Huckey showed you in the photos. And, I also followed up on Mr. Madden had told me in one of the interviews while we were talking that there were people following him around Kroger the night before, that he'd been at Kroger, and that they followed him up and down aisles, and he thought they were trying to abduct him. So based on that, I went to Kroger on Route 4, which is the closest Kroger to that location.
And that would have been the one that Mr. Conley, you testified before, you were two witnesses before you talked about that he worked. Was that the same place?
That's correct.
Okay. I cut you off. I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. So by going there, I had the information from Mr. Madden's card, and I asked them if they could run that through their system to see if he did in fact use his card there at their store. They were able to find that he was in the store around 7:40 p.m. Checking out. I requested the video from Kroger for that incident. Initially, they could only show it to me. They weren't able to download it yet. They had to get a tech person to do it. So I took some photos on my phone just to see what he was wearing. I went back to the police department and looked through the crime scene photos, and I observed some of the items that Mr. Madden was wearing the night before were in our crime scene photos.
Okay.
So based on that, I typed up a second search warrant for the residence.
Okay, so let me stop you there. So you said that Mr. Madden would have been at the Kroger on Route 4, Erie Highway. You said the night before at about 7:40?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that would be October the 10th, 2022.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I believe, if I may approach the witness, Your Honor.
Okay.
I'm showing you what Mr. Conley, I think is already in the State's Exhibit 89. Are you aware of what the contents of State's Exhibit 89 are?
I am.
And what are the contents of State's Exhibit 89?
It's the security video from the Kroger on South Erie Highway here in the city of Hamilton, Butler County, Ohio. And it shows Mr. Madden using the self-checkout on 10/10/22.
Okay. And I know that I'm initially probably was it on, I want to make sure I have the right time, on 10/26. That's when you visually looked at the video from Kroger.
Correct.
You kind of made some, I think you maybe made a video off your phone.
Yes, sir.
But then you would have taken some screenshots from your phone.
I did.
And went back to the police department, looked through some of the photos, and you saw some items that were familiar to you. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. Would you like to talk about the Kroger video first, the still photos?
Sure.
Or the search warrant? Second search warrant.
We can talk about the video first.
If I may approach Switch the witness, Your Honor.
May.
I'm going to refer to State's Exhibits 90 through 101. They're all photographs, Mr. Wonder. And what are we looking at in State's Exhibits 90 through 101? Or let me ask you this. I'll just ask you to look through 90 through 101, then I'll ask you a question collectively about all of them.
Yes, sir, good.
And generally speaking, what are those photographs of State's Exhibits 90 through 101?
There are two different camera angles. The first one is, predominantly, they're the overhead camera for whenever anybody uses a U-scan at Kroger. They video from you above to make sure that you're scanning the right items and that you're paying for them, and that the same amount of items go in the bag that you have. So the items predominantly show Mr. Madden at the U-scan self-checkout on 10/10/22. And then the last few photos show just the from the entrance video camera of just him leaving after paying for them.
Okay. So then why don't I do this? Let me take this back.
Yes, sir.
I'll take 89.
Sir.
Actually, 89 is the actual video itself, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
The videos itself?
Yes, sir.
With the court's permission, I'm just going to go ahead and play some of the Kroger videos first.
That's fine. It's been admitted.
If you wouldn't mind blanking the screen first, since I'll get it. My computer doing that. Blank that screen there. I think it's got I think it thinks that there's two screens. If that makes sense.
Oh, and like two monitors.
Yes. Thank you.
Can we approach briefly? Sure.
All right, we've heard him. So we heard some. I heard some sobbing, and I'm assuming that's Toby. At various points throughout the trial, although he looks somewhat composed here. When they were talking about Rachelle's fingernail clippings, and then of course they showed a picture of her body, which I put Roth on.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our afternoon break at this time. So I will give you 15 minutes. Ask that you return at 3:10, and please remember my recess instructions.
Thank you, Judge.
Maybe it's trying to recognize the power, but only because you have two windows open, so you have to close out the couch. Close out the window.
I don't know if he's looking for his daughter or who he's looking for.
Tony, you'll come down.
Because he said thank you. He waved at somebody, said thank you earlier in the day.
Your Honor, Tony was available.
I don't know if that's the issue. The jurors have been excused from the courtroom. Is there anything else for the record before we break?
I believe so, Your Honor.
Your Honor, I was looking at, I just wanted to bring up one item. If you pull up.
Are we being recorded?
We are on the record.
Okay,
sir.
I want to be on the record. Can you pull up state exhibit number 66, please? Please? Just pull it up on here.
Why don't we go off the record, and if
I want
it's
to be
something
off
that
the
needs to be on the
record.
record.
I don't want it to be
I'm not sure what
Okay.
How come I'm not allowed to have it on record?
They're having.
It's a stick that's on there.
Okay. Mr. Costello will be down to help with the computer issues. Thank you.
I want it to be seen.
See, this is why I never want to fast forward through this. I never want to zoom through this trial because you just never know what's going to happen with this guy. So he wants to be on the record. He wants to pull up State's Exhibit 68. Right? It was State's Exhibit 68. I'm not sure what State's Exhibit 68 is. That's why I'm like I never want to zoom through this trial because you just never know what's going to happen. So we'll stay here. He wants to pull up State's Exhibit 68, and the jury's out, but they're still on. They were on the record, but now they're off the record. The judge isn't even there. The judge isn't even there. All right, now I can fast forward. All right, now I'll fast forward. When we just have the seal, then I'll fast forward. All right, here we go. Coming back out of the break. Yeah, William, he is a classic. He's a classic. All right, coming back out of the break. Oh, I wish we could hear what he's saying.
State versus
All right,
Madden.
go back on the record.
Jurors are not present. Mr. Burris, Mr. Hahn, and Detective Horton are present on behalf of the state, and Mr. Madden appears with counsel, Mr. Wilder. It was brought to my attention that after I left the bench, there was a breach of courtroom decorum, and I just want to make the warning if that occurs at any time. Again, this afternoon, I will find that there is a reason to remove Mr. Madden from the courtroom, and he will be viewing the trial from a remote location. Okay, anything on the record from the state before I bring the jurors in?
I apologize, Your Honor, for not being able to operate the computer. I think I know what I need to do now, so I apologize. Thank you for your understanding.
All right. Anything on your behalf, Mr. Wilder?
We're ready to go. Thank you.
Okay. go ahead and take a seat. Waiting on just one more juror, and then we'll get started. Are there any violations of the court's recess instructions that anyone needs to report? The state can resume its examination of Detective Horton and Detective. I just remind you that you are still under.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Judge. Okay, I believe I was attempting to place State's Exhibit 89. And I'm going to stop it here. Detective, what is it that we're looking at here in State's Exhibit 89?
This is the Kroger video, the overhead camera of the U-scan. The party walking up right now is Mr. Madden.
All right, and what observations are you making here in State's Exhibit 89?
He seems to be purchasing a Mountain Dew Code Red. It's a sandwich, and I believe he purchased some mini candy bars as well.
And you recognize any of the clothing?
Yes, sir. He's wearing the green vest that I showed earlier to the jury.
And the gray shirt that he's wearing, we're going to hear a little bit about that in a second.
Yes, sir.
All right, and what other clothing do we see that is of importance to you in this, at about the 57, actually I'll just say the 1940 time frame?
Mr. Madden's wearing a gray and black baseball hat. He has a dark gray shirt on underneath the vest. He has light-colored shorts, and then he has a pair of Nike KD shoes.
And KD, would that be for Kevin Durant?
Yes, sir. Here he's taking his wallet from the zipped up part of the jacket.
And that's where it is that you found the wallet the day of the search warrant on October 11th, 2022?
Yes, sir.
I believe that's all we see of Mr. Madden in this video.
That's correct, sir.
Mr. Hoffman, if you could, thank you. Yep, sure is. I just got to get to it. Which is the one that doesn't We're good, Mr. Huffman. All right, what are we looking at here, Detective?
This is the exit camera for Kroger's. It's actually on a different system at the time. They had two different systems running. So this is as you leave the U-scan and walk out the front of the Kroger out to the main entrance. So that's Mr. Madden walking out. You see the clothing that he's wearing, carrying his bag, and then he just looks in the bag and just walks out the front door.
And you didn't see anybody chasing him or anything like that, did you?
No, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Huffman. And if I may approach the witness, Your Honor.
You may.
I think I already asked you a little bit about these. I'm going to go ahead and ask again. States Exhibits 93 and 101.
Yes, sir.
And Detective, what are those pictures or photos of?
As stated before, these are the still shots that I took from that video that you just watched of Mr. Madden at the U-scan.
And are those all true, fair, and accurate still shots that you would have taken from States Exhibit 89?
Yes, sir.
I would ask permission, ask for those to be admitted and permission to publish.
Any objection?
No objection.
Will be admitted and they may be published.
All right, what are we looking at of note on States Exhibit 90?
This is when Mr. Madden first comes up to the U-scan. You can see it's a top-down shot. You can see the gray and black hat, the green and black vest, along with the gray shirt and shorts and his gym shoes.
I know we're going to talk a little bit about the gray shirt here in a second. Do you notice anything on either the green and black vest or the gray shirt of note?
No, sir. There's no holes or blood appear to be on either item.
All right, States Exhibit 91.
Another view, once again, of the green vest, the hat, and the shirt. There seems to be no blood or damage to either item.
92.
Again, a closer up look. There's no holes, no cuts, no blood.
States Exhibit 93.
This is, again, no blood, no cuts, no holes, and that's the part of the gray vest that I showed the jury that had the hole in it when it was recovered on the 11th.
States Exhibit 94.
The vest, the shoes, the shorts.
Is this one of the photos that you're able to use to determine the figure out what kind of shoe was on the foot of Mr. Madden on October 11th?
Yeah.
Sorry, October 10th, I'm sorry.
Yes, sir.
State's Exhibit 95.
Again, Mr. Madden, another overhead view. There's no cuts, no holes, no blood.
State's Exhibit 96.
A more complete look at the jacket. As you can see, there's no hole, no cut in the jacket, no blood, and none on the shirt either.
State's Exhibit 97.
Again, a view, no cut, no hole, no blood.
98.
No blood, no tear, no holes, no blood.
99.
Mr. Madden standing there, doesn't seem to be looking around for anybody, just standing at the U-scan with his white shorts, his vest, shirt, hat, and shoes.
State's Exhibit 100.
Mr. Madden walking out, carrying his groceries, looking straight ahead.
And State's Exhibit 101.
Mr. Madden walking out. That's part of the video, the second video that was watched with him leaving the store.
All right, so I think I had to explain this. So initially, you went into Kroger and you were able to view this video. You were able to record aspects of it, take some still shots. You did not get the full videos until a little bit later, is that correct?
Correct.
But when you did watch the video there at the store and took some still photos, were you able to get a second search warrant for the residence on Parish Avenue?
Yes, sir, I was.
Okay. And why were you interested in getting a second search warrant for the residence on Parish Avenue?
Because we had recovered the vest, we found it with the cut and the blood. From viewing the video, I knew that that gray shirt, or what appeared to be that gray shirt, was on the ground next to the vest where it was located down in the basement. Also, going through the photos, I saw the hat. I wasn't sure if that had any evidentiary item value. And then I was also looking for the shorts and the shoes that Mr. Madden had on the night before.
Okay. So you got another search warrant or a second search warrant for the address at 1270 Parish Avenue?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And for the ladies and gentlemen, I know we've took a break. So what day was that second search warrant done at the residence at 1270 Parish Avenue?
I believe it was the 27th of October, approximately 15 days later. So about 26.
And you said that when you watched the video from Kroger, there were some clothing items that were unique to you that you were interested in?
Yes, sir.
And if the court's permission, I believe State's Exhibit 61 is already been. Permission to publish 61 again?
Granted.
And what is of interest in State's Exhibit 61?
The green vest that we initially recovered, next to it is a gray, like a workman shirt, similar to what Mr. Madden had on the day before at Kroger.
Can you block that, Mr. Halpin? If I may approach you, Mr. Honor.
You may.
He's got it on the screen.
Do you have it on the screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay. On the screen in front of you, do you have State's Exhibit 249?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay. What is State's Exhibit 249?
It's a photo from inside the residence at 1270 Parish that was taken on the 11th of October, 2022. It shows a brown dark wood board on the ground on top of and in the upper left-hand corner is a gray-black hat.
Okay. So again, that's another clothing item that you saw on the initial search warrant on October the 11th, 2022, that you were interested in looking for the 15 days later.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd ask the 249 be admitted and permission to publish.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, it'll be admitted and it may be published.
If you would, show us or tell us what it is we're looking at in State's Exhibit 249.
As I said, this is the wood board that was found on the ground while Detective Huckey was documenting the scene. There's blood on the top portion of it, as well as some footprints on the board. And then the gray-black hat appeared to be the same as from the video for Kroger's, is in the upper left-hand corner of the photo.
All right, Detective, and if I can approach the witness, Your Honor.
You may.
Mr. Wilder, I'm going to show 102 through 109. 102 through 109. Detective, if I can have you look at State's Exhibits 102 through 109. And I'll ask you a question collectively about all of them.
Yes, sir.
All right, and generally speaking, what are we looking at in State's Exhibits 102 through 109?
It is some photos from the second search warrant, predominantly of the basement area, as well as upstairs in the kitchen, well, what would have been the kitchen, where there's a bag, the Kroger bag, along with a receipt and some wrappers from the purchase the day before at Kroger.
State's Exhibits 102 through 109, are those all true, fair, and accurate depictions of the subject matter contained therein, the pictures of the second search warrant you did at 1270 Parish Avenue?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd ask that 102 through 109 be admitted and permission to publish.
Any objection?
No objection.
They'll be admitted and they may be published.
All right, and what are we looking at here in State's Exhibit 102?
This is the steps, the stairs that go down into the basement. This is from the top of the landing, looking down the steps into the basement.
And 103?
This is the basement again. This is the second time. So it's, I think, similar to the picture Detective Huckey had earlier. It shows the back wall, or I guess that wall that you see straight ahead is the wall to the basement at the front of the house.
State's Exhibit 104.
The gray shirt.
And if you would, why don't you go ahead and either circle it on the screen or get up at the point, whichever one the court would like.
That's great.
Okay. State's Exhibit 105.
That is the, sorry, That is the Kroger bag that was up in the kitchen area.
106.
Receipt in the Kroger in the Kroger bag.
And that corresponded with the time on the video that we just that we watched.
Yes, sir.
Okay. 107.
The gray and black hat.
Okay. But to be fair, that's a picture of the hat at the police department. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. 108.
The Kroger bag, along with the empty Snickers wrapper, was inside of it.
And again, that's a picture taken back at the police department.
Yes, sir.
109.
Just interior, looking down into the bag, the receipt and the Kroger, or I'm sorry, the Snickers.
If I may approach the witness, Your Honor.
You may.
So if I can have you identify the State's Exhibit 218.
218 is the dark gray shirt that was pictured earlier in the initial photographs from the initial warrant, but this is the one that was collected on it would be the 27th of October.
That's the one, if you can put that up on the screen. State's Exhibit 104, that's the shirt that you see there.
That is correct.
That's also the shirt, the same shirt that you saw, that we saw in State's Exhibit 61.
Yes, sir.
Actually, with the court's permission, if you can open that up, please.
Permission is granted.
And what were we looking at there at State's Exhibit 218?
It's a gray Dickies work shirt. It was the one that was recovered inside the residence in the basement.
Okay. And on the day that it was recovered during the second search warrant, did you make any visual observations about 218?
Yes, sir. There were numerous locations on it. Appeared to have dried blood.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd ask that 218 be admitted and permission to publish.
Any objection?
No, Judge.
All right, it'll be admitted and it may be published.
You want the court's permission if the detective can step down and show it to the jury, please?
Permission is granted.
Thank you, Detective. This is State's Exhibit 219. I may approach the witness, Your Honor.
You may.
State's Exhibit 219.
Yes, sir.
Can you identify that, sir?
It's the gray hat that was seen in the photograph that we recovered from the resident.
With the court's permission, If you could open that.
Permission is granted.
Is that the hat that you found during the second search warrant at 1270 Parish Avenue?
Yes, sir, it is.
And to you, does that appear to be the same hat that is being worn? And with the court's permission, if I can display State's Exhibit 94?
Granted.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Detective. Defense counsel 220. And you identify State's Exhibit 220, please.
It is the Kroger bag with many candy bars and paper inside.
With the court's permission, if you go ahead and open that, please.
And it's granted.
And what is contained inside State's Exhibit 220?
It is a Kroger coupon and the Snickers mini candy bars.
That's the Kroger bag that was found inside the residence during the second search warrant?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now we retrieve the Snickers. All right. And if we can display State's Exhibit 94 again, please. The shoes that the shoes that the defendant are wearing in State's Exhibit 94, were you ever able to find those shoes during either of the search warrants?
No, sir.
Okay. What methods or what means did the Hamilton police do, especially on the second search warrant, to try and find those shoes?
As stated before, the basement area, there was no lighting. We brought in some supplemental lighting to help search initially. So conducted the second search warrant during the daylight hours to help see better in the basement. And then at that point in time, we went through every room, myself, Detective Trenum, and Detective Huckey, and searched for these items.
Okay. And with the court's permission, State's Exhibit 100.
Granted.
The lighter colored shorts that Mr. Madden appears to be wearing in State's Exhibit 100, were those any shorts that look like that ever found?
No, sir.
What sort of methods or means did the Hamilton police do to try and find any other weapons that could have been inside the Parish Avenue residence during either one of these search warrants?
We searched, like I said, we searched all items around the house and inside the residence.
Okay. Did you go through vents and things like that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let me go ahead and retrieve that for you. I'd like to choose a book here.
Yes, sir.
I believe State's Exhibit 241 has been admitted, so I would ask that be published.
I don't have the 241.
Was it not been admitted?
I have that as-
Go ahead and take that down.
I had 249, something similar.
I believe so, that's probably why I got confused.
It is.
It's 241 is not.
249 was admitted.
Let me approach you, Ms. Shirley.
You may.
Show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 241.
Yes, sir.
What is that a picture of?
The board that we looked at in the earlier photo that was on the ground with the blood and the shoe prints, the same photo that had the hat up in the upper left-hand corner. This is a closer up view of that board with the blood and the shoe prints.
Okay. And is that true, fair, and accurate a photo of what it is you observed? And this is going to be during the first search warrant on October the 11th, 2022.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, I'd ask that 241 be admitted for permission to publish.
Any objection?
No objection.
Will be admitted and it may be published.
All right. And what's of note to you here, Detective, on State's Exhibit 241?
First of all, there's blood on the board, and then there are footprints that are made, which with appears to be either some sort of white dust on top of the board. The footprints, however, are two different types.
Okay. So we'll start with the ones that are on the bottom first. Does that tread pattern look familiar to you in an item that you collected?
Yes.
And what item would that be, sir?
The tread pattern is similar to the white shoes that Mr. Madden was wearing at the time that I interviewed him on the 11th, the white Reeboks.
If I may approach your Honor.
You may.
Supervisor, either State's Exhibit 242 or 243, whichever one you would look at. And with the court's permission, if you would like to stand down and show what it is that you're looking at the bottom of the shoe and what you're looking at on this wooden board.
Permission is granted.
It's just the round circular pattern for the Reebok, which you can see in the middle there.
Okay.
Here's a little bit better.
And if you
The round circular on the bottom of the shoe.
with the court's permission, if the detective can stand closer to the jury to show that.
Permission is granted.
Thank you, Detective.
Yes.
And I believe 249 has already been admitted, but you published 249.
Yes.
Right. Does that also show the circular pattern you were talking about?
Yes, sir.
Maybe you'd like to step down and show us.
Each to reach and see. On this part down here, on this shoe.
If I may approach the witness.
You may.
Show defense counsel, these are not PowerPoint. 244 and 245. And Detective, can I have you identify what 244 and 245 are?
Excuse me. 244 and 249 are still shots.
244 and 245.
I'm sorry, 244 and 245. 244 is the overhead shot from the Kroger U-Scan video of Mr. Madden holding the bag, and you can see the top of the shoe that he's wearing that day. 245 is a close-up, a zoomed-in close-up of the shoe that he's wearing on that day.
Okay. The first one is a still photo that you would have printed off,
Yes, sir.
and the second one you would have zoomed in on that?
And took
On
this
the
shot.
shoe.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd ask that 244 and 245 be admitted and permission to publish.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, those will be admitted and they may be published.
Do we have, I think you have to put them on the
Yeah,
envelope.
probably,
Yeah.
what are we looking at here in States Exhibit 244?
As I stated, that's the overhead, an overhead still shot of Mr. Madden at the U stand at Kroger the day before.
245.
That is a zoomed-in photo of the shoes that he's wearing on the day before this incident.
What did you find out that these shoes are?
These are Kevin Durant Euro style Nike shoes.
And you told us that you were not able to find these shoes during either one of the search warrants?
That's correct.
Okay. So what methods did you do to try and find out what KD9s look like and maybe what a tread pattern is?
Initially, I wasn't able to even determine what type of the shoe was. So initially, I tried looking for shoes with an RD logo on top, but obviously it's not RD. So I took that photo, the second photo, 245, and placed it into Google Images, and it gave me a selection of shoes. One of the shoes that came up was the Kevin Durant model shoes, and I could tell from that that was what the logo was on the tongue part of the shoe. However, there's dozens, actually a lot, of Kevin Durant variety of shoes. So I just started going individually because there's two different models. There's the KD version, and then there's the KD Tray 5 shoes. So I started looking through all the various styles of it, the KD 1, 2, and just went through. As I was going through, I was able to find the KD Europlay shoes, the 8, and from the photo I found, I was also finding a downward shot and one that had the tread pattern, which had the same tread pattern as found in the other shoe.
If I may approach the witness, Your Honor.
You may.
From Defense Counsel 246, 247, and 248. Actually, no, I think it's going to be. Sir, can I have you identify what 246, 247, and 248 are?
They are photographs of the KD Euro version 8 shoe.
Okay, and those are photographs that you printed off of the internet, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, these are not shoes that you found anywhere during any search warrants. You literally just went on the internet and printed those off.
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. Are those true, fair, and accurate depictions of what it is you saw on Google that you had printed off?
Yes, sir.
Now, I'd ask those to be admitted and permission to publish.
Any objection?
No objection.
They'll be admitted and they may be published.
Yes, sir.
What are we looking at?
It is the top-down view of the shoes that I found on the internet.
246 that you saw on the Kroger surveillance video?
Yes, sir. The color of the shoes, the black laces, the logo on the tongue of the shoe, and as well as the tips of the shoe have that shaded area on the top of the shoes.
247.
Another view of the KD logo on the shoes, the shoelaces, and the shaded area at the very top of the shoe by the toes.
248.
And that's the underside, the tread of the shoes.
And if we could put 249, which I think is in the PowerPoint.
It's up there.
Is it up here?
Yeah, no, it's on the screen.
He's got switch over.
Detective, with 248, do you see something similar on the photo of 248 as up on the board on 249?
Yes, sir.
With court's permission, if you could step down and show that.
Permission is granted.
On the tread pattern of the shoe, it has these indentations, this double one and the little half mark on the side, similar to here, the double
and then with the half coming in from the side. Also, it has the zigzag tread pattern and the diamond next to this symbol.
With the court's permission, if the detective could stand closer to the jury and show. Thank you, detectives. And I know that I believe there were several cell phones that were found inside the residence at 1270 Parish Avenue.
That's correct.
Okay. And I know that you and I have been working on this case for quite some time. There's nothing that we wish to present that was found on the cell phones, is that correct?
That's correct.
Maybe one moment, Your Honor. All right, Detective, I think I have two more items I want to cover. And permission to publish State's Exhibit 209, I believe it's already been introduced.
Yes, permission is granted.
I think this one will be eligible. I believe Detective Aaron Huckey introduced State's Exhibit 209. And I know you had a conversation with Toby Madden. Did he point to the room that he says that he went to go to sleep after he was on the chair in the front room?
It would be the one that's labeled front bedroom number 3.
And that'd be this one right here?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Detective, you were here in the courtroom yesterday afternoon.
Yes, sir.
I know that voir dire went into the early afternoon, so we had a little bit of a late lunch.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And as we were gathering to come into the courtroom to give opening statements, the jury was not in the courtroom.
Correct.
I'm sorry?
Correct.
Okay. Did you see an interaction between Toby Madden, the defendant, and Michaela Madden and other family members in the back of the courtroom?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. If you would, just verbally tell us what it is that you saw, or describe what it is that you saw and heard.
Mr. Madden stood up. They were referring to his daughter, Michaela. While speaking, he started speaking out loud, turned towards her, and he said that I'm responsible for what happened to her. I didn't mean it. I love you. Don't hate me. As he was saying, I'm responsible for what happened to her. I don't mean it. He had his hand like this and was making this motion.
Okay. And where were you standing in relation to Toby Madden when you witnessed this or saw this?
I was standing at the end of the prosecution table, maybe 6 feet from him.
Okay. So you would have been standing very close to where the chair is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And if I may approach your Honor.
You may.
I'm showing Detective Horton what's been marked as State's Exhibit 250. What is 250?
It is a USB drive. The contents of it are video of the incident that was recorded.
So you did not take that video, did you?
That is correct.
Okay. Is that one essentially fell off of the internet?
Yes, sir.
Okay, but you were standing you said about 6 feet away from Mr. Madden?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Okay, and is that video a true, fair, and accurate depiction of the conversation or the interaction that the defendant had with Michaela Madden and other family members?
Yes, sir, it is.
No, I'm not asking 250 be admitted and permission to publish.
Do you wish to be heard, Mr. Wilder?
No objection.
All right, it'll be admitted and it may be published.
This is not on you. Doesn't it? Okay. Yep. If you can blank it, I think I know how to fix this now. Start happening with the PowerPoint here. No, I need to do it. Just one settings. It's on.
All right, something's up with his feet. Oh, there we go. All right. The feed's a little wonky. Oh, they're replaying what happened.
Which right there?
Which one?
The shorter one is.
Okay.
We would object to that.
Listen, I don't want to object to anything. I just want to, this is about the family that I love. And, listen, yeah, I'm responsible for what happened to her. I didn't mean it. Get into it.
Judge, are we recording?
I believe we are.
I know I'm so
Can we go off?
We need to take a recess?
Yes.
Okay, let's take a recess and go on.
And I don't want you to hate me. I don't want you to hate me.
Thank you, Mr. Halpern. I believe that's all I have, Your Honor. Thank you.
Cross-examination, please.
And Mr. Wilder, again, if you want me to put anything.
I may not be.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, Detective.
Good afternoon, sir.
We just watched this video of what Mr. Madden was doing yesterday outside the presence of the jury. I want to refer you were in here for the opening statements in this case,
Yes, sir.
where you saw the prosecutor do this 3 times, telling the jury this is what Mr. Madden did on the video.
That he made a stabbing motion.
Were you present for opening statement
Yes,
when
sir.
the prosecutor walked around the podium and pointed to this jury and did this 3 times with a pen in his hand?
Yes, sir.
Is that what you saw in that video there? Is that the motion?
It was higher. It was more of a top motion down.
So you're saying that that video there to you looked like someone pushing a knife towards somebody?
Yes, sir.
And he's got something that he's crying into in there?
He moves the towels from his right hand to his left hand right before he does it. As he says, I didn't mean it. It's when he starts making the motion like he's holding a knife.
Okay. I'm a pretty big guy.
Yes, sir.
I was standing between the two of you. How'd you see around me to see that?
Because you were facing forward and he was stepped back facing towards the back way.
And you're saying this video to you is this, pointing three ways forward, as the prosecutor did in this opening statement. The very first thing this jury heard and saw
two
was
instead
these.
of three.
There was three motions.
I know. I'm saying I observed two. Yes.
And you're saying that what you just saw there was the exact same thing?
I said similar.
Okay. Mr. Madden was arrested at the scene when law enforcement showed up and Rachelle's dead in the house, correct?
He was brought in as a witness first. He was subsequently arrested.
Here's my question is, when he came outside the house that day and police approached him, did he ever go back into that house again? Since that day until this day right now?
Not that I know of, no, sir.
Because my question is you go in 2 weeks later and find additional evidence, correct?
Yes, sir.
Because you look at the Kroger video and you want to go back and look for shoes and you want to look for pants and you want to find this gray shirt, correct?
Correct.
You find the gray shirt, but you don't find the shorts or the shoes.
We didn't find them on either search, sir.
And from the date of the incident, when police respond out there and Toby comes out, until the day you went in to look for those pants, Toby Madden had absolutely no way of being at that scene.
That's correct.
If the state could please pull up Exhibit 61. Is this a picture from the first search?
Yes, sir, it is.
This is the day of finding Rachelle?
Yes, sir.
And I'm going to use the laser pointer here in State's Exhibit 61. Is that the gray shirt you collected 2 weeks later?
Yes, sir, it is.
If the state would please now put up Exhibit 104. This is a picture from the second search warrant.
Yes, sir, it is.
Laser pointer, is that the gray shirt you collected?
Yes, sir, it is.
Now, would you agree with me that the gray shirt in Exhibit 61 from the first day of the search compared to the gray shirt where it's at in Picture 2 of the second search appears to be in a different location?
It is in a different location, sir.
It is?
Yes, sir.
How do you explain that? Mr. Madden wasn't in the house. How do you explain that shirt got moved?
I can explain that. When we did the initial search on the 11th, we went through all the items. We're pulling out shirts, pulling out clothing, looking for the knife. At the time, we hadn't found any other weapons. So we were looking for weapons. So all that pile of clothes you see from the earlier photo, we moved all of that. Yes. Okay. But since it was dark downstairs, sorry, we couldn't see any evidence of blood on the items.
Okay. Between the day of the murder and you did the first search warrant and the time that the second search warrant was executed 15 days later, what did you do to secure the premises at 1270 Parish Avenue?
There was nothing else done. The scene was released later that evening on the 11th.
So for 15 days we have a potential crime scene with evidence that anyone within this county, neighbors, anyone, druggies, kids, anybody could have accessed that house and went inside there.
That's correct.
And there was no law enforcement checking on that property during those 2 weeks. Is that fair?
People might have driven by, but not,
And then you go back 2 weeks later after you look for the Kroger video, fingers crossed that hopefully something's still in there. Does that cross your mind a little bit? Maybe it's going to be there, maybe it's not?
Yes, sir.
You were shown pictures with two different footprints on it.
Yes,
do you have any explanation of what that white stuff is or where that came from?
I believe it's from the interior, the rooms. like I said, they were doing renovations to the house. There was drywall mud around the house. There was dust on the floor, just from general construction.
We've had people testify about the day that Rachelle was murdered. We had some gas workers there between like 8 and 9 o'clock, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then I believe police start responding around noon, correct?
Correct, sir.
We've also heard from next door neighbor who said she didn't see anybody coming in and out, roughly an hour, 2 hours, around 10:30 or so, give or take.
Yes, sir.
So there's 2 shoe prints. One of the pairs of shoes, Mr. Madden, you're claiming came to the interview in, correct?
Correct.
This other one is the one you think is from the Kroger video, which you don't find 2 weeks later.
Correct.
So there's a shoe print on a piece of furniture that's on the floor that may be attributed to this murder, but yet Mr. Madden is arrested that day and has no access for 2 weeks. How do we explain where that shoe, why it's not there?
Well, I just didn't say it wasn't there. I said we didn't find it.
Right. How many officers searched that house that day that Rachelle was found?
4.
And it appeared to me when Detective Huckey was showing some of his photos, one of his last photos was out the front window, and it appeared to be the twilight of the day where the sun was setting. Did you notice that?
Yes, sir.
So officers were at that property roughly 12 p.m. that day until twilight time. When would have been twilight in October?
It would,
give or take.
probably 9 o'clock.
So all those hours, there was some law enforcement present at the scene?
Yes, sir.
And during that time, nobody found these white shorts or these shoes?
That is correct.
Some of the items that was in that vest, did you say that one of those was a flash drive or a SIM card? I was a little confused, and I'm not a big tech guy, so what did you find there?
It is well, it looks like a flash drive, and I believe it has a USB end on one side and then maybe a micro USB on the other, but I don't.
Did it appear that device that was, did you collect it?
It's collected, yes.
Is that a device that could store information on it or just read information?
I believe it's just read, but I don't recall.
Okay. Did you scan it to see if there was anything on it?
I don't recall, sir.
And you're saying this is still in evidence?
Yes, sir, it's still.
You testified about Rachelle's purse or the black bag, and we saw you referred to it as like a Swiss Army knife was found in there, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, isn't it true that one of the blades in there was deformed or warped in some way?
It's broken.
Could a blade like that, one of the reasons be because someone tried to pry open a cell phone? Could that be a reason for a blade to be?
Object, Your Honor.
Approach, please.
So they almost had a moment there where the initial search. Oh wait, the gray shirt is in a different position from photograph to photograph. In the 2 weeks between the initial search and then they saw the Kroger video, and they got another search warrant. So they almost had a Perry Mason gotcha moment, but was not meant to be easily explainable.
That folding knife was sent off to be tested, correct?
That's correct, sir.
Including the other knife that was found at the scene?
Yes, sir.
Including all the fingernail scrapings and filings or whatever from Rachelle's fingers were sent to a lab as well, correct?
I believe they were. BCI only takes, they only take 10 items of DNA at a time. So I don't know if they were sent in the initial one or if it was later, or if they were sent. I'm not 100% sure.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but the way it works with BCI, you can submit a certain number, and if you get to the point where you might need more, you have to get authority or request that permission on some level, correct?
That's correct, sir.
Did you have to do that in this case, ask for more stuff to be sent?
Detective Trenum handled all the interactions with BCI as far as the evidence goes.
You testified about Mr. Madden's wallet. Did he tell you where that wallet was?
When I spoke with him, he told me multiple times that his wallet was inside the house. I confronted him later in the evening about it being in the basement, and he said it wasn't in the basement. It was upstairs by where he was sleeping, where he was charging his phone.
Okay. And he told you this information. He'd already been, he was already in custody, so to speak, at the jail, correct?
That's correct.
He was in the police department.
Yes, sir.
Right. And he told you this information after he'd already been brought to the police department. He wasn't still at the scene, or he hadn't been back to the scene. Is that fair?
That's correct, sir.
Several of the some of the photos were of Mr. Madden's arms and appeared to have scratches on them. You had an interview. Did you ask him about where he got those, where those came from?
I did. We talked about the scratches. He was saying that he got them from moving furniture.
Did you take any fingernail scrapings or anything from Mr. Madden at all?
We got a second search warrant after we got the search warrant to photograph him and take the DNA swabs. The second search warrant was conducted, and Detective Trenum and I believe Detective Laney did that, and they took his fingernail scrapings and clippings.
You showed a bright green shirt to the jury here and it appeared to have blood on it. Was that tested to your knowledge?
I don't recall.
I know we're going to hear later on in the case, someone's going to come in and talk about some of these findings. And
yes, sir.
We're going to hear from someone from the lab, but I didn't know if you recalled whether that green shirt was actually...
I believe it was.
Okay. And of course, we'll have an expert talk about that, but I was curious about that. Because correct me if I'm wrong, you sent the gray shirt and the vest, for sure, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. When Toby was interviewed, how many hours do you think he was in the interview room total? Ballpark.
Well, he was in there for about 4 hours, maybe a little bit longer at first, and then he was placed in the holding cell, and then he was brought back later after the search of the residence was completed. So it was broken up.
So 4 total hours? Or?
No. The last interview, I think, was about an hour and a half. So it'd probably be about 5.5 total.
Would you agree with me that in those 5.5 hours, he spent some considerable time laying on the floor?
Yes, sir, he did.
And crying and exhibiting some of the stuff we've seen in here today?
Yes, sir.
But on the floor?
Sitting up and on the floor, yes.
Isn't it true that at 2 times during his interview, you actually brought in medics to try to see if he wanted any attention?
Yes, he said he was having difficulty breathing, and he was so twice the squad was called to check him.
Last thing, Detective, is without getting into the details of the specific hearing, was there ever a time in this courthouse in March of this year that you followed Mr. Madden into the hallway and have a conversation with him?
I did not have a conversation with him.
Or did you say anything to him?
No, sir.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Redirect.
Just a few follow-up questions. During this interview that we heard about the Hamilton Police Department, were there also some amount of time you actually also slept on the floor?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And although he was taken into custody on that day, on October 11th, 2022. He was not taken into custody on any sort of homicide charge in regards to Ms. Brewsaugh, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, it was on something completely unrelated?
Yes, sir, it was.
Okay. And I think we heard that the Hamilton police were called out to 1270 Parish around 12 p.m. or so, give or take a few minutes. We don't know the exact time that Rachelle Brewsaugh was killed, do we?
No, sir.
Oh, Your Honor, thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Barr?
Your Honor, if I may, I have one follow-up recross question, and I wanted to ask the detective if he did follow Mr. Madden down the hallway in March, and if he did, why?
I followed, the deputies were escorting.
Objection, Your Honor, may we approach?
Sure.
So Toby's hot about something there. Is this another piece of evidence that he's trying to get in? He wants to be on the record. He's got something. Is he keeping notes? He's got something going on there. I don't know if those are his notes. I guess those are his notes. Oh, is there a bus jewel horse welfare? Is there a bus jewel? I didn't know that. Kaylee, no, he's not a happy boy. He wanted to go pro se, right? Didn't he want to go pro se at one point? Did I read that? Was he the one that in our description? Let me read our description. Did he have like a bunch of lawyers? I want to think he was one that had a bunch of lawyers. I thought I read that somewhere. But of course it could have been any number of defendants that we cover. Yeah. He keeps looking back. Yeah, hello, Toby. We see you. He keeps looking back at the gallery. I guess his daughter is still back there. Kelly Wood, this is from September of 2024. We are in between live trials, and we watched this originally 2 years ago, but then we had to delete it because of YouTube issues. So we're just taking this time while we're in between live trials to kind of rebuild our library again. Little Lulu, it's in our description. I thought it was. Where? Oh, there. He attempted to represent himself, but the judge denied his request twice. He's had at least 6 attorneys, and he's been disruptive in court. All right. Thank you, Little Lulu. I knew I had it somewhere. So he did try to represent himself twice. And then he's gone through at least 6 attorneys. Can anyone say Sarah Boone? Brat, this one had lots of lawyers come and go, wanted to defend himself, ended up here. Can you come out of the corner now? Of course. You were never in the corner. Yes, when in doubt, Little Lulu, just read my description.
Anything else, Mr. Weiler?
No, Judge, thank you. Here, you get this.
Okay, so Detective, thank you. You may step down. And Mr. Burris.
Judge, can I just have one more?
Sure.
I'm sorry, I didn't have a chance to.
Sure.
She's got a question.
Judge, there's one more question. If you would like to ask.
Detective, could you resume the stand, please?
You know what, let's do, you want to do sidebar first? Okay.
So Toby has a question, and then they go to a sidebar. Yeah, Grampy, totally Sarah Boone. He's like the male version of Sarah Boone. Ambi, imagine what he was like in everyday life if he acts like this in court. Totally agree. Renee, I don't know. He's having a conversation. Is he chatting with the jury now? Because the jury's sitting back here by the camera. Jury's like where the camera is, just to the left. No problem, Kelly. Yeah, we figured this is a good time in between trials, live trials, to kind of, because this was a very, very interesting trial when we first watched it, and we had to delete it, and I want to like get it back into our library again. We have a couple more that we will absolutely do as well. I think Tyler Daisy was one. Chloe Driver, member Z and Chloe Driver. Yeah, so we have at least those two that we'll read this again.
Mr. Madden, this isn't a time for you to have a conversation with the gallery.
I know it's back.
Okay, you need to remain silent while we conduct our business at the bench. You need to remain quiet while we conduct our business at the bench.
Well, I'd rather know.
Dang it, we want to hear his conversation. Don't cut the mic. Don't cut the audio. You can't be having a conversation while we're in the middle of a sidebar. This guy is a piece of
Okay,
work.
Detective, you may sit down again. Thank you. Does the state have any witnesses that we can take care of within 35 minutes or so? I did tell the jury we'd leave it by 5.
I think this is a good time to break it up.
Okay. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, we will recess for the evening. Remember, we have a short day tomorrow, so we'll start promptly at 9. We will conclude at noon. Okay. And please remember my recess instructions: do not do any investigations, do not read any media reports, and do not talk about this case with anyone. Okay. Thank you.
All right, it's way too early for us to end, so we're going to go into day 3. Day 3 is 3.5 hours, so it's only 2 o'clock here, so we'll go into day 3. That'll get us to about 5:30 or so. So don't go anywhere. We're gonna go into day 3. We're gonna Kramer it. And we're just gonna keep going until we stop. Yeah, he's awake. All right, Pammy, we'll see you later. We're going to continue on, though, guys. Don't go anywhere. We're going to continue on to day 3.
Can you please stop recording? I'm not consenting to being recorded right now.
We're going to recess for the evening unless there's anything anyone wants to put on the record.
These are the questions I think.
Okay, let's be in recess.
Off from the stage, Judge. Thank you.
Anything else on for the record, sir?
Can I confirm that this is not being recorded?
Wow. So I totally agree with the judge. She says this is on the record, even though he's like, I don't consent to this being recorded. Well, tell your client to get a hold of himself or get a hold of your client. I don't consent to this being recorded. And that's very well, I mean, that's fine. Nothing wrong with that. But the judge, it's a judge's room. It's not your room. Judge wants that on the record. Judge can have that on the record. All right. So let's go into day 3 now. We'll have to change our thumbnail there. All right, looks like there's more of the same. All right, we're going to go into day 3. Let me get this, hold on, cue this up. All right, here we go. Day 3. And day 3 starts with him. Day 3 was saying something about 4. Saying something about 4. This is day 3. Oh, maybe with jury selection it was 4 days. He's been. I don't know. Does anybody read lips?
For the county government to go for silence now session.
Okay, good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor.
We're here in the state of Ohio versus Toby Madden, CR 22-121675. The jurors are not present. Mr. Burris and Mr. Hahn and Detective Horton are present on behalf of the state. The defendant appears in person with counsel, Mr. Wilder. Before we bring in the jury, is there anything on behalf of the state of Ohio?
Just for scheduling purposes, I was going to have 3 witnesses here this morning to fill up the morning. One of them had an issue that came up, so he will be here first thing tomorrow morning. So I anticipate the Dr. Updegrove will testify today, Detective Doug Trenum will testify today. I think they're probably still going to take up the majority of the morning. Then I will have 2 or 3 witnesses tomorrow, so we anticipate resting before the noon hour tomorrow night.
Okay, thank you for updating us on the schedule.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
Anything on behalf of you, your client, Mr. Wilder?
Not at this moment, thank you.
Okay, let's go ahead and bring in the jurors. Please be seated. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Does anyone have any violations of the court's recess instructions that they need to report? Okay. All right, Mr. Burris, you may call your next witness. Thank you. Or Mr. Hahn, thank you.
Statement called Dr. Rachelle Brewsaugh.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you tell everyone your name and spell your last name, please?
Russell Updegrove. Last name's Uptegrove.
All right. And how are you currently employed, sir?
I'm a forensic pathologist at the Hamilton County Coroner's Office in Blue Ash.
Okay. And do you provide services to any other counties besides Hamilton County?
Well, I mean, in my position in Hamilton County, we perform autopsies for some other counties, although Butler County is not one of those. However, historically, probably for about 19 years now, I've been sort of the backup pathologist here. Back when Dr. Swinehart was a pathologist, when he'd go out of town, I would fill in, and now that Dr. Utz is the primary pathologist, I will fill in Butler County whenever he's out of town.
Okay, all right. And so you said you've been doing that, filling in Butler County for 19 years, is that correct? Okay. And have you ever worked in Warren County?
I'm actually the Warren County elected coroner.
Okay, and how long have you been in that position?
I was elected in 2007.
All right. And could you please explain to the jury what is forensic pathology?
Well, forensic pathology entails doing autopsies on individuals, typically for non-natural circumstances. I mean, people that are in the hospital and may die of cancer or complications from stroke and heart disease, emphysema, things of that nature, typically aren't reported to a coroner's office. So from forensic pathology perspective, we're doing autopsies on people that are dying suddenly and unexpectedly without any significant medical history, people who have some sort of trauma, whether it be from a motor vehicle crash or a fall, and obviously things that may involve criminal activity, gunshot wounds, blunt force injury, stab wounds, things of that nature.
Okay. And you just describe to the jury what your educational background is and educational experience as it relates to forensic pathology?
Yeah, I graduated from Clemson University in South Carolina, and with my undergraduate degree, and then I attended and graduated from the Medical University of South Carolina in Charleston, South Carolina. Because of my interest in forensic pathology, I completed a residency in anatomic and clinical pathology at the Medical University in Charleston, and also completed a forensic pathology fellowship at the Charleston County Medical Examiner's Office. And then after completion of my training, I relocated to Ohio in July of 1999 and started working as a forensic pathologist at the Montgomery County Coroner's Office, which is in Dayton.
Okay, so how long in total would you say you've been a forensic pathologist?
Well, since July of 1999, when I began working full-time in Dayton.
Okay. And if you know, how many autopsies do you think you performed in your career?
Well, it might be 50 or 75 off, but it's about 8,450 to this point.
Okay, all right. And have you previously been called in court to testify as an expert in forensic pathology?
Yes, I've been called several times here, actually, in Butler County over the years.
Okay. How many times in total? Just an estimate of how many times you've been an expert in forensic pathology in courts.
Well, as far as my autopsies, I keep very detailed logs. That's why I can tell you almost exactly how many autopsies I've done. I don't specifically list every time I've testified in court, but I know prior to COVID, I averaged anywhere from 8 to 10 times a year. And obviously from when I started to COVID, that was about 20 years. And then obviously there was a little bit of a downtime, and now things are starting to pick back up again. So it's over 200 times by now since I first started here in Ohio.
Okay. And is that all of those times you've testified as an expert, has that been in Ohio or other states too?
Well, since that time, the majority have been in Ohio, but because of the time when I was working in Dayton, we did contractual work for some of the counties in Indiana. So I've testified in Indiana. Just last week, or 2 weeks ago, I testified in Kentucky from an incident where someone was brought into Ohio. Testified in federal court in Columbus and federal court in Cincinnati. So I've had a lot of different experiences.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time I would ask that Dr. Updegrove be declared as an expert in forensic pathology.
Judge, I have no voir dire for this witness concerning his expert qualifications. There's no objection to his testifying as an expert.
Thank you. All right, the witness will be qualified as requested. Thank you.
Doctor, what is an autopsy?
Well, an autopsy involves an external examination where you look at the body and make note of any kind of identifying marks on the body, any type of medical intervention, personal property on the body. We photograph the body, make diagrams. The internal examination, which is the more lengthy of that process, involves removal of all the internal organs, looking for trauma, looking for evidence of natural disease processes like cancer, any kind of congenital abnormalities, anything that could potentially cause a sudden unexpected death. During the course of the internal examination, we obtain specimens, blood, urine if available, vitreous fluid from the eyes in order to be submitted for toxicological analysis to see if any foreign substances are in the body. And if necessary, some very small pieces of tissue obtained during the course of the autopsy can further be submitted to our histology lab so we could have some glass slides produced if there was something that we needed to look at under the microscope to make some sort of determination as to the cause of death. So it's an external exam, internal exam, toxicological analysis, and possibly histology or tissue analysis.
Okay, thank you. I want to direct your attention to October 12th of 2022. At that time, were you asked to perform an autopsy on the body of Rachelle Brewsaugh?
I was, yes.
Okay. And where was that autopsy performed at?
At the Butler County Morgue here in the city of Hamilton.
Okay. And did you take photographs? I believe you said as part of an autopsy you take photographs. But during Rachelle's autopsy, did you photograph the body in that autopsy?
Well, I personally did not take the pictures. Typically, it's either the investigator or the morgue assistant who is assisting with the autopsy is the one that actually takes the photographs under my direction. Yes.
Okay. Would those photos aid you in your testimony today?
Yes.
If I may approach the witness.
You may.
Doctor, if you would take a look, please, at exhibits 178 through 205, and just flip through them and take a look at all those and let me know when you're done looking at them. And I'm sorry, Mr. Wilder, I didn't show them to you, but it's 178 through 205 on the top.
Okay, yeah, I got them on my computer. Thank you.
Have you had a chance to look at all those?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And generally speaking, what are exhibits 178 through 205 photos of?
These are photos that were taken during the course of the autopsy.
Okay.
Some of them are external photographs, and some of them are a few of the internal organs.
Okay. And these are photos taken during Rachelle Brewsaugh's autopsy that you performed, correct?
Yes.
All right. And these, are they true, fair, and accurate depictions of the autopsy you performed on Rachelle's body?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I would ask that State's Exhibits 178 through 205 be admitted and be allowed to publish.
Mr. Wilder?
We have a brief sidebar.
Sure.
So they're going to go over some autopsy photos. I just scrubbed through. There is one that they show. It's the looks like the top of Rachelle's head, which, and then yeah. Oh wow, they show her liver. All right, so I'll warn you. There's one photo that they show of the top of Rachelle's head. So if you guys are squeamish and you don't want to see it, you know, I understand. Is he sulking, Kaylee? These are photos. Autopsy photos are going to be presented and shown to the jury. We will not see them. There is, like I said, there is one of just like the top of her head. So. But I'm sure it's not going to be pretty. The poor woman was stabbed 55 times. Like everywhere. I just don't even. I don't know, like the rage and just the sheer just brutality of that. And not to be like gross or anything, but 55 times is a lot of energy, right? That's a lot of energy that you are expending. So I'm just wondering if, like, there wasn't something going on. Are we frozen? Hold on a sec. Are we frozen? Okay. I thought we were frozen.
You may continue.
Did you, well, I guess you made the ruling on the
Yes,
site.
I'm
Okay, all right.
admitting all of the photographs except 198, for which I'm reserving ruling.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, and you may publish those
Thank you.
photographs.
All right. Doctor, before we get to the exhibits, as part of your duties, do you create a report for each autopsy you perform for the Butler County Coroner's Office?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And I guess you do that for any county you perform an autopsy in, correct?
Yes.
All right. Did you generate a report for the autopsy of Rachelle Brewsaugh?
Yes, I did.
And is that report kept in the ordinary course of business for the Butler County Coroner's Office?
Yes.
Okay. And would that report aid you in your testimony to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury here today?
Yes, it would.
Okay. May I approach the witness again? This is Mr. Wilder, 206. Okay. Doctor, we gave you State's Exhibit 206. Can you please take a look at that and identify Exhibit 206? And what is that exhibit?
It is a copy of the autopsy report, which I created, and there's also a copy of the toxicology report, which I personally do not generate. The specimens that are submitted are recovered during the autopsy, but obviously the testing is done by a toxicological laboratory.
Okay. It's part of your report, though, the toxicology report?
Well, it's included in the exhibit, and I certainly use that information when making a decision about the cause and manner of death. But I'm just clarifying that I did not generate that toxicology report.
All right. Is Exhibit 206, though, a true and accurate and fair representation of the original that you created and the toxicology report that you received to aid you in your autopsy in determining a cause and manner of death?
Yes, it is.
Okay. I would ask that State's Exhibit 206 be admitted and permission to publish it at any time if needed. I don't believe I will, but...
Right.
I have a brief summary.
Sure.
Hey, Debbie Gibbons, welcome in. How are you? And Debbie, I agree with you. I like to hear from the medical examiners. Although he says he's a forensic pathologist and coroner. I'm going to say same thing, which I know it's not, but pretty much they both do autopsies.
21, 23.
Can you approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may. Okay, so 206 will be admitted without the toxicology report.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Updegrove, can you please explain to the jury the process of performing an autopsy, starting with the moment you receive the body?
Well, the external examination is what happens first, and it's a combination of writing things down, documenting things, hair color, eye color, any kind of scars or other identifying marks, whether there's any medical intervention on the body, any obvious injuries, and those things are also documented via photographs that either the investigator or the autopsy assistant may take. So once the external exam has been completed, we begin the internal exam, and as I alluded to earlier, that involves removal of the internal organs. So in a case like this, when I can clearly see that there's been multiple stab wounds on the outer surface of the body, we're looking at documenting and identifying any type of internal injuries or damage, which organs may or may not be affected from these stab wounds. In addition to that, again, we're looking for things like coronary artery disease, cancer, cirrhosis of the liver, other types of diseases that may involve other organs in the body, any obvious sign of infection. So after the organs are removed, they are weighed and dissected individually, and then after the autopsy, the majority of the tissue is then returned to the body. We retain a few small pieces, like I said earlier, in the event we need to do a microscopic examination. We have small pieces of tissue that can be submitted if that was necessary. And then after the toxicology testing is completed, then the autopsy report would be finalized. So I don't finalize a report until I've got the final toxicology report to make sure that you're not surprised by some significantly elevated drug or other substance present in the body.
Okay. And can you just take us through the physical description of the Brewsaugh body?
She was 65 inches in height, which is 5'5", and she was 232 pounds. Again, it was fairly obvious because of the number of stab wounds present on her head, her chest, her abdomen, her arms, and there's one on her leg, on her back, that she had sustained multiple stab wounds. So again, this is one of these types of cases where just during the initial external examination, it was fairly obvious to me as far as what the cause of death was going to be.
Okay. Just start showing you the photos and go through those now. We can see Exhibit 170. Doctor, obviously it's on the screen there in front of you and should be, I think it's on the screen in front of you, isn't it? Okay.
Yes.
And then on the big screen there, can you please explain to the jury what we're looking at in State's Exhibit 178?
Okay, this is a placard. Again, that's not my handwriting on there, but the people at the Butler County Coroner's Office in the morgue will write the case number, which is that 22-1012 is the case number that was assigned to this, and it has the decedent's name, and it has the date that the autopsy was performed, October 12th, 2022, and of course, Dr. Lee Manning is the coroner for Butler County.
Okay, thank you. If we could go to 179. And please describe Exhibit 179.
All right, this is something that you do in all the autopsies, basically taking a shot of the face in order for identification purposes, because some of the times when we do autopsies on people, they're not identified at the time, so it's nice to have a photograph of the person's face for potentially identification purposes. In this particular case, it also documents that there is an injury on her nose that can be visualized here.
Okay. 180, please. And tell us what we're looking at in State's Exhibit 180, please.
Okay.
Okay. If anyone cannot compose themselves in the courtroom, then they're going to need to leave the courtroom. Okay? Go ahead, Mr. Hahn.
I'm sorry, Doctor. Please describe what we're looking at in State's Exhibit 180.
All right. In this picture, it focusing predominantly on the anterior aspect of the chest and the abdomen. You can also see the left hand and the left forearm and left upper arm in this picture. But as I mentioned, there were multiple stab wounds. The vast majority of the stab wounds she sustained were in the chest and abdominal area. There were a few on the hands and arms, but predominantly chest and abdomen.
Okay. And what do you see protruding from some of the wounds?
Okay. In the right lower quadrant, there's actually the yellow is some of the abdominal fat, and then there's also a portion of small intestine which is protruding through one of the stab wounds.
Can you just, you should be able to touch that screen and circle which ones you're talking about, I think. Wait a minute. Sorry. Now you should be able to. And what are you circling there,
That
Doctor?
is, well, the yellow part is fat, and then this little tubular here, that's the small part of the small intestine.
Okay. And then the other one above or to the left of it?
That is mental fat, and then there's again some fat and another little piece of intestine protruding through there.
Okay. All right. And then if you go to the top right corner of your screen, that little arrow, you can hit that and then hit clear, and it should take the...
Okay.
Thank you. State's Exhibit 181, please. Doctor, what are we looking at in State's Exhibit 181?
Okay, now we're looking at her from the left side, and it's some of the pictures that are taken in the course of the autopsy. Sometimes they're taken as is, received with whatever clothing, or if there's blood or dirt. Clearly in this picture here, as compared to the last one, some of that blood that was present on her chest and abdomen on the skin has been wiped away to better illustrate the size and configuration of some of these stab wounds. So again, there's multiple stab wounds on the chest and abdomen. Again, on this left side, there's intestines which are protruding through that hole there. If you look at her left hand, there's actually some small injuries on the hand, contusion on the hand. There's another superficial wound there on that forearm. So this kind of shows you the relative symmetrical involvement of the right side of the chest and abdomen and the left side of the chest and abdomen.
Okay. And the injuries on the hands and arms, do those signify anything to you?
Well, I consider those to be defensive type wounds, and I believe we will see some photographs that are more close-up showing trauma to the hands and in between the fingers, forearms, locations typically seen when an individual's trying to defend themselves during an attack like this.
Okay. And if I may, because I don't have a screen to point at, is that all right if I walk? Okay. Doctor, some of these wounds look darker than other ones and some look lighter. Does that signify anything to you?
Well, what can happen in cases where people have sustained a large number of stab wounds, there's a couple of different things that can happen. Number one, if you sustained a stab wound that hit a vital structure like the brainstem or a large knife that damaged, significant damage to the heart, an individual could die fairly quickly. In other cases where there's multiple stab wounds, if there's not severe enough trauma to an individual organ, it's possible that the cause of death is more from exsanguination or bleeding to death, more so from an individual organ being so damaged that it would cause an immediate death. So when there's this many stab wounds, sometimes some of the wounds, as they're inflicted, and I can't put any kind of order on when these wounds were sustained, but some of the wounds have very little bleeding in the subcutaneous tissue and the fat, and that's because some of these wounds may have happened as the person is quite close to death or actually has died because the heart is no longer beating because of the amount of blood that's been lost in the circulatory system. So some of the wounds should touch subcutaneous hemorrhage.
Okay. And could you just point out the difference of, like, I know we may be able to see this on some other photographs, but can you point out the difference between, like, two of the wounds?
This one here, there's very little bleeding. I mean, all you're seeing really is the yellow fat, where a lot of these other wounds, there's much more redness associated with the soft tissue.
Okay. Thank you. If you want to hit clear there. Can we go on to 182, please? And can you please describe Exhibit 182 to the jury, please?
Okay. In this particular photograph, there's a couple of things we're looking at. One, there's things that are called an acute contusion or bruise on the hand here, and then on this area where the knuckles are, there's some purple discoloration. And again, I can't say how it happened, but some sort of blunt force to the hand, which causes a bruise. In addition to that, there's also a couple of superficial injuries to the hand, which are more consistent with a sharp force type of situation.
Thank you. Clear those out. Exhibit 183. Can you please describe Exhibit 183?
Okay, this is a closer up image, and the hand is slightly rotated for this picture, again showing that rather large contusion or bruise on the left at the base of that index finger. And what we're looking at here is kind of in the web in between the index finger and the thumb, and that soft tissue is a wound from sharp force injury. Again, one of the things that I mentioned earlier as far as what I would consider a defensive type wound that could be present on the hands or the forearms during the course of an assault.
Okay, thank you. 184. And what are we looking at here in State's Exhibit 184?
All right. Again, this is showing the left hand and the left forearm. And, the thing that it's variable, when we're looking just on the chest and the abdomen, the shape and the orientation of what these stab wounds look like, they're not all the same size. Some of them are curved. Some of them are more straight. So when this person is moving, that can alter what a wound looks like. Also, when you have something like this, the hand and the forearm, there's a lot less flesh, fat, other subcutaneous tissue, muscle on the hand and the arm as opposed to the chest and the abdomen. So sometimes when a knife penetrates a soft tissue and if it hits a bone, the knife doesn't protrude as deep as it would if it was on a chest or an abdomen. So sometimes these wounds can be much more superficial just because the blade doesn't effectively penetrate as much. So these particular wounds here are, I would say, much more superficial or shallow compared to some of the wounds that we saw in the chest and abdomen. But again, they're certainly significant. These type of wounds you're not going to bleed to death from these, but it shows or indicates that this individual was alive and at the time when this assault occurred.
All right, thank you. 185. And what are we looking at here in State's Exhibit 185?
Okay, we've got, again, we're still on this left arm here, and again, on the forearm, there's this kind of a superficial penetrating wound here. Down here towards the elbow, this is very superficial. And then you can see here that there's this wound here is much larger and much deeper, and you can actually see there's this kind of white shiny area, and that's actually one of the tendons in the lower forearm, in the wrist area, and that is a much deeper injury than some of these other things that we've previously viewed.
Okay, thank you. 186. Oh, yeah, sorry. Is it not working?
I don't have the option to.
Maybe just tap up. Just try and tap up there. It might bring it up.
Okay.
Yeah.
I do. Thanks.
And this is State's Exhibit 186. Can you please explain this photo?
Yeah, so this is, again, with the hand being rotated, or the arm being rotated, and a little bit more close in from that last image that we saw, showing that there's this much deeper, more of a gaping type of stab wound, and has transected several of the tendons in this wrist area. And that's what you can see here, here, and here.
All right. Thank you. And if you can clear that out. 187. And what do we see here in State's Exhibit 187?
Okay, again, in this image, we're closer in, a couple things. Number one, I think you could appreciate that there's a lot of variation in what these wounds look like. They're not all the same size. Some of them don't have very much hemorrhage. It's almost just yellow fat. This situation has some intestines protruding. Both of these wounds have subcutaneous hemorrhage associated with it. This wound here is a little unique because you can actually see that there is a sharp end, a little pointy end here, and there is a blunt end, on the other end there. So it also has very little hemorrhage associated with it. So,
okay, all right. You want to clear that out? 188. And what are we looking at in State's Exhibit 188?
And we're in the same basic sort of orientation, except we're a little bit more over the body. And again, some of these, this here, very superficial, but clearly some type of sharp force injury there and right there. Here's another one of these wounds where there is a pretty identifiable blunt end here, and there's a little bit more of a pointed, sharp end there. Again, that would be one of these wounds when compared to this one, which this one here has much more hemorrhage associated with it. But like I said, I can't put any sort of sequence on when these individual wounds were sustained.
Okay, thank you. 189. What are we looking at in State's Exhibit 189?
Again, I didn't take these pictures, but again, this picture is another illustration of comparing this end. There's somewhat of a blunt end, and again, at the time I'm doing the autopsy, I don't have any idea as far as what type of sharp force implement was used. However, you can see in some of these that there is a blunt end, a one end, and a more pointed end opposite to that. And I think
Hold on one second, Doctor.
Whoever's got some kind of electronic on it needs to be turned off. If another device goes off, it's going to be confiscated by the court. It's important that the jurors be able to hear the testimony. And I'd also ask that people refrain from going inside and outside of the courtroom on a regular basis. Of course, if you need to leave at some point because you can't keep your composure, you can do that, but let's try to do it quietly and not distract from the testimony. You may continue.
Okay, yeah.
I'm sorry, go ahead. Yeah, go
This
ahead.
particular wound that's adjacent to this ruler, again, it's, of course, the ruler's used for scale, just to get some sort of a dimension about the size. But again, there's a blunt end here, a little bit more of a sharp end here. In the same view here, there's another blunt end there with more of a pointy end here. But this wound has very little to no hemorrhage associated with it compared to the one in the corner. Again, it's just sort of a compare and contrast.
In that scale there, Doctor, is that like how the two that you, or the one that has the ruler around it, like what are the dimensions of that?
That one is about 3.5 centimeters in length.
Okay. And the width, I guess, would be how many centimeters, if you can tell?
The width in that one is going to be about 1.25 centimeters.
Okay.
And again, the thing about, just to explain, there's different types of elastic fibers throughout your body beneath the skin. So it depends on how, when a sharp force injury is implemented, it depends on whether or not you're cutting in parallel with these elastic fibers or more perpendicular. So theoretically, you could take the same implement, and depending on how hard or not as hard of a stab was implemented, the shape of the wound can vary significantly based on the location on the body because of these elastic fibers, which could cause a wound to potentially gape open. So that's why some of these just look very different.
And can I have 1 second? All right, you want to hit clear on that one, Doc? 180 or 190. I'm sorry. And what do we have here in State's Exhibit 190?
Okay, so this picture is taken from the head looking downward towards the upper chest. And again, there's multiple more hemorrhagic wounds here on the right breast. A couple of these ones over here on the left breast, not nearly as much subcutaneous hemorrhage. There's also, over on this left sort of anterior shoulder area, there's some faint bruising here with some very superficial injuries that I can't necessarily call that a stab wound, but I mean it could be fingernail scratch, it could be an abrasion from falling and hitting something, but they're just much more minor injuries compared to what we're seeing on the chest.
Thank you. You clear that out. Let's go to 191. And what are we looking at here in State's Exhibit 191?
Okay, this is more of a close-up view of the right side of the lower abdomen, where we had seen earlier there's fat protruding through the stab wound here. This is small intestine here. There's small intestine here. And again, to show this wound here, there's more of a blunt end here and a really kind of a sharp, more pointed end on that particular wound, which there's very little hemorrhage associated with that one.
All right, thank you. 192. And what are we looking at in this one?
So now this is an image of the right hand, and very similar in appearance to the left hand in that fact that there is a contusion or bruising acutely here on the right thumb. There's another bruise you can see up here on the right kind of wrist, forearm area. And like the left hand, some of these injuries on the hand are relatively superficial compared to the types of injuries that we saw on the chest and abdomen. But again, something that really is kind of a classic example of a defensive type of injury.
Thank you. You can clear that one. 193. And what do we have here in 193?
Okay, this is a picture of the right arm, like very kind of a superficial type of sharp force injury, but it's also surrounded by a bruise or contusions, dark purple discoloration there. Again, that doesn't really extend just barely through the skin, so there's no significant damage beneath this wound. But again, with its anatomic location and what we're seeing here is again consistent with another one of these defensive type of wounds.
Okay, and let's go on to the next one then.
194?
Yes. What do we have here in State's Exhibit 194?
Okay, this is again a closer up image of the face, which we previously saw in the identification picture earlier. This injury is present on the nose. It is roughly kind of a linear type of injury, but again, it does not extend very deep. It doesn't really penetrate deep into the subcutaneous tissue. So again, this wound would not have caused any major injury or trauma, but again, it's just something that's documented, and I can't say exactly how this occurred in the course of the circumstance. But also, if you look up here, just at the top of the hairline, there's another one of these very superficial type of injuries. And again, this one is located literally right against the skull, and knife wouldn't have been able to really penetrate deep, so it's very superficial. Where this thing here on the nose, there's a little bit more soft tissue on the nose as compared to this forehead, but because there is a little bit more tissue, I think that's why this one is a little bit more substantial in size.
Okay, thank you. 195. And what do we have here in State's Exhibit 195?
Okay, so now the photograph is now taken from the perspective of the top of the head. So this injury here in the corner where the ruler is what we just previously looked at, the injury at the top of the kind of the forehead right there at the hairline. Again, very superficial sharp force injury. And also in this picture you can see that there's some additional injuries more on the top of the head as well.
All right, thank you. There we go. 196. Now, what do we have here in 196?
Okay, so what I did is, in order to better illustrate these, some of the hair I did shave on the top of the head from some of those images we just saw to show that, again, there are these superficial stab wounds to the top of the head. And again, because they do not penetrate through the skull, there's a very shallow depth to these things. But again, when a knife hits the bone and it's not able to fully penetrate, you can get varying sizes and different orientations in these wounds, and that's what we have here. None of these three, look the same, but they're all caused by a penetrating stab.
Okay, thank you. On 197, what do we have here in State's Exhibit 197?
Okay. So as I mentioned earlier, the majority of these wounds were on the chest and abdomen. Some more superficial ones on the hands and forearms. Well, this is the only one that was present on the left upper back. And during the course of the autopsy, again, in the beginning, we're taking this picture, so the body has not been opened up, so there's still, blood inside the body, and in manipulating the body, blood can still come out of an injury, especially on the posterior aspect of the body where a person has been laying on their back and you see blood settling. Well, that's what all this purple is. This is livor mortis, where after one dies, the blood starts to settle. So because of that amount of blood in your posterior body, this purple thing here is blood is oozing out or coming out of this stab wound. So in this particular image, you can't actually make out what the wound looks like real well because there's blood coming out of the stab wound. But that's the only one that was present on the back.
Okay. You hit clear on that. And doctor, if you want to turn in the exhibit book there to 198.
This is objection to the next one, Judge, just for the record.
Doctor, looking at State's Exhibit 198, don't describe what it is yet, but would that exhibit, is that going to aid you in determining where penetration wounds are inside of the body and what organs they affected and what areas of the body they affected?
Well, what this picture shows is when we make what we call the Y-shaped incision, make an incision on the chest, down to the midline, and then down the abdomen, and then we reflect the skin, the subcutaneous fat tissue, and the muscle back to expose the chest plate so we can further remove that to examine the internal organs. And in this image, it shows where that soft tissue has been exposed, and you can see focal areas of hemorrhage on the chest and abdominal area to indicate where some of these stab wounds entered the internal part of the body.
And would this exhibit aid you in explaining to the jury the injuries that, even more so than what we've seen on the external photographs?
Yes.
With that, the court will overrule the objection and the exhibit will be admitted and it may be published.
Thank you. 198. All right. I know you just explained it without the picture up there, but can you now explain it so the jury's now viewing it? So can you please explain it again?
Okay. So I realize you're not used to seeing these type of images, but all this yellow that we're looking at is adipose tissue or fat, and then you have all this is muscle here. So in these areas where there's this dark red area, that is hemorrhage that's not normally supposed to be there. And you can actually see in this area there's actually a hole in between where the ribs are in that intercostal space where some of these stab wounds have penetrated to involve the internal organs. And you can see some more hemorrhage over here on the right side of the chest. Again, this piece of soft tissue that is now up covering the lower part of her face, if you pull that back down, it would be in that lower chest area, and that dark red hemorrhage there normally would not be there. So again, that is an indication anatomically of where we're looking at injuries.
Okay. So and correct me if I'm wrong, but are all of the darker spots, like even lower than where you've marked, are those all hemorrhage spots?
Yes. And then there's actually, you can see some of them in the actual omentum or the fat in the intestine.
Okay, thank you. If you want to clear that out. 199, please. And what are we looking at here in State's Exhibit 199?
This is the heart.
And what's significant about this, about the heart here?
Well, there's a few penetrating injuries from the stab wound. Again, I'm holding the forceps here. It's like a big pair of tweezers, showing that there is a hole there. And there's another injury down here on the lower aspect of the right ventricle. Right there. Those are the two that you can see right there.
Okay. And would either of those alone be enough to end someone's life, or is this in connection with the other wounds?
Well,
or if you don't know, you don't know.
Well, I mean, I'll say that the cause of death is due to multiple stab wounds. Mm-hmm. Probably the ones that I would least want to sustain would be ones to the heart, because of the nature of the importance of living, to have your heart beating. So, these type of injuries with blood accumulating in the pericardial sac, which would further inhibit the heart's ability to beat, and then with blood starting to go into the chest cavities through that damage of the pericardial sac. Clearly, these are serious injuries. They would not be immediately lethal or immediately incapacitating lesions, but unless sustaining something like this, unless you got surgical intervention within minutes, or something, having some type of rescue personnel that knew what they were doing, I mean, this is alone would be enough to kill somebody.
Okay, all right. If you want to hit clear on that. Let's go to State's Exhibit 200. And what are we looking at here in State's Exhibit 200?
Well, this is from a different inferior vantage point. Again, similarly, before took these forceps and just lifted.
And again, just this is the heart again, correct?
Yeah, this is the heart.
Okay.
So this is that lower wound that I pointed to the last time that wasn't being opened up with the forceps of there. It's just showing the size of it, because in the prior image it was somewhat collapsed. So I'm just showing the significance of that injury there.
201. What do we have here in State's Exhibit 201?
Okay, well, on this board where we do the dissection, there's a portion of the heart which is visible there. So there's one lung over here, and then here is the other lung. And in this particular situation, each of the lungs has a penetrating stab wound. And in this lung here, and there's a hole, and you can actually, in the middle of that hole, you can see the bottom of that board there, that little white thing. So that hole goes all the way through the lung.
Okay. Is this the left or the right lung?
That's the left lung. The left lung has 2 lobes, where the right lung has 3 lobes. That's the way you can differentiate the two.
Okay. All right. And are there injuries on the one in the upper part of the picture? I can't remember which one. Now, you said this is the left lung. So the right lung, where are there injuries on the right lung up there?
I believe there's a separate
another. Okay.
That will illustrate that.
Then we'll move on to 202, please. What are we looking at here in State's Exhibit 202?
Okay. As I just mentioned, right lung, it's 3 lobes. Right upper, right middle, right lower. So this is the right middle lobe, and there is another penetrating injury right there.
Okay. And what are these penetrating injuries do to the lungs, or how do they affect the lungs?
Well, it causes a couple of different issues. Number one, obviously, is bleeding. I mean, because the blood that your heart pumps from the right ventricle the blood's going to the lungs to get oxygen. So the lungs are a very vascular organ, so there's bleeding. And then the other thing is that can happen is when you have whether a penetrating injury from a bullet or a knife, it can cause the lung to collapse, which would make breathing or respirations even more difficult. So bleeding and a potential lung collapse are issues you have to deal with.
Okay. Would you like some water?
I'm good, thank you.
Okay, all right. You want to hit clear on that, please? 203, please. Can I get 1 second here?
Yes.
What are we looking at here, Doctor, in State's Exhibit 203?
Okay, this is a picture of the liver. So the liver, typically by weight, is the largest organ in the body. And the right lobe of the liver, which is larger, is located more on the right side of the midline, and then it sort of tapers down. Then your left lobe is a little bit smaller. So this image, this is the larger right lobe over here, and then this left lobe over here, there is a penetrating injury right there.
Okay, and what do those types of injuries do to the liver?
Well, again, the liver is another one of these organs that's very vascular. So all the blood from your lower body, as it's returning through the inferior vena cava to travel back to the heart to get oxygen, there's a lot of blood vessels, and damage to the liver is certainly going to cause hemorrhage. So again, I mean, it's singularly, a wound like this could cause someone's demise if they didn't get medical treatment very rapidly. But you would probably have a greater survivability if this was the only one you received versus the stab wound to the heart or to the lungs.
Okay.
But again, a very serious injury nonetheless.
Okay. You hit clear on that? 204. And what do we have here in State's Exhibit 204?
Again, this is the right lobe of the liver. It's much larger, and there's a much larger kind of gaping wound here, and then a little smaller one there. There's another one down here. And as you saw from the number of these wounds that were involved on the chest and abdominal area, and with the liver being as large of an organ as it is, it really wasn't a surprise that the liver had a lot more injuries as compared to the heart or the lungs.
Okay. All right. And let's hit clear. Let's go to the next one. And 205, please. And what are we looking at here in State's Exhibit 205?
All right. So to explain how we examine the head and examine the brain, what we have to do is make an incision starting behind the ear and go up over the crown of the scalp, back behind the other ear, and then with a scalpel loosen up the underneath tissue of the scalp and push the scalp forward, and then pull the scalp backward to expose the calvarium, which is the big round part of the skull. So in this picture, if you can imagine, her chin would be down here. So this scalp has been pulled forward, covering her face. So when I showed you those pictures before, there was a wound on the forehead area, and then 3 other small stab wounds kind of on the top of the scalp. What you can see here is there are these hemorrhagic areas in the soft tissue of the scalp which correspond to where the stab wounds were sustained. And right here you can see that there is a little defect in the outer table of the skull, or the external part of the skull. There's a little bit of that bone is chipped away, and this is in proximity to where this damage here is on the scalp. If you pull the scalp back, so this is going to be overlying that. So, as I mentioned earlier, once I did the subsequent removal of this calvarium, exposed the brain, there was no penetrating injury to the brain or any significant brain hemorrhage. Again, it's not an easy thing to do, to be able to stab an individual and make the knife go all the way through the skull. But this is just documenting that this was forceful enough that it did cause the outer part of the skull to have this defect in it.
All right, thank you. Doctor, what is a blood card?
A blood card is something that is routinely done at the time of autopsy, where we'll take part of the decedent's blood and put it on this card, which can be retained for DNA analysis if it was to correlate to a crime scene, if it had to do with the paternity issue, for males, obviously, that were warned about paternity. So it has multiple uses, but it's a way that subsequent studies can be done long after the person has been buried.
Okay. And did you create a blood card for Rachelle Brewsaugh?
That is something I don't personally do.
Or was one created for her?
As far as I know, yes.
Okay. All right. And then those blood cards are, do you know, if you know, did the Hamilton Police Department take that blood card?
I don't know.
Okay.
How after it was created, I didn't know what happened to it since then.
Okay, but that's also that's used to determine someone's DNA.
Yes, it can be. Yes.
Okay, all right, thank you. And after performing the autopsy on Ms. Brewsaugh, were you able to determine a manner and a cause of death?
Yes.
And can you please explain to the jury what the difference between the two is?
Yeah. All right. The cause of death, there's a myriad of things that can be cause of death. And in today's world of forensic pathology, the most common thing we deal with now are drug overdoses, so fentanyl intoxication, multiple drug intoxication, traffic accidents, blunt force injury of the head or blunt force injury of the chest, gunshot wounds, stab wounds, drowning, electrocution. Sometimes we'll do an autopsy on someone and it end up being a natural cause. Someone didn't know they had heart disease, or they had an undiagnosed cancer, things of that nature. So that's what the cause of death is, whether it's something natural or unnatural, which leads into the discussion about manner of death. So manner of death on the death certificate, there are 5 options. You have to check one of these boxes. So it's either homicide, suicide, accident, natural, or could not be determined. That the could not be determined is when you have an apparently healthy 25-year-old person, and then after the autopsy there's no obvious grossly identifiable cause of death. You do toxicology testing, that's negative. You look at the slides under the microscope and you can't identify anything. So in those kind of cases, maybe it's a congenital heart arrhythmia that we can't identify at autopsy, or maybe it's some substance that was taken that the toxicology labs aren't able to identify yet. So we don't have many of those undetermined cases. So most of them, we're pretty good at being able to make a definitive ruling on the manner.
All right. And Doctor, using your education and training and years of experience, were you able to come to an opinion, or to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, to an opinion of the cause of death and manner of death of Rachelle Brewsaugh?
Yes, I was.
And what was your opinion as to the cause of death?
Multiple stab wounds.
And what was your opinion to the manner of death?
Well, just to clarify, my opinion that the manner of death it's a homicide. Now, I don't actually sign the death certificate because Dr. Mannix, who's the elected coroner of Butler County, she's the one that signs the death certificate.
Okay.
But I mean, I certainly would classify this as a homicide, yes.
All right, thank you. Can I have 1 second? Doctor, I do have one other question. When you performed this autopsy, can you tell the jury about the internal bleeding you saw, and was there a lot of blood in her body or not in her body, or
right?
Can you explain that, please?
Yeah. Well, you know what I attempt to do is when we have anything where there's some kind of blunt force injury, attempt to measure any quantifiable blood volume that's in the different cavities of the body. And in this particular case, there was, and I say approximately 900 milliliters of blood, or almost a liter. 1,000 milliliters is a liter. So almost a liter of blood in the right chest cavity, 700 milliliters in the left chest cavity, and then another 100 in the pericardial sac, which is the sac that surrounds the heart. So just adding that up, that was 1,700 milliliters or 1.7 liters of blood that I was able to recover from the cavities. Now, obviously, there's still blood in her body, as you could see from that picture. We had her rolled over on her side to show her back. There's still blood that's coming out of some of these injuries. So I can't say how much blood was still in her soft tissues and muscle, but at least I was able to document how much was present in her internal cavities.
Okay. And just how much blood is in a person's body as you sit here today, or roughly?
I mean, it's going to vary based on the size of the person, whether they're well hydrated or not. I mean, you're talking about possibly 4 to 5 liters of blood.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I think that's all I have. Thank you, Doc.
All right, thank you. Cross-examination.
Good morning, Doctor.
Good morning.
I want to talk to you first about during your testimony, you referred to stab wounds throughout. And if I could have the state pull up Exhibit 187 so I could talk to the doctor about that. Doctor, are you able to see State's Exhibit 187?
Yes, I can see it.
And I want to talk to you a minute about when you say stab wounds. Now, what's the difference between a stab wound and a cut, a nick, a scrape? Why do we use the word stab wound during your testimony?
Well, typically, you're right, there are different terminology. A stab wound is typically a wound that's deeper than it is on the surface, where an incised wound, where someone has had their throat cut, where the wound is longer on the surface than it is deep. And then the term you used, a cut, I mean, a cut could be a paper cut, very superficial on your finger, or a cut could be more of an incised wound, something that's very superficial on the surface.
Okay. Well, the reason I ask, if, for instance, if I'm working in my garage with a cutting knife, cutting up cardboard, and I slice my finger, I don't walk in and go, I just stabbed my finger. Stab seems to connote that you know exactly what caused these injuries and how they were. Is that what you're trying to tell us today, that you know exactly how all this occurred and what caused these injuries?
Well, the majority of the injuries are stab wounds because they're deeper penetrating injury than a more superficial incised wound, or even if you were in your garage and you cut your finger, that would be more of an incision. If you think of the term like surgical incision.
Okay.
So there are some of these things on her body, which I alluded to earlier, that they were so superficial, whether it was something that occurred and a couple contusions that could be associated with a fall or just some sort of glancing injury. But I mean, I've done enough autopsies on people that had sustained multiple stab wounds, and I'm familiar with what the variable appearances that some of these stab wounds may have, even if the same implement was used.
Some of these you described as superficial. Were you including those as one of the 55 stab wounds you noted in your report?
Some of them, no.
Give us an idea on 187. And I'm talking about, obviously we can tell some of the bigger cuts here, but some of these smaller portions of her body, which you consider...
Me to point out the ones that aren't stab wounds. So all these things that I put these little dots are clearly stab wounds. Something that would be more of a superficial scratch, scrape, incised wound would be something like that, something like that, something right there. I mean, so in this picture, I mean, the majority of these things are stab wounds. There's a few that, like I said, an incised wound typically is something that's longer on the surface than it is deep, that I wouldn't classify as a penetrating stab wound. So there's a few in this particular image that I did not count as a stab wound.
Okay. And I guess I also want to talk to you, when we hear, it's common when we hear the word stab, we think of things going directly into the body. Are you describing these stabs as you're saying that something went straight into the body or just may have nicked or scraped the body?
Well, I'm not saying that they necessarily went in straight. Again, a couple different factors why these things can look so different. Number one, if the individual is moving, when you're trying to hit a moving target, they're not always going to be the same. Depending on whether you hit bone beneath the soft tissue, that may impede how deep the knife can penetrate the body. Clearly, some of these wounds were able to travel between the ribs and penetrate deep enough to hit the lung, hit the liver, hit the heart, hit the intestine, where some of the other ones were much more superficial, so it basically only penetrated the skin and got into the fat. So there's a varying assortment of wounds on the body.
You kind of got into the next area I want to talk to you about movement. These injuries that we see here, some of these cuts, these wounds, could have been in the process of while this person was moving, correct?
It's certainly possible. I believe, in my personal opinion, because there's not one immediately lethal injury, it's certainly possible that there was an interval where this person is moving, and because of so many of the different orientations, many times if an individual is stabbed and they're not moving, there's a very more of an organized orientation of wounds. And in this particular case, they're really not that organized in that respect. So it's consistent with some movement during the event.
Okay. And you would agree with me that, you weren't at the scene, you don't have a video to see exactly what happened, but movement could not only be someone trying to get away from someone stabbing them, correct? They could be moving away from the person who's trying to stab them.
Absolutely, yes.
It also could be that the person who has a stab wound is approaching the person who may have a knife, and there may be some sort of physical altercation going on between the two of them.
Yeah, I wasn't there, but certainly that's a possibility.
Right. At the end of the day, you don't know what physical altercation, if any, preceded or occurred during any of these cuts and these wounds.
That's correct.
You talked about liters of blood And obviously, a bigger person has more blood. What's like I think you said Rachelle was 230 pounds. Do you have, based on your experience, your background, your training, approximately how much blood she would have as a 230-pound female?
Well, I mean, it's hard for me to, kind of in general, I think I previously stated, 4 to 5 liters, for a full-grown adult. But obviously, someone who's 7 feet tall versus someone who's 5 feet tall, and then depending on their body habitus, some could have more, some could have less. Like I stated earlier, I measured what I could that was in the body cavities. But one of the things that you look at when someone has had a significant blood loss, we look at the kidneys, because there's a phenomenon called shock kidney. Because what your body does is, in an attempt to, when you're actively hemorrhaging, you start shunting blood from your lower extremities and your lower half of your body to try to keep blood going to your brain, try to keep blood going to your lungs so you can continue to try to oxygenate. And in some of those cases, people's kidneys can be really, really pale when they've literally exsanguinated to death. In this particular situation, her kidneys were not really pale like you would see in a shock kidney. So she did lose a lot of blood, but I think it's undeniable that because of where her injuries were, it affected the ability of her heart to adequately pump. Blood was starting to accumulate in the pericardial sac surrounding her heart, and she's going to potentially have collapsed lungs because of the damage to the lungs. So although she does have a lot of internal hemorrhage, I didn't sort of rubber stamp this and call it an exsanguination because of the loss of the functional ability of her to adequately breathe and then perfuse her tissues because of the damage to her heart.
Does a 230-pound woman have the same amount of blood as a 130-pound woman? Let me ask it that way.
I would say that the larger woman would most likely have more blood than the smaller woman.
And I myself, 40 pounds heavier than the person in this, would you guess that I may have more blood than the Rachelle?
Probably, yeah.
Okay. If the state could pull up Exhibit 33, please. It's already been admitted. 33. Doctor, I'm showing you where Rachelle was found in the home. This is the crime scene. Based on the amount of blood that would have been in her body and all the injuries that you've shown to us, including something on the wrist where it was so deep that it went down into her tendon, does it surprise you that we don't see more blood in this picture?
Well, honestly, I would expect to possibly see more blood than what I'm seeing here. I mean, obviously there's blood on that cardboard box, there's blood on the floor, blood on the rug. There's some degree of blood on her clothing. Of course, it's a dark shirt and she's wearing kind of darker pants. But, I mean, sometimes in these cases there are sometimes a large, like, coagulated pool of blood, and I don't see that in this particular case.
Right, and particularly with around her wrist, we were shown a picture where you said the white part of that was basically so deep we're looking at tendon. We see both of her wrists in this picture. Would you expect, based off the injury you see later on, that there would be more blood near her wrist here?
Well, the thing that I can't answer is, and I alluded to it earlier, I can't tell you the sequence of the injuries that she sustained. Clearly, I think that one was an antemortem wound, meaning that she was still alive because of the relative amount of soft tissue hemorrhage that was present in the wrist. But I don't know if that's one of the wounds that happened later in the assault, once her blood pressure had been significantly diminished. I mean, there is more blood on the adjacent on the floor by the left as opposed to the right, but again, not a huge pool.
Okay. You can go ahead and clear the picture off, please. When I think you talked about this a little bit, but all the pictures that you testified about today, her body appeared to be when I say clean, it doesn't, let me strike and rephrase this. When her body was presented to you, was the skin that was untouched by any wounds, was it just covered in blood and smeared with dried blood?
Not a tremendous amount, but it's I think probably the first picture that showed her chest and abdomen. That was one of the unclean pictures because there was, dry blood there. And then the subsequent picture that showed, I believe, the left half of her body, you could tell a difference because that one had been cleaned, but it wasn't like her body was just completely covered in blood.
Okay. Did you yourself do any cleaning of the body in order to examine the wounds?
I don't do the cleaning of the body.
Were you made aware of how much blood was on her body that needed to be washed away in order for you to do your autopsy?
Well, I saw her before that occurred, but I didn't actually clean her body myself, but I saw the condition that she was in on those initial photographs that were taken.
Okay. Next, I want to talk to you. You used the word during your direct examination, you were referred to defensive wounds. When you do your autopsy, is there anyone from law enforcement that's present when you're doing that autopsy?
Sometimes there are.
Do you recall someone from this examination of Rachelle, there was someone present?
Honestly, I can't remember on that. I mean, it's been almost 2 years ago. I can't remember just who was there or who wasn't there.
Is that something you would note in your report if someone was present from law enforcement?
Not necessarily, because there have been other occasions where sometimes a police officer will walk in halfway through a case or stay for 10 minutes and leave. So it's one of those things that I don't include that person in my report. I mean, I believe there is a log there at the Butler County morgue for people to sign in when they come there. But so you have to refer to that because I didn't obviously include anybody's attendance in my report.
Right. And I know a lot's happened for you in the last 2 years. I know you're through Did you get any information on this case? Does anybody provide you, hey, this woman's coming in, may have been stabbed? Did you have any information about the background of this case or the investigation?
Well, basically, when I was called to come to perform this autopsy, I was told that we have an individual who's sustained multiple stab wounds, and it was being investigated as a homicide. So that was basically what I was told. Okay.
But you don't get any information about who may have done it or how she's found or anything like that, are you?
Well, they typically they're not telling me who did it unless it was witnessed by other people or someone has admitted to doing it. Obviously the police have to do their investigation and they've got suspects or whatever. But at the time I did the autopsy, I did not know that there had been any definitive determination as to who the perpetrator was.
Okay. You described some. We're going to keep talking about this defensive word that you use with regards to the hands, but you could also get under someone's fingernails and maybe find their DNA or their cells to suggest someone was clawing at someone who may be trying to stab them. Could you not do that?
Potentially, yes.
And that would maybe indicate something was defensive. Is that fair?
Yes.
All right. If the state could please pull up 182. You said that this is her left hand. I know we have pictures of both her hands, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I think when you described anything as defensive, you're referring to her hands. Is that fair?
Well, hands and the arms, yes.
Okay. Well, let's talk about the hands. You described this as being caused by blunt force. Blunt force contusion to the hand could be caused by striking something with your hand. Is that fair?
Yes.
If I were to punch this podium right now, I could cause a contusion to my own hand.
Yes.
And we wouldn't know whether or not if that was truly defensive or defensive, or if that was offensive. Is that fair?
Yes.
Hitting your hand on a piece of furniture could also cause a contusion. Is that fair?
Yes.
If you're struggling with someone and you fall to the ground, or your hand hits something hard, that could cause a contusion on your hand as well, correct?
Yes.
Also, with some of these wounds, these stabs, these cuts, these scrapes, if a person were to have a small pocket knife in their hand and maybe using it themselves, is it possible that they could cut themselves?
Well, the location of where some of these wounds are in their orientation, I would find that kind of hard to believe that these were, what, you're saying self-inflicted wounds?
I didn't say self-inflicted. Let me ask it this way. Hypothetically, you and I are in an argument and I have a small pocket knife in my hand, and I may try to move it towards you, and in the process I miss you. I can cut my hand on my own in that scenario, can I not?
I guess that's a possibility.
All right. Because you described a lot of these wounds, these cuts, these scrapes as all different shapes and sizes, and there's movement going on. So at the end of the day, you can't sit here and tell us that we know exactly how these wounds were made. You can't do that, right?
That's correct.
You can't tell us exactly what instrument or object caused these, correct?
That's correct.
And you cannot tell us what was going on with before, during, and after these wounds are being applied to this person, correct?
Yes.
And you can't tell us if there's two people involved, whether one person or the other inflicted them.
That's correct.
Were you ever provided a photograph of knives collected at the scene for comparison with these wounds?
I have seen a picture of a knife that I wasn't told that it was definitively the knife, but something that was recovered.
So you actually had the knife, or you just had a photo of it?
I've just seen a picture.
You've seen a picture of the knife, and then did you go back and look at your photos and look at your report to compare and contrast?
Well, when I saw the image of this potential knife, what was potentially consistent is the fact it wasn't a very big knife. Right. I mean, if you take a 6-inch, 8-inch butcher knife, typically like you'd see in the wood block in the kitchen, you don't see these kind of small wounds. You see these very deep wounds that create these gaping type of injuries in the liver, in the lung, in the heart. Based on the number of stab wounds and the relative few number of them that actually penetrated an organ, it's consistent that it's a smaller knife than a very huge, long-bladed knife. But again, you could take the same knife and get varying kinds of injuries depending on whether you full contact or a glancing blow or came in at a different angle. So I can't look at a picture of a smaller knife and say, well, that clearly caused this, or that it clearly didn't cause it. It's just it's more consistent that it was a smaller knife than a very big, long blade knife.
You did testify that some of the injuries in this case went so deep as to puncture heart, lungs, and liver, correct?
Yes.
Are you able to, on the outside of the skin down to the liver with a pocket knife?
The liver is probably the easiest of those three organs that you mentioned, because anatomically, the liver is kind of just beneath the right side of that costal margin of the rib cage, and it can extend downward below that. So you might not even have to go through in between ribs to damage the liver. And again, the liver is much larger, so just based on the number of the wounds, it makes sense statistically that the liver was affected more than the heart or the lung. But when you consider you have the sternum, which is the breastbone, and then with these ribs emanating from it, it's not, the heart isn't as readily or easily damaged as compared to something like the liver or the intestines.
All right. That's what I was going to ask about next. The heart would be a little more difficult to, the injury that we see from the heart, that would be a little bit more difficult, in your opinion, in a pocket knife to do as opposed to the liver. Is that fair?
Yes.
For the reasons you just explained about the heart? Say yes?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, I thought at some point you mentioned, you said some wounds don't show subcutaneous bleeding. Are you suggesting that some of these were applied after someone was already, that she was already dead when someone stabbed her?
Well, it's possible that they were either after she was technically deceased, or the fact that it was in that close interval where her blood pressure was so low because of the blood loss that some of those wounds weren't being adequately perfused, as I mentioned earlier, which is why we didn't see the shock kidney phenomenon. But again, a lot of the blood is going to be shunted up towards the chest and the head. So some of those abdominal wounds, towards the end of death, there may not be the same amount of blood flow as there was when this event started.
Judge, could I have a minute to talk with my client?
All right, so I just want to welcome in new people.
Thank you. Any redirect, Mr. Hahn?
Just briefly, Your Honor.
Sure.
Doctor, I just want to talk about the piercing of the heart. Would you consider that a larger wound to the heart or a smaller wound to the heart?
There were very small wounds, but again, that's probably the most critical injuries sustained in this case. So there's 3 different penetrating injuries to the heart.
Okay. I think that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay. All right, thank you. Anything else?
Yes. Doctor, could a knife that folds and unfolds without a locking mechanism cause these injuries?
Yes.
Nothing further.
Okay. All right, thank you, Doctor. You may step down. Okay, at this time I think we'll take our mid-morning break. It's about 10:40, so we'll come back at 10:55. Please remember my recess instructions.
So, Stacey Ann, definitely check out the description. He's had like 6 different lawyers, tried to represent himself twice, was interrupting. It's kind of like a Darrell Brooks, but not quite as bad. It's not quite as bad as Darrell Brooks. But he's interrupted the court a couple times. Even before opening statements, he was like having an outburst. And this happened 2 years ago, September of
Okay, the jury has been
2024.
excused from the courtroom. Before we take our recess, is there anything on behalf of the state of Ohio?
Your Honor, I would just ask, can I go up and, I think the little dots are still on the screen up there. I'll just clear it out.
Sure.
Sorry.
Anything on your behalf, Mr. Wilder?
Not at this time. Thank you.
All right, we'll be in recess. Thank you.
All right, so they're going to take a break. I think I can zoom a little bit. I don't want to zoom because I don't want to miss him because he's always doing something. He came in and he was holding up 4, and I think it's like 4 days since he shaved because he's like pointing to he's doing this. Yeah, he came in and he was like holding up 4, and I think he said 4 days, and then he pointed to his face. I think he hasn't shaved for 4 days. Maybe he had a shower. I'm not quite sure. But he basically, his girlfriend of 28 years, they had a daughter together. She's there, Michaela. She testified first up, and he stabbed Rachelle 55 times. So we just heard from the medical examiner, forensic pathologist and coroner. And it's pretty brutal what poor Rachelle went through. Stabbed in the heart, liver, lungs. She had almost 2 liters of blood in her cavities, 1.7 liters of blood in her chest cavities. I mean, that's just incredible. And he's claiming that 3 other guys did it, or other guys did it because substances were involved.
Court of Conference is back in session.
Okay, we are back on the record in State versus Madden. The jurors are not present. Mr. Burris, Mr. Hahn, and Detective Horton are present on behalf of the state. Mr. Madden appears in person with counsel Mr. Wilder. Before the jurors come in, is there anything on behalf of the state of Ohio?
No, Your Honor.
Anything on behalf of the defendant?
Not at this time, no.
Very well. Let's bring in the jury. Please be seated. Before we get started again, are there any violations of the court's recess instructions that anyone needs to report? Okay, the state's next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. The state will call Detective Doug Schmidt.
Mr. Burris?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. Good morning, sir. Would you please state your name for the record and spell your first and last name?
Yes, my name is Doug Trenum. That's D-O-U-G. Last name T-R-E-N-U-M for Mary.
Okay. And how are you currently employed?
I am a detective with the City of Hamilton Police Department.
And how long have you been, let's start with this, how long have you been a police officer with the City of Hamilton Police Department?
A little over 10 and a half years.
Kind of take us through your journey, if you would, being a Hamilton police officer. Tell us where you first started off in the different ranks that you have had.
Yes, so I was hired January 2nd, 2014 as a patrol officer with the City of Hamilton Police Department.
And to be a patrol officer, what did you do?
I responded to calls for service, 911 dispatches for assistance, made offense reports, conducted arrests, and assisted with other investigations if Vice and Detective Bureau needed assistance from uniformed officers.
And then where'd you go next?
I was promoted February 17th of 2020 to the rank of detective, where I was assigned to the Investigations Bureau.
Okay. And then I'll have you describe your detective duties here in a second. So then what rank did you get next?
After detective, I was then promoted in August of 2023, last year, to the rank of sergeant.
Okay. And what did you do being the rank of sergeant at the City of Hamilton Police Department?
I oversaw patrol officers assigned to the road and assisted with mid-level management duties of patrol officers.
Okay. and now you're back to being a detective.
And now I'm back to being a detective.
Tell us how and why that happened.
I decided to take a voluntary demotion to return back to the Investigations Bureau because I really enjoy this aspect of law enforcement.
Okay. And what are your duties being a detective with the City of Hamilton Police Department?
So I'm assigned to investigations. At City of Hamilton Police Department, we are classified as general detectives, so I handle a wide range of cases involving various offenses of various penalty levels. Officers respond to calls for service. They make offense reports or crime reports that then are assigned to me by a supervisor, where I then have to follow up with those reports, such as interviews, collection of evidence, establishing suspects, and then assigning arrest warrants, search warrants for those cases.
Okay. And if you wouldn't mind educating, ladies and gentlemen of the jury here, some of the training and education that you get involving your rank as a detective.
So when you're first hired, you go through a basic investigations course, a new detective criminal investigations course, if you would, to better understand what it is to be a detective versus a patrolman. I then went to an interview and interrogation course to be able to understand more thoroughly how to conduct interviews and interrogation of suspects that detectives usually perform, not necessarily uniformed officers. And then lastly, one of the requirements, initial requirements, is I attended a 2-week homicide investigation course through the University of Louisville at their Southern Police Institute.
Okay. And I assume that you probably continue to go through educational type courses during the time that you've been a detective?
Correct. I have elected to do so.
Okay. And tell us about some of the courses that you have gone through, or some of the programs that you have done.
So I have a couple different certifications in crime scene photography to better understand how to photograph crime scenes and to properly document them. I also hold an evidence technician certification. That was a 2-week course to be able to understand the proper procedures to collect evidence, identify it, further photograph it, and then prepare that evidence to be submitted to a state crime lab. I've also received certifications in shooting incident reconstruction to understand trajectory of projectiles and try to determine their flight paths. I've also received certification in bloodstain pattern analysis to be able to recognize patterns of bloodstains at crime scenes and then document them for areas of convergence, areas of origin, and then to be able to send that off to an actual bloodstain pattern analyst at a state crime lab, should that be needed. I am also certified what's known as forensic aspects of death investigations, which cover the entomology aspects of investigations as well as the excavation of buried bodies or remains. I'm also recognized by the International Association for Identification as a certified crime scene investigator. And lastly, I have completed, through the Ohio Peace Officers Training Academy, my certified master evidence technician.
Okay. And so I'm going to direct your attention back to October 11th of 2022. Were you on duty that particular day?
Yes, sir, I was.
And that would have been during your first go-around as a detective with the City of Hamilton Police Department?
Yeah, I had been promoted to a detective for about 2.5 years when this incident occurred.
Okay. And I assume, I'm going to ask, were you asked to assist other officers and other detectives? Were you asked to assist them in the investigation of the death that occurred at 1270 Parish Avenue involving Rachelle Brewsaugh?
Yes, sir, I was.
Okay. So let's start with, did you assist Detective Horton, who is seated over there, in collecting some clothing items from the defendant over there and documenting some injuries?
Yes, I did.
And I assume, let me ask you this way, did you come into contact with Toby Madden on that particular day?
Yes, I did.
Did you see Toby Madden in court today?
Yes, he is seated at the defendant's table next to his counsel.
Okay. And I believe that States Exhibits 79 through 88 are what I'm going to ask some questions about. I believe all of those have been admitted, so I'm going to ask the court for permission to publish.
Permission is granted.
And if you you would, Detective, what is it that we're looking at in State's Exhibit 79?
This is the defendant, Toby Madden. He is in our interview room, and it was a photograph that was taken of him as after he was transported to our headquarters by officers.
Okay. State's Exhibit 80. What are we looking at here in State's Exhibit 80?
So this is the defendant's, Toby Madden's, left forearm between the wrist and elbow on the top side. And there is a slight abrasion, if you would, or red mark on the top side of his forearm.
So whatever's easier for you, if you want to either circle it on the screen, I believe if you can push on the screen, you can circle it, or if I have a pointer for you to use if you'd like to step down.
There is a red abrasion, a linear abrasion, if you would, within that area that I observed.
Okay. Is it safe to say that that abrasion was more prevalent looking at it as opposed to taking a photograph of it?
Yes.
Could you see it better in person? I guess I should say it that way. Could you see it better in person than we're seeing it on the photo?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Can I believe if you touch the top right corner of the screen, I think that will allow you to clear it. All right, State's Exhibit 81.
Okay, so this is, as you can see, this is the top side of the defendant, Toby Madden's left forearm between the wrist and elbow. That is my hand holding the ruler, or the scale, if you would, next to a couple of linear abrasions on the top side of the forearm as I am circling them, as indicated on the screen. There's a couple of them.
Okay, thank you, sir. State's Exhibit 82.
Again, this is another mark that was on the defendant's arm. This is his right arm on his forearm between the wrist and elbow.
And what did you see injury-wise on the right arm?
You can see, I'm going to circle it again on the screen for the jurors. You can see this red abrasion or this red mark on the top side of his forearm, right forearm.
Okay. Thank you, sir. State's Exhibit 83.
Again, this is the same photograph as State's Exhibit 82, but with a scale in place.
Okay. State's Exhibit 84. I think that's... Oh, go ahead, I'm sorry.
Yeah, this is the defendant, Toby Madden's right forearm, slightly above the elbow, right within the crease on the top side. Again, I am holding a scale in place, and you can see that there is a linear abrasion right there.
And 85.
This is the defendant, Toby Madden. His shirt has been removed. It was collected as evidence. And this is a photograph of his torso, focusing on the center of his chest.
And State's Exhibit 86.
This is just a closer view of the defendant's chest. As you can see that there are linear abrasions in a horizontal manner in the center of his chest.
State's Exhibit 87.
And this is a close-up photograph of the defendant's chest, where I'm holding a scale in place while a photograph is being taken, showing the abrasions a little bit more closely.
Okay. And State's Exhibit 88.
This is the lower left backside of the defendant, Toby Madden, where you can see that there are a series of linear abrasions that are horizontally positioned with a scale in place that I am holding.
Okay. Thank you, Detective. During your interaction with on October the 11th, did you attempt to get any fingernail clippings or fingernail scrapings from him?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And I would assume that you had to get a search warrant in order to try and obtain those?
Yes, I did. I obtained a search warrant was obtained, and then I executed it to obtain the fingernail clippings and scrapings from the defendant.
And if you would go ahead and educate the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what is a search warrant?
A search warrant is where we have to outline to a judge of the common police court why we have probable cause in order to take some item or property, whether it be an actual physical property from a residence or a vehicle, or to take DNA in some various form, could be blood, could be mouth swabs, or it could be in the form of fingernail clippings and scrapings from a person. Once we then outline our probable cause and an affidavit to a judge, it is up to them to make the determination if we have reached that level of probable cause to execute the search warrant and obtain that property.
Okay. And when you said that you executed the search warrant, what does that mean?
I collected the defendant's fingernails, clippings, and scrapings from both his hands.
Okay. And just tell us how it is that you go about collecting fingernail clippings and fingernail scrapings.
So you collect them separately from hands, and you use, for scrapings, you use a wooden dowel rod, and you scrape underneath the fingernail of each finger and place the dowel rod and any scrapings into an envelope. You do this over top of an envelope so that way if there are any scrapings or things that fall from underneath the fingernail, you can collect them. You do that same process for the right hand, and then you can go back and you use fingernail clippers and take the fingernail clippings from each finger of the left hand, put that in an envelope with the clippings and the clippers, and then you do the same process for the right.
Okay. Is that the process you undertook in this particular case?
Yes, sir, it is.
And why is it that you were interested, or why is it that you wanted to get fingernail scrapings and clippings from the defendant?
I wasn't necessarily interested in his DNA being located. I would suspect that it's from his person. I was attempting to locate any of the deceased victim's DNA within his fingernail clippings and scrapings.
Okay. And I assume you do not do any tests on those. You're required to submit those to BCI?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and we're going to hear from BCI tomorrow, but what is BCI?
BCI is the Bureau of Criminal Investigations and Identification. They are a crime lab that is comprised of forensic scientists, chemists, biologists, and the alike, to where they can then examine any type of DNA evidence with regards to this case to make a determination of origin for identification, elimination, or exclusion purposes. They actually are the ones that examine it on a chemical or biological level and make that determination.
Okay. And I assume that you would have to consult or talk with somebody at BCI before certain evidence is taken by them and tested. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you attempt to submit those fingernail clippings and scrapings of the defendant, Toby Madden, to BCI?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And how did that work out, or how did that go?
It was BCI's determination that they would not accept the defendant's fingernail clippings or scrapings.
Why is that?
When outlining the details of the investigation to them and how the defendant was found by responding officers and what his actions were, it was their determination that they would likely find the deceased victim's DNA on his fingernail clippings or scrapings that might not necessarily be of evidentiary value.
For instance, if you're trying to perform CPR, that could cause that. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right, so I assume at some point you respond to 1270 Parish Avenue to undertake or partake in a search warrant that's being executed?
Yes, after I assisted Detective Horton with the collection of evidence from the defendant in a couple of different forms, I then responded to the scene at 1270 Parish Avenue.
Okay. And I assume before going to the scene at 1270 Parish Avenue, you would have cleaned up from doing the fingernail scrapings and clippings of the defendant. Is that correct?
That is correct,
Okay.
yes.
And what was the reason, or why did you go to 1270 Parish Avenue on that particular day?
I was contacted by Detective Huckey, who you heard from earlier in the week, about something he observed within the bathroom of the residence, and he requested some additional assistance with processing what could be evidence there.
Okay. Tell us about your observations in regards to the bathroom at 1270 Parish Avenue.
Correct. So there was one bathroom at 1270 Parish Avenue. It is on the same floor as the living room of the residence, above the basement. And I observed that within the sink in the bathroom were some red stains, some partially dry and some partially wet.
And what did that mean to you, or what did that mean to you?
So the observation that I made was that there was an apparent attempt to clean, rinse, or wash something within the sink of this bathroom.
Okay. If I may approach the witness, Your Honor.
You may.
Nobody states Exhibits 70 through 78, sir. Detective, I'm going to have you look at 70 through 78, and I'm going to ask you a question collectively about all of them.
Yes.
You got the chance to go through them?
Yes, I have reviewed State's Exhibit 70 through 78.
Thank you, Detective. Just generally speaking, what are 70 through 78? What are those pictures?
It's a series of photographs that I took of the sink in the bathroom, of the floor underneath the sink in the bathroom, both before and after processing methods that I employed at the scene.
Okay. Do all those photographs truly, fairly, and accurately depict what it is you saw in the bathroom sink that day on October 11, 2022 at 1270 Parish Avenue?
Yes, sir, they do.
I'd ask for 70 through 78 to be admitted and permission to publish.
Any objection?
No.
Okay, they'll be admitted and they may be published.
All right. Your Honor, given the nature of these photos, can I request that some of the lights be turned off so we don't want to. All right, Detective, if you would, either you could stay seated there, or with the court's permission, I believe there is a pointer. What is it that we're looking at here in State's Exhibit 70, sir?
State's Exhibit 70 shows the sink, one sink, it's a pedestal sink, within the bathroom at the residence at 1270 Parish Avenue.
And do you think it would be easier to use a pointer to step down and point to different things that you're observing or circles?
Sure, I don't mind.
With court's permission.
Thank you. This is the sink at 1270 Parish Avenue. Again, it's a pedestal sink. It's the lone sink in the bathroom, and this is the only bathroom within the residence. This is a picture of the sink before any processing methods were employed by myself, where you can see we have a lighter. This is a multi-purpose cleaner. Remnants of what would be a bar of soap. That's an air freshener or spray. This is deodorant, and that's a toothbrush. But my observations were on the red stains within the sink that were both within the bowl and on the rim of said sink.
Okay. Thank you, sir. And then 71.
This is, again, just a more close-up view of the bowl of the sink, outlining what would be, from my perspective, the left side, and in more detail, some of the red stains that I observed.
Okay. And what did the red stains appear to you to be?
It appeared to be blood.
72.
This is the right half on the bowl of the same sink, again with the same red stains, and as you can see, there are the same appearance of the stains on the rim of the sink.
Thank you, Detective. 73.
73 is a photograph of the sink with a test that I used at the crime scene. My observations of this scene are that it appears to be blood. Appears to be. But I have to be able to confirm my observations of what I observed. So I used what is known as Identihim. It is manufactured by Blue Star Forensics. Identihim is a test that I can use that will presumptively tell me if this blood in the sink is human blood. I used a different test because we have a human victim at the scene. I had to use a test to identify the difference between human and animal blood. And that is what I did. I used Identihim that gave me a presumptive positive result that from the swabs that I took on the rim of the bowl in this location was human blood.
Thank you, sir. And 74.
This is a close-up photograph of the Identihim test showing that I performed the test correctly as indicated by the line over the C for control, meaning I did perform the test correctly as indicated by my training and the instructions of the kit, but also a line through T, which is the test. That tells me, after I waited a period of not more than 10 minutes, gave me the indication that what I had applied and administered to this test was, in fact, human blood.
75.
75 is an overall photo of the sink after the test. I had removed it from the rim of the sink because I was getting ready to conduct another test to verify my observations.
76, please.
76 is the floor underneath the sink here. As you can see, it appears to be fairly free of any red staining. I did not observe it.
And then I should probably take you back to 75.
Okay.
And I will have you identify the swab here in a second.
Sure.
Which would be State's Exhibit 231. But where on this particular exhibit did you swab to get State's Exhibit 231 that you're about to see?
Yes. So I swabbed after I performed the Identihim test to tell me that what I believed in the sink was blood and was confirmed presumptively positive as being human blood. I took another swab for evidence collection purposes to be sent to BCI. And I took that swab from the rim of the bowl in this location.
And why did you pick that location?
Because this location on the rim of the bowl appeared to have the most amount of evidence that I could collect. I can't collect all the swabs and be able to differentiate between individually all of them. But I have to be able to have a sufficient amount to collect for DNA examination and analysis. So I collected from this location because that's where it appeared to be most.
Okay. I can probably have you take a seat.
Sir.
Here. I think we'll go with lines. I appreciate that. If I may approach the witness, Your Honor.
You may.
Thank you, Sergeant. If I can have you identify what State's Exhibit 231 is.
State's Exhibit 231 are the blood swabs from the bathroom sink that I collected.
Okay. And with the the court's permission, if I could have you cut that open, please.
Permission is granted.
And I assume during your evidence collection there at the sink, you would have been wearing gloves of some kind?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what sort of item do you use in order to swab, or what sort of item did you use in order to swab this particular sample?
I used cotton swabs that were sterile. They're prepackaged. Okay, they're not out in the open like Q-tips. So they're sterile cotton swabs.
I'll ask for 231 be admitted with permission to publish.
Any objection?
No objection.
Okay, it'll be admitted and it can be published.
And with the court's permission, if you'd like to step down closer to the jury.
Granted.
You can show them.
These are prepackaged sterile cotton swabs. You get from a medical supplier or a clothing supplier that come prepackaged. They are sealed, and in order to collect the evidence that I collected from the bathroom sink, what I did was I applied 2 drops of distilled water to each cotton swab, because again, some of the stains are dry, some of them are wet. And then I swab the red stains from the rim of the sink with said cotton swabs. Package them back into this container and immediately place it in an envelope and seal that envelope.
Thank you, sir. So after collecting those particular swabs, 231, did you do any other tests, investigative type tests on the sink?
Yes, I did.
Okay. What else did you do?
So based off my observations with an unaided eye, I suspected there to be more evidence of blood within or around the sink that had been rinsed, washed, or cleaned up in some manner. And so I then applied a product known as Blue Star. Some of the jurors may know that as luminol, but for clear distinction purposes for court record, I use the product Blue Star.
And what is Blue Star?
So Blue Star is a successor to luminol. If the jurors have ever seen any type of crime documentaries or CSI shows, you might know this as where if blood is suspected to have been cleaned up at a crime scene, they spray this and it fluoresces blue, generally speaking. Okay. Blue Star is what I used. It is the successor of luminol. It's a little bit more sensitive, provides a more intense fluorescent reaction that you can better document, and it does not interfere with DNA analysis. I applied Blue Star, okay?
And to be clear, you applied the Blue Star after you had taken the DNA swab?
Yes, sir, I did. Yes. Even though it doesn't interfere with any type of DNA analysis, I decided to do it after collecting the swabs, just so there would be no argument of interference. And that is why it was conducted last.
Is there any sort of training you go through in order to use the item Blue Star?
Yes.
Tell us about that if you would.
So, again, through my certifications of crime scene photography, evidence technician, bloodstain pattern analysis, my IAI certification, and my master evidence tech certification, not only have I been instructed, educated, used the product Blue Star, but have also been questioned about my knowledge, working knowledge of the product, to be able to receive these certifications and apply this product in an actual crime scene and not just in a training environment.
In a State's Exhibit, did you do that in this particular case?
Yes, I did.
State's Exhibit 77, please. What are we looking at here in State's Exhibit 77, Detective?
State's Exhibit 77 is the same sink in the same bathroom at the same residence at 1270 Parish Avenue. After I conducted my identihim test for the presumptive positive reaction of human blood being present, after collecting the swabs sterilely, I applied Blue Star within the sink, and it gave me an indication that there had been more blood within the sink than what I was able to view with my unaided eye.
So the bright fluorescent type light, is that where it's indicating to you that blood had been?
Yes. So when you apply Blue Star, you get what's known as a chemoluminescent reaction. A chemical reacts with the hemoglobin that's in blood, and when that reaction occurs, it gives off this fluorescent reaction of a what they call a high-intensity blue fluorescence.
Okay. 78, please.
This is a photograph where I was standing on or in the bathtub within that bathroom. And having applied it to the sink, I suspected that there may have been blood elsewhere within that bathroom. And when I applied it to the floor directly underneath the sink, I got another indication of where there could have been blood at some point in relation to this.
Thank you, sir. All right, if I may approach you over.
You may.
State's Exhibit 217. Your Honor, I believe that's been previously admitted.
It has.
What did you do with State's Exhibit 217, which is the brighter green shirt that was taken from the defendant on October 11, 2022?
So this is State's Exhibit 217. It was recovered from the defendant, as you saw in the photograph of him previously during my testimony that he was wearing. Collected as evidence, and it was submitted to BCI for further examination and DNA analysis.
Did you do a swab of State's Exhibit 217?
I did not do a swab. I submitted the entire shirt.
Okay. And did you have an opportunity to examine what I would call a Swiss Army knife or a utility type knife?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Let me approach your Honor. I believe previously admitted State's Exhibit 215.
Yes.
State's Exhibit 215.
State's Exhibit 215 is a red-colored, in general terms, Swiss Army knife. It's a multi-tool pocket knife, of which I was present for its discovery and recovery.
That was recovered from 1270 Parrish Avenue?
It was.
Okay. And then did you have an opportunity to photograph that particular knife?
Yes, I did.
Okay. If I may approach your Honor?
You may.
So you can put that back in the box here. I'm going to have you look at 147 through 157. And generally speaking, what are we looking at there in States Exhibit 147 through 157?
So States Exhibit 147 through 157 are close-up photographs that I took on a macroscopic level of the Swiss Army knife, if you would, and the 2 blade attachments that were within the knife.
All those photographs, do they truly, fairly, and accurately depict what the knife looked like as you were examining it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Your Honor, I would ask that 147 through 157 be admitted and permission to publish.
Any objection?
No objection.
Okay, they'll be admitted and they may be published.
And what are we looking at here in States Exhibit 147? And again, you could either point on the screen, you can circle, or if you'd like to stand up and point, whatever is easiest for you, obviously with the court's permission.
Certainly.
No, States Exhibit 147, as depicted in the photo above, is just the Swiss Army knife, and in the condition it was found, folded, all attachments folded within itself.
148, please.
148, same knife, but 1 blade attachment has been retracted, and you can see it there on the right side of the photograph.
And then 149, please.
And 149 is the second blade attachment that has been retracted and is on the left half of the photograph.
And 150, please.
So 150 is the smaller blade attachment, if you would. It's about 1.5 inches in length. It has a distinct appearance because it appears initially that it looks as if it was a can opener attachment, because there appears to be that kind of design and appearance. Furthermore, on this photograph particularly, you can see what appears to be some type of residue on the knife, as if it had been washed or rinsed in some manner.
Do we know, is that blade, is it made that way, or is that a chunk that's missing out of it?
Yes, so I gave that description because that's what it initially appears to look like. However, when you look up the actual manufacture of this knife, this blade is defected. This is actually a piece of the blade that is missing. It's not a can opener attachment. And you can see that more closely when you start to examine, as you can see, if it works with my glove or not. As you can see around the grooves within the blade, they're not smooth, they are rigid, they're jagged, and you can kind of see that there has been something that has caused this blade to be broken in some manner.
Thank you, Detective. State's Exhibit 151.
So this is the opposite side of the same blade, and you can see more clearly where the piece that's missing from the blade has been broken off.
And what other visual observations were you able to make about State's Exhibit 1?
Again, that this other side of the blade were washed.
What are you seeing as indicating that to you?
As you can see, appears to be some type of residue, the appearance of water residue. I don't know if it's specifically water residue, but some type of solution or liquid that has left behind a residue on both sides of this blade attachment.
And 152, please.
This is the second blade attachment, the longer blade attachment of the same knife. As photographed, as you can see, it appears to be intact, not missing any pieces, and there doesn't appear to be any initial signs of rinsing or washing of this blade.
153, please.
On this side of the same blade attachment, again, intact, not defected. You can see that there might be some residue of rinsing or washing on this side of the blade.
154.
So 154 is the defected blade attachment, the first one, the shorter one that's about inch and a half in length. I applied an alternate light source. It's a blue light, if you would, at about 450 nanometers in length. I then photographed it using an orange lens because I wanted to see if there was any type of fluorescent reaction on the blade that might give me any type of evidence being on the blades. And after this photograph, you can see more readily that everything that's fluorescing here appears to be from some type of rinse or wash of the blade.
And what sort of light are you using?
It's an alternate light source. In general terms, it is a blue light, a forensic blue light that can fluoresce hairs, fibers. It will show the appearance of blood, but the blood will turn up darker if exposed to the alternate light source. But in order to view this type of evidence, you have to use an orange filter. And in this case, I applied an orange lens to my camera and captured the photograph.
Your Honor, if I may, can I go up and access the exhibits?
Sure.
And what are we looking at in 155?
155 is the opposite side of the same blade attachment, the defected blade attachment. Again, with the application of an alternate light source, blue light source, with an orange lens in place to view the results.
And what are we seeing on that blade?
We're seeing, again, you have a fluorescent reaction of where there appears to be some type of rinse or wash of the blade in some manner, as indicated by the fluorescence observed.
And State's Exhibit 156.
56 is the longer second blade attachment that is intact. Again, with the application of a blue forensic light, 450 nanometers, as viewed through an orange lens. And you can see that there doesn't appear to be, on this side of the blade, any apparent indications of it having been washed or rinsed.
And 157.
157, same blade attachment, opposite side, same application of the blue light source at the same wavelength as viewed through the orange lens and captured by this photograph. Again, there doesn't appear to be any observation on the other side of this blade of any rinsing or washing.
Is that right if I return?
Sure.
All right, so State's Exhibit 215, the Swiss Army knife. Did you attempt to swab that in any way?
No.
Okay. And why didn't you?
This is what I would consider a critical piece of evidence. Sometimes when we take swabs of an item, we can interfere with the more intricate analysis of DNA examinations conducted by the State Crime Lab. Having known this to be a critical piece of evidence, I packaged the knife as securely and sterilely as possible and submitted the entire knife to BCI for them to swab in a more sterile environment to be able to yield the best results.
Okay. All right. If I may approach the witness.
You may.
State's Exhibit 213.
State's Exhibit 213. You wanting me to explain what it is?
Yes, please.
State's Exhibit 213 is another pocket knife that was located in the residence, of which I was present for its discovery and recovery. This one specifically was recovered from the top of what I refer to as a china cabinet that had been positioned atop. So somebody had placed it up top there, but we had found the china cabinet had fallen over or placed in some manner, and this was still within that location.
Okay. And did you do any testing on that particular knife?
I did. I did the same process as the Swiss Army knife by photographing it up close, both in its natural state. It has two attachments. One looks more like a cleaver, and one, which folds in the same manner, it's not in the opposite manner like the Swiss Army knife, appears more like a traditional blade. I photographed this in their natural state, and with the application of the blue light source, at 450 nanometers and viewed through an orange lens.
Okay. And did you make any observations or findings?
This knife, to me, appeared to have been free of any type of disruption.
Okay. But nonetheless, both the Swiss Army knife and the knife that you have in your hand, those both were ultimately sent up to BCI for testing, is that correct?
Yes, sir, they were.
Okay. I'll have you go ahead and put that back in there. Thank you.
And again, I did not take any swabs from that knife. The knife itself was packaged and sent up to BCI.
Okay. I believe what's been previously admitted is State's Exhibit 211, if I may push on it.
You may.
Detective, what are we looking at here in State's Exhibit 211?
I'm sorry to interrupt, but 211 I had as being identified but not admitted. Are you going to offer that for admission at this time?
Yes, please.
Okay. Any objection to that?
No objection.
Okay, that'll be admitted.
I apologize. I thought we had shown that to the jury. So.
I think we did show it, but I don't think we officially admitted it.
You want me to stand up and show them?
Yes. Again, what are we looking at here in State's Exhibit 211, please, sir?
I have to apologize. Some of these identifiers over time have just fallen off that I placed. 211 is, for the record, what we identified as a green jacket, but it is more of a vest-style jacket.
Okay. That's what was found in the basement of 1270 Parish Avenue?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And thank you, sir. And then I believe your exhibit book is already up there on your desk. So I'm going to ask you to look at State's Exhibits 110 through 137.
Through 137?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And generally speaking, what are State's Exhibits 110 through 137?
States Exhibit 110 through 137 are photographs that I collected of the same green vest-style jacket that I presented before you, indicating areas where I believed additional evidence was located on the jacket itself.
Okay. Are those true, fair, and accurate depictions of the green vest in those photographs that you took?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, I'd ask that 110 through 137 be admitted and permission to publish.
Any objection?
No.
They'll be admitted and they may be published.
All right, so generally speaking, what sort of observations are you making about this particular green vest?
One of the options I made in particular was that, as you can see on the front, beneath the left center pocket on the chest, one observation is there appears to be some sort of defect or cut in the fabric, if you would. But also, when examining this closer, as you'll see in further exhibits 110 through 37, is there are a series of red stains that are present on the front side of this jacket. I have marked 3 for your vision, but there are actually 5, which you'll see in more detail.
All right, thank you, Detective. State's Exhibit 111, please.
This is the back side of the same green style vest. Just as a general observation, I kind of observed what appeared to be marks on the back side of the vest. But more specifically, what drew my attention was over here, underneath what would be the left armpit, is when you see in a further state's exhibit through this same series, there is a dry, flaky red substance that I was able to collect.
112.
This is a close-up version of what I thought may have been some type of markings on the back side of that green style vest.
113.
This is a continuation of the back side of that vest, of just the markings.
114.
So 114 is the front of that same green vest, and I have noted with the arrows, as you can see, there are 5 larger red stains that were apparent with my unaided eye on the front of the vest.
Okay. 115.
And this is the back side of the same vest, where underneath that left armpit I previously indicated, as observed in this state's exhibit, where I collected further evidence.
116.
This is just showing a little bit more closely what I am identifying through the arrows, numbered 1 through 5. You can see red stainings. We'll get to those up there that were observed on the front side of that green jacket.
117.
This is just another picture of the front of that same vest jacket. You can see marker number 2 and marker number 4 in more detail than compared to State's Exhibit 116.
118.
And again, this is just going up the front of the vest. You can see on the center pocket there on the left side of the chest, number 3, there's some red staining that is apparent there.
119.
This is the back side of the green vest, marker number 6, where I indicated I collected the dry, flaky red substance from the back side of that vest.
120.
This is a close-up photograph of marker number 1, red staining on the green style vest.
121.
Just another close-up. As you can see, there's discoloration there. It's a red stain.
122.
This is a close-up photograph of 2 things. I am identifying the red stain by marker number 2 that is surrounding the cut or tear in the fabric of that green vest.
123.
It's a close-up photograph kind of showing you a little bit more of the red staining over that same cut as identified as marker number 2 in this exhibit.
124.
Just a close-up photograph of the chest pocket and the staining that I observed over the zipper and the pocket itself.
125.
More closely, close-up photograph of what my observation was.
126.
Marker number 4, it is, if you're facing it, to the left of number 2. Again, discoloration, red staining on that green vest.
127.
Close-up photograph of identifier number 4. Same clothing.
And 128.
This is identifier number 5, again, of some of the red staining that I observed on the right side of the same clothing item.
129.
An additional close-up photograph of the same identifier.
And 130.
This is the back side of that green vest. Identifier number 6 in this exhibit. You can see there is what I'm trying to identify.
131.
And that is a close-up photograph of the red stain. It was dry, flaky. I was able to collect it by scraping it from that jacket with a sterile scalpel.
132. Actually, let me take you back. Let me take you back to 131.
Sure.
So at some point, I assume that you collected some samples from this particular vest, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And if I can approach the witness, Your Honor.
You may. I would just caution you that we are running out of time, so I'm not sure when a good time to break is, but we're going to have to recess for the afternoon.
Okay. Would you like us to approach?
Yes, let's do that.
All right, so we're hearing from this detective, Doug Treenum. So the Swiss Army knife seems to be what he used. It seems like the blade broke. He keeps looking back at the gallery. That bathroom sink just lit up like a Christmas tree. He clearly tried to clean up. They said that it smelled like alcohol, rubbing alcohol.
Appears that now will be a good time for us to recess, ladies and gentlemen. So we're going to go ahead and do that, and we will have the same schedule tomorrow. We'll come in at 9, work through noon, and then you'll be released for the afternoon. And please remember my recess instructions. Okay?
May we approach?
Oh, sure.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Just a minute.
All right, so we will stop after this because day 4 is 3.5 hours. And then day 5 is the verdict. So that's only like maybe an hour. They have closing arguments. So that's only like an hour. So we really only have like 4 or 5 hours left. So we'll be done by tomorrow. We'll be done by tomorrow, which is Wednesday. And then Thursday and Friday, we're going to shift our focus back over to Mario because his trial starts on Monday. So... So he's relatively calm right now, but he was talking about exhibits, was it 68? Exhibit 68? Exhibit 69? Which one was it? 68 or something like that? He was going on and on about. Yeah, I mean, isn't that like, he keeps looking back at the gallery. I don't know, is that intimidation? I suppose the person that he's looking at, I'm assuming it's Michaela.
Before we recess, it appears that we are getting a little bit behind, and there has been a suggestion that we would come in at 8:30 tomorrow. Is everybody able to do that, or is that too inconvenient for everyone? I hate to put anybody on the spot, but if there's anybody that can't come in or does not want to come in at 8:30, since I told you 9, can I see a hand? Okay, I don't see any hands, so let's do 8:30 instead of 9 so we can keep on track with our trial, okay? So thank you for your consideration with that, and I'll see you at 8:30 tomorrow morning. the jurors have been excused from the courtroom before we recess. Is there anything on behalf of the state?
Just for clarification, what are the orders of Detective Trenum? We're going to explain how not to talk to any of the parties involved here, or...
Do you want to be heard on that request?
I'm just asking what the right rules are. I don't...
Judge, I'm going to have, Mr. Madden, they're speaking to me as well. I'm sorry, I did not.
My question is, what would Detective Trenum's rules be? Is he allowed to talk to either one of us, or I don't know if he's necessarily allowed to? Because he's technically still on the stand.
Yeah, I would caution that. I think he needs to treat this as if no contact with anybody until he's back up there.
It sounds like we're in agreement with that. So, Detective, I would ask you that you please not talk with anyone about the case between now and the time they come back at 8:30. And I thank you for your patience with us and breaking early and coming back tomorrow.
Yes, understood, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, we'll see everyone tomorrow. Oh, sorry, anything on your behalf, Mr. Wilder?
Yes, Judge, my client just indicated that, since we're on the record, he said he hasn't had a shower yet. So.
4 days.
4 days. I know that's not the judge's responsibility, but I know that. Mentioning it, I know that can be.
I haven't had a shower in 4 days. I haven't been able to shave. They won't give me the commissary that I purchased. I'm in a cell 24 hours a day. 24 hours a day of lockdown. But I'd like to have a shower.
Well, I don't have any control over the jail's policies.
Is there anyone
for the record, and you've heard the.
They wrote a ticket on me because I asked them for a shower.
Thank you.
That's all I'm asking. Thank you.
So that confirms what he was talking about when he came in, because he does this when he first comes in. He's like 4 days, and they like shave and yeesh. So he hasn't showered in 4 days. Yeah, keep your distance. Keep your distance. Yeah, he definitely has something on underneath. He's got like a shock belt on or something like that underneath. So, all right, Stacey Ann, have a great one. Thank you for joining us. Gordon, he demands attention. He is a Sarah Boone. He is so Sarah Boone. Or Sarah Boone is him, however you guys want to look at it. He is this. I know. Dammy. Oof. Stacey Ann, yes, that's Toby. That's Toby Madden. That is him, yeah. Grampy, yep, he's popping off. Yep, he's been complaining about it for 4 days. Yeah. Dina. Six lawyers. He wanted to represent himself twice. He was denied twice. He has 6 lawyers over 23 months, so 2 years. he's gone through 6, and he's been disruptive in court, as we've seen. And he's not over yet. He's not over yet. There will be more. There will be more. Sweet Vampy, right? Just like, yeah. It's just like, keep your distance. Keep your distance. Shannon, yeah, well, that guy, yeah, he was trying to find somebody else. So I called him after he called like repeatedly, and then he's emailing me or texting me. I sorted it out. I called him and said, I think this project's not on anymore, so I think you're thinking about somebody else. And he's like, oh, yeah, no, I'm looking for Rick. I'm like, yeah, it's not me. I'm no Rick. Let's see, Big and Billy, he lives up to his name, Madden, exactly. Green-Eyed Cat, no fan, of course, but that doesn't seem fair. I agree. No, I mean, I think it's every 2 days. Every 2 days, so that would be every other day they get showers. They don't get showers every day. They don't get I think it's every other day. Every other day. All right. Fanny, good night. All right, see you guys. All right, I'll let you guys go. All right, thank you guys for joining us. Dwayne, Grampy, as always, there's your sweet little girl over there. She's all sweet right now, but I'm sure as soon as she wakes up, she's going to go smack somebody. So there's your sweet little girl over there. And we've got, what's this, Polly? Oh, yeah, here's Polly over here sitting in the sun, getting a little sun bath over here. Yeah, it's a good girl. So I got a little Super Ball over here. being all sweet little Super Bowl. So, all right, you guys, thank you for joining us. Really appreciate you spending your day with us. We will have day 4 and day 5 for you tomorrow. And then we're going to turn our focus back over to Mario because he starts. We've been watching some jury selection. We actually have some coverage for you guys. So we will show you some jury selection. Obviously, no people are being shown, no names are being said, but we will have some footage for you of jury selection for Mario Fernandez. And he starts on Monday. So thank you to our mods. Thank you to Aaron. And I guess, yeah, we'll probably start maybe around 9:30. I got to see. It's 3.5 hours, and then it says 4 hours for day 5, but I don't think so. I think there's a long gap when there's a verdict watch. So it's probably maybe only 2. So we'll get like a 5.5 hour day for you guys. So it won't be it won't be tremendously long, but it'll be we'll wrap this one up and we'll finish watching Toby Madden. So. All right, William, Sweet Vampy, Joy, Pammy, thank you guys. Grampy, Kaylee, thank you guys so much. Have a wonderful evening, as Green Eyed Cat says. Dina, take care. Shannon and Bing and Billy, had fun hanging out with you guys as always. Really appreciate you spending your day with us. The Perseids, right? It's the Perseids that are tonight, tomorrow. I think they're coming up. Yeah, I think they're coming up over the next couple nights. So those will be fun, meteor shower. So if you have some, clear skies, go check them out. Sometimes I have good luck with meteor showers. Sometimes I see like one. Sometimes I'll see them. Oh, Polly. What's a little Polly? Oh, my little girl. Can you see her? Oh, it's a good girl. Yes. Hi. Yeah, hi. What's I know that sun is pretty blinding. Okay, you gotta let go of me though. So I can close this. All right. Is that? Nope, it's still. She's got me. All right. Can you let go? You gotta let go. I gotta end the stream. Can you let go? Can you let go? All right. She's not gonna let go. All right. Let me extricate myself. Okay. Good girl. All right, you guys. Polly's like, wait, don't forget about me. All right, let me give her some more sunshine there. All right, guys, with that, have a great night. We will see you tomorrow, probably around 9 or so. We'll go on. So let me just change this thumbnail real quick. And then, okay. All right, have a good night, guys, and take care, and we'll see you tomorrow.